All right, good morning, team, and welcome to Finals Day, Day 8 here at the Krui Pro. I've just found a young Suchi has just come in from a free surf. Young, how is Suchi? How is it out there?
The waves are pretty far and pretty good.
All right, okay. So there's still some waves, a little bit onshore, a little bit smaller than yesterday, so a slightly different kind of tactics for Finals Day.
Finals Day. Here we go.
Listen, good luck today. Have fun and enjoy Finals Day. It is a little bit different today, a bit of a challenge for the competitors that have made it through this far. We are going to finish up the round of 64 of the round of 32 of the men, and then we're going to rip straight into 4-person heats for the rest of the day, crowning champions around about mid-afternoon. Can I shake your hand and say all the best for Finals Day? Good luck, and we'll start at 6:30, everybody. See you shortly.
It's Finals Day here at the Krui Pro, and we are so excited to be here. We've had an incredible week so far, and I feel like we have an epic day of surfing ahead as well. We're going to start today off with Heat 5 of the men's round of 32. Xavier Huxtable will be out there with Roy Kanazawa, Kyoshiro Suda, and Cash Brown. I'm True Starling, and to call me through the action of this heat is Mark Clifton. Mark, I can't believe we're here. It's Finals Day.
Wow, it's been a big campaign, hasn't it? What did we start at last Tuesday? Today is Tuesday, isn't it, as well? So there we go. It's been a big week, day 8 effectively, and lots of heats have rolled through out here at Ujong Bachor. So we are crowning champions this afternoon. There's a lot of points to dish out. There's a lot of cash, a lot of cred. It's all on the line with slightly different conditions to deal with this morning. So here is Blue ripping straight into his first wave, just a 167. But having a look at the playing field, what did you notice out there this morning?
I noticed that the conditions have definitely changed a lot. They're different to what we've seen from the last few days. Seems like it's dropped off a little bit. I actually haven't had eyes on the ocean for too much, as maybe compared to you. I'm sure you've been up since pretty early watching it. But yeah, it looks like it's the wind's into it a little bit early this morning.
A little bit out of the northeast, I imagine that direction is this morning, given the angle of our coast. It's kind of straight side shore at the moment. Definitely a little smaller. All these surfers, though, you surf a lot of heats in your life to get to this point. I'm sure everybody's competed in all sorts of stuff over the years. So you've just got to adjust and go, okay, well, it's the same for everyone. You've just got to get out there and do your best. And there's always better waves than other waves. You've got to find them. So the challenge is to do that, to surf into this breeze, to connect the dots. It's not lining up as well as it has done the last few days, but I mean, people still have to get through, right? So you just got to get down to business and just make it happen, I guess.
Yeah.
And Roy's doing that.
Yeah, Roy Kanazawa, he's already locked in one wave. It was a small score. This one looks like it might wall up in front of him. Nice connection there for Roy. Tags it, and that's a better finish from the Japanese surfer. And that is Cash Brown out behind him from Cronulla. Nice first turn for Cash. Looking really solid this whole event. Gets a second one in and doesn't even look like he's going to fall. Just looks glued to his board. Yep,
rock solid. Good stuff on a bigger wave. So I think the 4, 5, 6, 7 turn waves are kind of not in existence as much as the last few days. We're going to see probably a lot of 2-turners, 3-turn waves. Although this fella might make a liar out of me. He had a great heat yesterday morning. It is Xavier Huxtable winding up. These guys did pull their jerseys on yesterday, to remember, and park themselves out there in the lineup for a start. To confirm, we'll get back to that in a minute, but here is white.
Yeah, Kyoshiro Suda gets that first connection in. Maybe not as strong as he was hoping for, but gets this one. Oh, just doesn't quite find the rotation, unfortunately, for Kyoshiro. So he gets back out there. Everyone has a score to lock in now. I feel like Roy's wave was looking really good. So was Zave and Cash as well. So I think they've got some nice scores to roll through.
So just noticing what White threw down at the end of that wave, we might see a little bit more of the aerial antics come into play with this side shore wind. Haven't seen a real lot of it to this point. It's been offshore and way bigger and just standard ripping, rather than the new school brand of surfing. So Roy connected pretty well, like you said, with this wave. Got a really good finish here as well. So the judges will be resetting their scale given today's different conditions. Although being finals day, I imagine they'll still be a bit brutal.
Yeah, I think so. They're expecting good surfing. I mean, this is still really fun waves. Zave gets that quick flow and just can see how much speed and power he surfs with for Xavier Huxtable, Challenger Series surfer as well. Getting a 5th over at Newcastle, unfortunately going down to Jacob Wilcox. So Xavier's, as we've said all week, there's a bit of time in between the first and second Challenger Series events, so he's made his way over to Krui to keep that Challenger Series fight alive.
It was this tour that put him on the Challenger Series, right? Basically, with some really good events. It's good to see all those boys step up and advance and graduate into the bigger league. And Roy again, wave number 3. So the judges are still hanging on that last exchange. There's been a fair bit of wave catching going on, so they're just going to get some replays going on, compare the scores, get the rides, try and separate some numbers and fit them in to the 0 to 10 scale that always exists given any conditions. You've just got to be fair with this scale once conditions change. So I imagine Todd and his team up there in the tower will be just taking their time with this one to make sure that they set the scale correct on finals day.
Yeah, we're seeing a few scores lock in for Xavier, 1 or 2 more to come through. Scores are starting to filter on through for Roy as well. And yeah, I just remember being here for the first day, which was we was running for the Pro Juniors, and now I'm like, okay, we're back. It's finals day, and 5.67 for Xavier to start his finals day campaign off, a 4.93 for that last one of Roy Kanazawa. Scores for Cash Brown also to lock in as well. Cash regains that first priority when he gets back out the back, so he will get the pick of the lineup. Looks like that is Tully Wiley. He's going to be coming up in the next heat with Varun Tanjun, Dylan Wilcoxon, and Riky Masuda. Wow, that's going to be a tough heat for heat 2 of the day.
Well, they've all got their game face on down there this morning. Everybody realises this is the real business end. So yesterday afternoon, right, this heat actually paddled out. They sat in the lineup. There was a huge crack of thunder and a big lightning bolt hit the water only a couple of kilometres away from where the competitors were sitting. And I know Johnny Decker on the ski, he's just like, what the? That was pretty close. And all the boys kind of in the water realised, hutty, something. A big dark cloud came over. Things went pear-shaped really quick. The wind just got out of control. It was just such a rapid oncome of this storm. And then it started raining, and then the raining just got torrential, and the call was made to stop competition for the day. It was one of those localised systems that last about half an hour. But there was a lot of rain that dropped. There's the replay of Roy. A lot of rain that dropped. The event got called off. So it put us in a situation where all heats today are 4-person heats, saving us 8 heats in total. No man-on-man action today, but these replays are looking pretty good.
Oh, yeah, it's exciting. It means there's more surfing to watch for us, and that was a really good wave for Xav, the 5.67 it locks in as, and he's starting off really well, and we're pretty lucky to be here in Krui. We've had some amazing waves all week. It's been picture perfect, and today's, the conditions have changed a fair bit, but there's still some really good waves on offer.
Yep, and that's it. You've just got to get down and make it happen. Like I said earlier, and everybody realises this, when you look at an ocean and you're about to compete, you just start to identify what are the better waves. They're not as glamorous as the last couple of days. That's a given. So the fresh challenge for our finalists today is get your head around what is going on. Be the person on those slightly better waves. I imagine we're going to see a lot of 5-point ride-ish stuff today, middle of the range, but someone's going to connect the dots shortly as green, which is Cash Brown. He seems to have found a little bit of a runner.
Yeah, I know that Cash is staying with Coda Killorn and Arch Whiteman, so a good group of awesome humans to be staying with and being around this. Yeah, they seem like they're having the best time. So Cash will get his second wave in. Smaller scores locked in so far for him, just at 4. But, as we were saying before, this first heat of the day really sets a bar and it sets a tone for the rest of the event.
Yep, I imagine there's a lot of crew up there watching this heat. Early start again, 6:30 here in Krui time, but that will put us in around about a mid-afternoon finish. Finals, I think, have been upgraded to 30 minutes. Everything else will stay at 25. White is on another wave, so this is Suda representing Japan. And where is he's already just only 183, so he's probably already put his best score together. Looking down the line now, looking for a steep section. The theory remains the same, top to bottom surfing at all costs, and show some power and control whenever you get a section. So completion there for Kyoshiro Suda. He goes Xavier Huxtable being typically upside down and brutal with the lip. Little inside track here now for Xav. So you got that little bonus section. That looked pretty handy. So we'll have to rely on our Bonsai replays to catch all of these rides right from the start. This is Roy Kanazawa.
Gets a nice end turn there for Roy as he kicks out. He might have done a few things out the back, so we'll see. With just under 15 minutes to go, it is Cash Brown. His last wave locked in at a 3.53, so he goes out in front. Roy has a score to come through, so does Kyoshiro and Xav, as we just saw before. With just under 15 minutes to go, you can see just on screen how different the conditions are right now. But, there's still plenty of opportunity out there. I know for a fact that this is probably some of on the better side of days that we've seen in some Australian QS events. And this is his last wave of Xavier Huxtable. That was a great first turn. Driving through this second one, he's just not missing a beat out here today. Xav finds a really nice open face. Once again, locking in with a good backhand snap. Driving through, this was a beautifully surfed wave for Xavier Huxtable. And I might even stay in this top two by the end of this heat because that was a very strong finish.
Oh, look, guaranteed the judges will now have to open their scale up a bit. Xav just smashed that wave from start to finish. It was a good wave as well. Roy now starting to put his best foot forward, getting some tidy connections with the lip. So you could see why the judges open with just 4s and 5s and just staying reserved on the scale because given the quality of the field, the mentality of all crew that are in it, they want to throw everything at it. They are. And I reckon Xav and Roy just will get keeper numbers out of that exchange. That was sick.
Yeah, I think so too. That was a really good exchange between the two of them. It was exciting surfing to watch. And they just found the pockets that they needed to be in. And I feel like that's a trick to being out there today is finding those steeper sections and just absolutely going for it. And looks like there's someone out the back, Cash Brown. One big turn for Cash, and that's all he'll get on that wave. Last of Kyoshiro Suda, a 4.73. But it's these scores of Xav and Roy Kanazawa that are going to be...
that'll set the tone for the day. Fully stand by for the best numbers of the morning. Will drop shortly. Xav really connected well with what looked like an A-grade wave today. It had length, it had steep sections, helped himself to every one of them, looked really good, and Roy was sleek and on point with his ride as well. It also had a bit of height and bowl, and they're the ones you got to find today. So the crew that will be watching in the athlete area will no doubt take note of where they took off, how that wave connected, what it looked like when it was rolling in, so that they can go out and try and do something very similar, because that would be... some brilliant numbers. Here goes Cash Brown. Upside down. Replay there for Cash. Cash is already sitting in first, but he's got a couple of dodgy numbers. They're both kind of low at this stage. He's owed one more. We've got 3 scores to come in before we can be firm on who's sitting on top of the leaderboard. Roy's got himself priority again, so that's a good spot to be, the surfer in blue. And a good number to drop.
Yeah, he does. He's got a really... Yeah, it'll be better than that 4.93, I think. It was a great series of turns, and he just wasn't missing a beat, really, and it's expected from Roy Kanazawa. So looking forward to seeing this score lock in. Also, this one is Xavier Huxtable's as well. He was just going to town on that wave, and Xav surfs with so much power and with first indications. So far, it's going to be the best way of the heat from Xavier Huxtable.
Fair enough. He really went to town on that right from his very first move, oozing confidence. Everything clicked for Xav. He got the bonus inside track as well. So for sure, the judge is starting to open things up here with a 6.73 and a 6.23 for Roy. So there we go. We've gone into the 6 range. So they're still leaving plenty of room above it. I think we've still got some room in the scale today for crew to tick the innovative and progressive side of surfing with that side shore wind. Already seen the surfer in white try and boost an air, and I reckon throughout the day, somebody's going to do that and connect really well, and huge numbers will drop. Here we go.
Yeah, Cash unfortunately comes unstuck. His previous to last was 3.6, so it goes into his top 2, but he's looking for a 7.16. Kyoshiro chasing a 6.43. We need to see upwards of that 6-7-3 that we saw from Zaves to really get into the 7-point range. And I feel like finding that, you've got to be on the best wave and make pretty much 0 to, literally no mistakes.
All right, so this is the wave we like. Boom, right from that moment, he was in form and he knew he had a good wave ahead of him. So playing the game really well, at every opportunity throwing the board above the lip, using plenty of rail and speed and doing what the wave was asking for. And yesterday morning, he was in favour with the judges. They love what he does because he sticks pretty close to the criteria. So he was attracting big numbers yesterday morning. The finish was maybe not quite as good as the start, but there was a lot to like about that. So the boys wisely have left a fair bit of room above the scale, but clearly sending that message. So that's the best wave of the morning. So advantage to the Victorian in red. Well done, Dave.
Yeah, very well surfed heat so far, and to regroup after yesterday's antics and then show up this morning and be first heat of the morning in very different conditions. Just shows the flexibility of these surfers. Man,
it was so weird yesterday, Arvo. For everyone online, there was this huge crack of thunder, right? And then moments later, there was a whole lot of squealing that happened outside because a lightning bolt shortly followed the crack. There was a loud blast of thunder. A huge lightning bolt hit the ocean just out the back of where the surfers were. And then the rain hit, the wind started straight away. It was just this instant turnaround in conditions. The heat had been surfed for about a minute, and everything stopped. I think we lost power. It just was such a bizarre finish to a really good day. Right when we thought we've only got 4 heats to go, we got this. We had no heats left. Once that hit, it was just instant turnaround.
Yeah.
So they're in the water again. Times Zave's picking up where he left off yesterday morning. Had a great first 8 minutes of his heat yesterday morning to put himself squarely in this round. So it's business as usual for someone like Zave, and Roy's done a really good job to be holding on to second.
Yeah, Zave actually got a 17th here last year, so a quarterfinals berth for Zave will be his best result here, I believe, so far. And this is Cash Brown. Fortunately, doesn't quite get around that section for Cash. Chasing that 716. You can see that there's still good opportunities out there. It's not as perfect as we saw it yesterday. It's a little bit lumpier, but it's all a part of the challenge here.
That's it. Fresh challenge is right there. 2 surfers have to move through to the quarters. Everybody wants to be that person. The points are what everybody really wants. The cash that goes along with it increases every single round, kind of doubles as we go all the way to the final. Here's the wave of the heat so far. So thanks, boys, for the Bonsai replay. 6-7-3. Plenty of brutal surfing by one of the more established campaigners on the Asian region, Xavier Huxtable. Let's remember last year, his effort at Nias will never be forgotten. 20-point heats don't happen very often. He absolutely blew the place to pieces last year, and he was everyone. It was just a feel-good couple of days up there in Nias, which we're going to shortly. Roy.
Yeah, this is a good wave. This was that 6.23 of Roy Kanazawa, and he surfed this one really well. He just has such a great style and such good flow. I love watching Roy surf. So 6.23 and a 4.93 has Roy Kanazawa sitting in second, which means Cash is looking for a 7.16 and Kiyoshiro chasing that 6.43, which is definitely within their wheelhouse. It's just finding the waves to really allow them to open up is the key out there today, I think.
And for White, he's just making his way back. So his numbers on his last swing didn't connect. So he is in a slightly better position than Cash, I suppose, with his requirement. 6 minutes, though, is kind of starting to become a real issue. Has 0 priority. Now he jumps into 4th priority. But this is the playing field today. The drone footage from Ryan Williams is absolutely on point. Now, drone pilot, here we go now. Let's have a look at Cash Brown. He needs a big number here. He could do it perhaps in 2 scores because there's plenty of time. He looks like he wants to boost. He does. You make this, you put yourself in the hunt.
Wow, he would have been so close to making that.
Full rotation. It was just the landing and the connection that cost him. Here's Xavier.
Yeah, Zave gaining some speed on this wave, but he knows that it's not going to give him too much. So he gets out of there. I mean, that would have been huge from Cash Brown. We know that he can do those. I've seen him make so many. So I was like, okay, let's bring it on. I feel like we might see a couple more attempts of those in the next 5 and a bit minutes.
I reckon for sure we will throughout the day, because that's going to be the point of difference, right? So somebody's going to start really taken to the air. The judges will then throw numbers that will suggest more of that, please, given the size of the surf today and the wind just creating a few ramps and a few of those options. So I think at some point today, someone's going to land something big, a huge number will go down, and everyone will go, right, let's start investigating the airspace.
Yeah, bring it on. We haven't seen too much of that this event.
Not really.
At all,
of the
really.
Juniors, I saw Bronson, as typically the other day, throwing some down, doing Bronson things.
Mm-hmm.
But here is Blue now trying to win a heat, chasing a 6-1-8. Turns into maybe a one-turner. Yep, can't get around the wash.
Still a sick one-turner from Roy Kanazawa. You could see his fins out the back of that wave from that drone footage. 4.5 minutes to go. It's we've seen a lot of waves caught in this heat, which is awesome, but that 6.73 for Xavier Hux has been the best one so far.
Yep, 18 waves have been ridden and one more to come, so 19. So the options are there. The consistency is not too bad, but Xavier will be happy. He's paddled onto a couple of rippers, giving himself an early, strong lead. We have 18 heats to get through here today to finish finals day, so 16 of those will be at 25 minutes. Our finals are billed at 30.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll know our champions arrive by about mid-afternoon, I reckon, or early to mid-afternoon down here at Tanjung Sedia. Here we go.
Yeah, this is this replay of last of Roy Kanazawa. Wow, it was a huge turn. A 4.37 locks in for that one turn. And then Kiyoshiro chasing a 6.43, gets that turn in there. It's looking like it's might offer that inside connection, but unfortunately just goes flat for him. So Roy Kanazawa out behind. He gets that turn in there, wondering if it was just the one or if there was a couple more.
Wow, Roy's really doing everything in the book to try and extend second place here. He's catching a lot of waves. He's really staying busy. We're down to 3 minutes. Xavier's in the lead. Surfer in red also has priority, so he pulls the trigger on wave number 4. He's caught the least amount of waves, but he's got the 2 best numbers with a good connection on his first hit. A little bit of a bowly section presents here. Maneuver number 3, probably his best section. Huge fin blast. Hangs in there. Plays the game. Rides out in front of the wash. So full credit for that wave from the judges. But that end move was just gold. That was so good.
Yeah, that was very well surfed from Xavier Huxtable. A really smart heat as well. He hasn't taken off on too many. He's just identified the best ones. This is Cash Brown. Nice first turn. He is chasing that 716, gets a second connection in there. He's been dropping 7s all events so far. You can see he's trying to stay with this one. Patient through here. And needs to really unleash. Unfortunately, that end section doesn't quite do what he was hoping for. I mean, it was a really good wave. I just don't know if it'll be the 7 that he's looking for.
No, I think at some point, if he had have got a ramp and tried that air rev again, because he was on his way. His first 2 turns looked pretty sharp on a good sections. I think he was in the hunt and he was asking the questions, and then the wave, the low road that he dropped into just didn't connect the way he thought. So this is the last wave, the judges' view of Xavier Huxtable. This end move was just brutal. Boom. Took him a little while to convince that he had control, but there it is. Ticking that part of the criteria as well. So we're owed a Cash number. We're owed a Huxtable number. We're down to 120 for sure. I think Xavier still wins. Cash probably doesn't dislodge Roy. No, the 716 would have to be the wave of the heat. It definitely didn't look like it. So you'd imagine Roy at this stage with a minute on the clock and priority out the back is kind of safe-ish, providing no one else gets out there and rides another wave. It'll be Roy and Xavier. Xavier could still upgrade his total and move into the quarters with that bit extra momentum. These next 3 heats, along with this heat, these guys to win today will serve 4 times. Pretty much everyone else served 3 times. He's Kiyoshiro.
Yeah, Kiyoshiro, just a quick in and out. His last wave was a 3.5. 40 seconds to go. Roy Kanazawa, he's looking to get to first. Nice first turn. This is a better looking wave. He needs a 6.18. Wow, that was a really good 2-turn combination for Roy Kanazawa. We still have this last score as well for Xavier's to lock in. It looks like it'll be his second best number as well. With 20 seconds to go, last of Xavier locks in at a 7. This one here of Kyoshiro needs to be a 6.43. Let's see what he can do. Gets that first turn in. Needs to go big here. This is his last opportunity because the heat is basically over.
Yes,
Wow. Unfortunately doesn't get the completion for Kyoshiro, but we do have scores to lock in for Kyoshiro, Cash Brown, and also Roy Kanazawa.
All right, so we better stay with it.
I liked Roy's last wave. I really liked it.
That was just such. Had plenty of height. This is the way the judges viewed it from the tower. That section there was so good, and it was big and it was steep. And then he found another one, biggest wave of the morning. Really convincing surfing, top to bottom. Had a lot of power. Had 2 really insane sections on the biggest wave I've seen caught this morning. 7.5 could still be in the realms of that ride. It was so good.
Yeah, I think he challenges for that for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, this last wave of Cash was a 4.3, so he actually moves up into third place, not second. It's this last one of Roy.
Did his best work last, I reckon.
I really think it's going to be very close to the score, if not get it. I thought it was the best wave we've seen.
Oh, there it is.
An 8.
He goes to the lead. Well done, Roy. Right on cue. So he threw everything at trying to get the lead and took his very last ride to do it. Congratulations to Roy and Xav through to the quarters. We'll throw to a quick break and we'll be back in just a moment.
Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone offies. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
All right, ripping straight into what we're calling Heat 6 of the round of 32. This is Varun Tanjung. He's up against Dylan Wilcoxon, who'll surf in blue. Tully Wiley, the Aussie, there in white. And Riky Masuda surfs in green, representing Japan. So I've got a couple of Indonesians in red and blue. We just saw Varun. We missed a wave of Rikes, but what a dynamic finish. Roy Kanazawa, he prowled around all heat. He was already comfortable in second, but you could just sense he wanted the lead, and he got it with an 8-point ride, 2 huge blasts. So the good news is the 8-point rides, they still exist.
Oh, they definitely do. I mean, in my mind, I was like, there's no doubt about that this is going to be the 7.5. I was, but then there's moments where you go, is it? Xav has that 6, 7.3 and a 7, but that 8 for Roy was just classy surfing. It was exciting to watch. And new heat, new story. We're back into it. Riky Masuda, Tully Wiley, Dylan Wilcoxon and Varun Tanjung. This is going to be an exciting one. This is his first wave of Riky's. 2 quick turns, and he gets a finish there as well with that late start to that second turn.
All right, and this is the first wave of Varun on the Bonsai replay. So let's see what the young man strings together here. Some setup work, looking for something a bit more brutal, gets a little better on his third manoeuvre. Yeah, so the judges now will remember that wave of Roy's all day, right? Because that has set the benchmark. They're happy to throw big numbers at 2 manoeuvres, so long as they have sections like Roy found, and you absolutely go nuts.
Yeah.
So he ticked huge parts of the criteria, and that wave now stacks up as the benchmark. So the boys upstairs, they remember that all day on the men's side of the draw, and everything else will be compared against that when they're trying to hand out huge numbers.
Yeah, exactly. It's moments like that sticks in your mind, and to do that in the first heat of the day, it's such a great reminder that there is those opportunities out there, and maybe even the surfers are able to produce 8s from waves that maybe aren't allowing that.
2 turns, 8-point ride. All right, so while we're waiting for our next wave, let's hear from Roy Kanazawa and Dai Wacko.
それでは見事クォーターファイナルへと進出しました金沢ロイ選手、まずは、おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
素晴らしいヒート展開というか、最後の最後で8点出してきましたが、昨日午後、ストームの影響があって突然もうキャンセルになったと思うんですが、コンディションの変化もあります。ヒートいかがでしたか？
はい、なんか昨日の夕方は結構クリーンな感じだったんですけど、今日の朝見に来たら結構ザンクというか風食らってて難しかったですけど、まあなんとか乗れてよかったですね。
Yeah, it was kind of difficult to surf out there, a little bit of texture and a little bit of bumps, but still he's happy to get through this heat. 本日今日マンオンマンがなくて、4マンヒートでファイナルまで行くんですが、いよいよクォーターファイナルです。今のお気持ち教えてください。
まあ正直に行けるところまで行きたいなって感じですね。
頑張ってください。最後にメッセージの方お願いします。
応援ありがとうございます。次も頑張ります。
頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。Cheers, guys.
Much Dai, thank you, Roy. That was an exciting first heat of the day. And it's heat number 6 now. We've got just about 20 minutes to go. And Riky Masuda, his first score locked in at a 5. He also has a second score to lock in as well, which is super exciting. And it's Tully Wiley and Dylan Wilcoxon who are yet to take off on a wave. So we'll see how they go throughout this heat. We just saw Tully's, I would say, travel buddy, Xavier Huxtable, progress through that last heat. So I'm sure he's feeling the vibes out there in the ocean and wanting to, keep the vibes high for the Victorians on finals day.
Get inspired by your teammate making it through. They're working with the same coach, Cale Bell-Warren, who's on caddy duties. So, yeah, when you're traveling with that pack and someone, gets through heats and you're like, well, it kind of lifts you because you're like, right, he's done it. I want to do it. I want to be in the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
And get a big piece of finals day. Tully's a big-time performer as well. He's already on the Challenger Series, so these boys won't be coming to Nias, but we will see them featured highly on the Challenger over there in Bolito. He's a big fella. 6 minutes off the clock. Riky's wave is a 5 and a 4-5. Pretty quick start. Nothing too brutal. And Braun just a 3-1-7. But Dai Wacko is back with me. Now tell me, you said Roy Kanazawa, he's kind of shy. What did he say?
Super shy, but he just said he will do what he can do and try to make a heat. That's all. Pretty much that's it.
Just said the obvious things. All right. So he's a shy dude.
But this is another Japanese surfer. Masaraki 選手。これはいいライディングになってきました。So this is the last of green 4-5.
I'm not sure which one it was, but here's both of them. So very similar. A couple of good hits. Looking sharp. Looking like he's ready to rumble. Well done. Only 6.5 minutes off the clock. Already in the lead. But it's good to see that Roy and those numbers are out there because we saw a 7 for Zabe. We saw an 8 for Roy. Some 6s looking good. And then a lot of mid-range numbers. So we did notice that there was more than 20 waves caught in that heat as well. So there are some options.
Yeah, Roy said it's kind of hard to pick right ones out the back. So he kind of sitting in the down the line a bit more than yesterday. But definitely there's a potential for great surfing.
Well, we saw it. And your man, Roy Kanazawa, tell me a bit about him. Where's he from and how old roughly is he?
He's around 24, 23. I'm not too sure, but he's still young surfer and really strong competitor in Japan. From west side of Japan.
All right. And I've noticed his name quite a few years in this Asian region, so he's been plugging away for a while. Has he had success? Is he close to becoming, or is he a Challenger Series surfer?
He hasn't been Challenger Series surfer, but he won the Japan National Championships, so he has really good result already.
Okay, so he's highly rated.
Yes.
Is it this year? Is he the current Japanese champion?
A couple of years back, actually.
Okay. All right.
He's really highly rated surfer, that's for sure.
All right, well, what can you tell me about Riky, that man on screen in the green?
Riky is another very strong competitor from Miyazaki, and I believe he came third overall in the national championship in Japan, so he has another good result too.
All right, well, let's have a little look at some of the highlights from yesterday. The production team are just going to give us a look at what yesterday looked like. Thanks, boys. Today's going to be a huge day. We're going to come back and clean up the back end of the round of 64, so that includes 9 heats. We're then doing the ladies round of 32, that's 8 heats. Back to the men's round of 32, 8 heats, a massive day.
Woken up to pumping conditions, which is good. It was a little bit small and slow yesterday, but it's pretty much like perfect size for this wave right now, so it's going to be such a sick day. And been here for like 8 days, haven't slept a heat, so pretty keen to put the rashie on and get out there.
There you go, you just heard it, the waves are smoking. Huge day here at the Krui Pro, so thanks for tuning in. Let's go get it. All right, there's the scene of what we're doing here this morning on finals day. That's our judging tower right in the center of screen. The athlete area just a little bit to the left. There's the gang that gets you down to the beach just to the right of the judging tower. There's not too many spectators here this morning. It's still early. Let's have a look. It's just after 7 a.m. in Tanjung Sedia time. I imagine things are going to ramp up and all the locals will come down and check out what's going on. The presentations this afternoon will be a big deal. There'll be a lot of officialdom down here, and we've got a lot of cash and prestige to get through and hand out here this afternoon. Big points on offer, being a 6,000 for the first time ever in Indonesia.
It's biggest event in Asia Tour, and we're gonna head off to Nias tonight.
We are. We're actually doing that tonight. Early flights tomorrow morning. No rest for the wicked, right? We're straight into it. I did notice yesterday one of the highlights for me on the women's side of the draw, I saw a heat that featured 2 past winners in Mirai and Leilani. And I feel a little bit sorry for the other crew that were in that. It was Willow Hardy and another campaigner, but those 2 looked really strong yesterday in the women's draw. They're already in the quarterfinals. So there was a lot of goodness, as you saw in the highlight reel from yesterday, to put us to this point. But today is it's the business end of the deal. It's time to click. It's time to peak today.
Right. We're going to see champions today. A little bit of a slower heat in this heat so far. Tylee, Wiley, and Dylan Wilcoxon haven't got a wave yet.
Oh, that's got to mess with you because, here's the young fella. Quick, that's Masuda again.
Yes.
All right, so he was the one that got off to the quickest start. He's only banked 5s and 4-5s, but they're starting to look pretty good as the clock continues to throw pressure on Tully and Dylan. 25-minute matchups. The Ocean's gone a little sleepy compared to Heat 1. And so I think Riky has adjusted the best, and he's made some decisions early that are stacking up pretty well now that we're down to 12 minutes.
現在残り時間12分を迎えたところで、増田選手、2本のライディング、他の選手がまだ揃えてない中でしっかりと揃えてきています。And this is Tally Wiley. First one, floats the section, comes around and put another float. And here is big opening carve and finishing turn was solid too. So finally he's back in the game. It's got a wave.
Yep. A little tentative, as you would expect when you wait that long. It really looked like he wanted to make it to the end of that wave. He got 4 moves in, a couple of set-up moves at the start of the wave, and got a little better towards the back end. So it won't be a monstrous number, but it will keep him in touch with what Riky and Varun have done. Tully, one of the biggest competitors here, so let's have a look at him again.
Really, I love how he just maintained the speed, generating all the speed and come around a section and big carb. But nothing, like you mentioned, nothing major done at the back. So
probably third turn about his best move. So the judges will see where that fits up against what we've seen this morning, what we've seen in this matchup. Roy Kanazawa, definitely best performing surfer out there today, just with his precision and the wave choice for that last effort for the 8-point ride. Xavier also throwing away a good number and including a 6 and a high 6 and a 7. So that last heat was pretty sick. And looking like this is Dylan Wilcoxon's first effort. So out of the mental wise, the young fella. His family's here. There's a whole lot of mental wide crew that have come down to contest this event again. And he just gets exploded and blasted off his board there at the end. Now here is Varun.
Varun, important wave for him. Gets the floats and come around the section, get over the white water, but fortunately, couldn't get a finishing turn right there.
He seemed to be chasing that wave the whole way. As soon as he stood up, he was like under the pump a little bit.
Chasing the line. Unfortunately for Varun, it's not going to be a big score for him now. Riky has first priority, just under 10 minutes remaining. And we're still waiting for the
Tully's numbers in.
4.8.
Yeah,
so that is a good, good start actually. In last heat, we've seen a lot of, 7s and 8s. But in this heat, 4.8 could be pretty good score.
Had to do it. Time was getting the wrong side of ideal for him, so he just connected and made it to the end, a 4.8. Just keeps him in striking distance, but this was, wow, Matsuda.
増田選手の1本目の5点のライディングですね。こちらが5点のライディングになります。そして
Bonsai replay of Tully's last effort. This is a 4.8, so it's up there with one of the better scores of this matchup. So he was just keeping some good momentum and speed on this wave to get to that point. He does his best work when he's on rail and buries his big, heavy back foot and uses his weight to his advantage. Great competitor. He's been around for a while. He's off to Bolito next week.
Oh, so he's not joining to NIAS Pro?
He won't be coming to NIAS, but he fits in so well at NIAS.
Yeah, he did last year.
I think he's been a semi-finalist a couple of times up there and always business end of the deal. Once we get to Lagundri Bay and do their thing at Saraki Beach, but that's next week. This is finals day, 8 minutes to go to sort out who moves through to the quarters. And just a reminder to everyone online, all our heats today will be 4-person matchups. We lost a little bit of time yesterday afternoon with that radical storm that just hit in such a hurry. It was ferocious, shut down our work site yesterday. So these 4 heats were scheduled for yesterday. But due to the fact that we're a little bit under the pump, no man-on-man matchups today. Here is Dylan Wilcoxon.
It's inside smaller size waves, but still has a great wall to work. So it's better looking wave for Dylan. He finished his turn really great, and this is Varun Tanjun.
Oh, huge blast.
Wow, needing 6.33 to go into the first. Currently in a second place, looking for wave to better the 2.10. Definitely he wants to get rid of the 2.10 because Tally Wiley has second best score so far in this heat.
Geez, I'd like to see that turn of Varun's again. It looked like there was a lot of fins out the back and a lot of board above the lip.
Great first turn.
Yep. Pity there was nothing else added to that wave. It's only come in. The score is in, and it's only a 2-6-7.
Wow.
Yep. So it was a pretty sick turn, but I guess the judges demanding they wanted either a bit more out of that wave or a bit more height to the section that he blasted off.
And probably if he could have got the last turn in and can't be a mid-fours.
Yep. So finals day, the judges, are keeping a lid on the scale here. It's you've got to really impress to get big numbers here today, because they're trying to sort out surfers that deserve to be on the Challenger Series, which is only a skip away from the Championship Tour. So watching Dylan now just chip away on the inside, looking at the replay, this is a 3-7-3. He's opening right, so the young fella, I think he's still got a score to come.
I think that was a previous wave.
All right.
So we're still waiting for that last of blue.
Here it comes. It's more of the same by the look of things, score-wise. So not reaching the lofty heights needed. He does move into second temporarily. I think he only needed a 2-1-1. He gets a mid-3. So low numbers. Even for the leader, Masuda would probably not be advancing if he was in the first heat.
Right.
5 and a 4 is good enough to be holding it down with only 5.5 minutes. Then 3s, and that 4 for Tully are the norm for the rest of the competitors. So pretty low scoring matchup. Things could change easily. Somebody nails a 7 or an 8 like Roy did in the last 30 seconds, and the leaderboard could get reshuffled pretty easily.
Really close heat. And we are just reaching to the 5-minute mark. Tully needing only 2.50 and has second priority. He's in the fourth place, but in a good position, needing a small score. But just not many waves coming through, so pretty much like a lot of pressures on every surface.
Yeah, unlike that last heat, we had more than 20 waves ridden. This one here, what have we got? 4, 6, 9 waves. Red's on the inside now. Varun. No doubt Team Tanjung are watching down there in Bali. Here goes your boy. So he needs himself a 4-1-3. It's not a big number, but he's got to probably tag it a couple of times. You'd expect down here to have a chance of that. He's done exactly that. A finish would be really, really handy. He's trying to get back around the white stuff onto some clean green face. Here is Varun. Another little mini move out wide. So hedging his bets on those 2 mid-wave lip assaults to try and extract the 4-1-3.
Well, he did a couple good turns in at the back. So if it's going to be a 4-1-3, then now he would be moving to second place.
I think Tully Wiley is the real threat here.
Right.
He's only got 1 wave in, right? He's in 4th. So it's kind of fake news at this stage for Tully, because as soon as he gets his second wave, all these numbers that are required by Varun and by Dylan to move up into the lead, I think they're going to change rapidly. So long as Tully can get another wave, let's remember that. All right, he's only got second priority. 3.5 minutes.
So 3.304 last of Varun. Not enough to go into the second. Still looking for 4.0 to advance.
All right, some movement out the back. Everyone's on the hunt. They're all starting to paddle a little wider. Might be a bit of height attached to this set. Just trying to set themselves up. Tully lets it slide through. Blue down the line is Dylan. He needs a wave. So Dylan's in second, actually, so he could improve with just something better than a 3.57. So a couple of nice moves there for Dylan.
Definitely it's going to be his best score. But, this is important wave for Tully. Needing 2.504 now, but unfortunately comes unstuck. That was a little bit of mistakes.
Pressure does strange things to people. There was a bit of it involved in that ride, I reckon.
He doesn't really make mistakes in heat, but that was the first mistake I've seen from him.
He was under a bit of pressure. You know, he only needed a low number, but wow, falling. That was a good hit to kick things off here for Dylan, and that was a better hit to finish. So 2-turn combo. Dylan in second. Not sure it's going to get him into the lead, but it's probably going to feature as maybe his best score.
Right, definitely extending his lead over red and white. So Varun and Tully. He's going to be in trouble.
Was his 2 best turns, I believe, of the heat. So I think he might move up. So we're just under 2 minutes. All right, we're watching Heat 6, everybody. Replays flying around. This is Masuda's
5-0.
That's the 5, all right. He's got a 4.50. Hasn't done much since that point. He started off with these 2 rides.
And this is a 4-5 from Masuda.
Rapid fire surfing. Geez, he's quick.
Nice, quick, tight surfing.
Thanks to the Bonsai replay there. Cheers, team. 90 seconds. Tully Wiley's made a bit of a fumble. He'll know that was not the requirement. He's on the hunt again. He's out the back. He's searching hard, the big fella. He's paddling for a wave, but he's a bit too far out. He has kind of not a good priority billing in 3rd either. So Dylan's number comes in his best, a 5, so that extends.
Wow,
5-6. Best wave of the heat.
Best wave of the heat. But in 2nd place, Navarro needing 6.03. Tully Wiley needing 4.54. Pretty decent score now for the requirements for both red and white. Down to 50 seconds to go. But looks like Tully is on hunt at the point.
40 seconds, yep. It's going to have to be all or nothing right now. Finals day, Tully Wiley, he's been through this a number of times. He's featured highly throughout a lot of big QS events in his life. He's a Challenger Series campaigner, so he'll have a cool head, but 25 seconds. He's got to catch this wave, and he's got to do a couple of big blasts before he gets to the pack because he'll get the rest of the wave taken off him. So let's have a look at Tully now. Absolute crunch time for the Victorian goofy footer. He's winding up. He's going to be desperate. And he just body language. He looks super disappointed. Wow. He's going to drop out of the draw here. Varun's thrashing around. He gets his wave taken off him by Green. So Riky will win this heat. How's his English? No good?
Probably I should go to
All right,
the after area.
Looks like you're going to be doing a post-heat
Right.
interview. We've still got a couple of scores to come. Tully's won't factor in. I don't think Varun's will either. But was Tully Wiley up out the back? I don't think so. His body language looks no good. So we're going to throw to a break. We'll be back with Heat 7 in a moment. I think we've got a special guest. Dane Henry's joining us for the next chat.
That's a weird-looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth-as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need a corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is...
Absolutely cooking.
Welcome back to finals day of the Krui Pro. We are rolling straight into heat number 7. It's going to be a really stacked heat. Last year's winner, Jarvis Earl, is out there with Marlon Harrison, Macklin Flynn, and Yuji Mori. I'm True Starling, and I'm joined in the booth with Mark Clift and also a very special guest, Dane Henry. Dane, welcome to the booth.
Yeah, cheers for having me. It's going to be a pretty sick heat. Conditions are a little slow, but there's definitely some scoring opportunity for these crew. And yeah, Jarvis, Marzi, Macklin, and Yuji all looking really sick. So it's going to be pretty sick.
Yeah, it'll be an exciting heat for sure. Dane, you're supposed to be in this event, and unfortunately we didn't see you in one of your heats. So talk us through what happened there.
Yeah, just had a bit of a mishap down at Mandiri on a free surf. Did a full row, just a pretty stock standard one, and my board kind of flipped over and flew under me, and I landed my foot straight on the fin and ended up on my right foot.
Oh, yeah, still taped up.
Yeah, still taped up. Ended up getting about 10 stitches and, out for Krui and Nias, but I'll be charging home and be back for South Korea.
Bring it on. We're excited. And Mark, you were watching that last heat. What was going on there? It looked like
it was
a
little slow. Yeah, it was really slow. Masuda burst out of the blocks with a 4.5 and a 5, so no big numbers really, but it held him in good stead in a pretty sleepy matchup. Tully had his opportunities, but fell on a wave that could have extracted the number. The young fella, Dylan Wilcoxon, out of the Mets, I like him a lot. He got the best wave right in the back end of that heat for a 5-6 and advancing through to the quarters. So, Dane, how much does it hurt sitting on the sidelines watching when you needed to have the jersey on and be contending here on finals day?
Yeah, it's obviously a bit of a shock to the system with all the preparation that I've been doing with my coach and all the crew. Just surfing the comp bank with a million people out every morning in Arvo, but it's just one of those things where you got to just reset and then charge on back home, and yeah, just makes me even hungrier for the next few QSs.
Yeah, this is Yuji Mori up on his first wave. That was a nice first turn for Yuji. Drives through that second one. It looks like it might be even a bigger wave that we've seen through this morning. Gets that last connection. He's just going to keep rolling through it. Yuji's been looking on fire throughout this whole event. Jarvis Earl out the back mark.
Yeah, look, Jarvis, experienced campaigner, defending champ. He's just brilliant at just about every wave he catches. He's such a fierce competitor. He's always well measured. He always looks like he's going for it. He's got a hammer of a section at the end here, and it doesn't surprise me one bit. He completes his first wave. In the big scheme of things, Dane, how much do you like what Jarvis brings to contest surfing?
Yeah, Jarvis, he's next level. He hasn't quite shown what he's kind of capable of on the Challenger yet, but his QS campaigns have been outstanding the last couple of years, especially out at Krui, and I'm sure that'll follow really quickly onto the Challenger in the next year. I reckon this year will have definitely a sick standout year, and I think he's looking really good for Krui in these little kind of junky conditions on this left. He's just so sharp and so fast, and yeah, it's pretty hard to fault the surfing that he's doing out here.
All right, what did you like about this wave, Dane?
Yeah, Yuji, this was a sick wave. This is probably one of the biggest waves of the morning, and nice flow between all turns. Smashes it there. That was pretty sick, and then straight up into another one. Really good first wave. That'll get a nice score on the board and, kind of get the heat rolling.
All right, and Jarvis again, just True, what did you like?
Yeah, Jarvis just showing us what Jarvis does really on this wave. That was a really critical snap in such a important section for Jarvis, and the patience here just shows, how in tune he is with this wave and getting that turn to finish. Yeah, I feel like, as Dane said, he does so well in these events. He looks really comfortable out here as well, so I'm excited to see how far he can go in finals day. But someone who's just made it into the quarterfinals is Riky Masuda. We're going to hear from him. He's with Daiwako.
いよいよクォーターファイナルへと進出を果たしましたが、かなりドキドキしたようなヒートだったと思います。ヒート振り返ってみてどうですか？
そうですね、波がすごいスローだったので、最初に5点と4点出せてよかったなと思います。
He's super happy with he was he could got up 2 waves in the early stage and that put him into the first, and now he's advancing to the quarterfinals. いよいよクォーターファイナルですが、今のお気持ちどうですか？
そうですね、緊張せずに自分のサーフィン出せるように頑張っていきたいと思います。最後にメッセージの方お願いします。次も勝ちますんで応援よろしくお願いします。頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。Back to you guys.
Thanks, Di, and thank you,
Nice one.
Riky. Riky's, he's such an incredible surfer, and I'm excited to see him into the quarterfinals. Yuji Mori, his first wave is 6.73. First of Jarvis Earl, that's 6.67. We also saw Macklin Flynn get a wave, and I know you're staying with him, right, Dano?
Yeah, Macklin's he's like my brother from another mother. He always does about a couple of months at home over east when the QSs are on, and yeah, we're staying together down at Mandiri Beach Club, and he's been surfing really well. Been super itching to get in the Rashi. Like he was saying to me yesterday, he's on finals day and he's just got through one heat, so he's pretty stoked, and I know he was super excited for this heat.
Well, he's a frother. We know that. He surfs a lot. He's out of a big clan of Flynns. That there's a lot of goodness in that family. He always mentions to me every time I see him that when he's over east, he goes and stays with Dane Henry, and he's a good friend of yours, a West Sider. So I'm sure the crew at Surfing WA have got the tally on there at the office down there at Trig Beach. If you have, woohoo, Macklin. All right, I'm going to boost out, and we're going to bring him back in Daiwako. But it was good fun having a chat with you, Dane, and all the best for the rest of the year, brother.
Cheers, Bunga.
Well, this is that first wave of Macklin Flynn, a 4.83, and it was a nice first turn connection. Getting that second turn in as well, but maybe just the wave size lacking a little bit, Dane.
Yeah, just caught behind on that little end bit. Sure, it'll be not too rattled on that first one. 4.83. It's a nice little start. Obviously, Yuji and Jarvis are in the sixes, in their six range, so they'll probably be waiting for another pretty big score, and they don't really have too much pressure on them. But obviously, we can see Marzi hasn't opened the account yet. He'll be looking for a big score straight up.
Yeah, for sure. And welcoming back in the booth, Daiwako. Good morning.
Good morning.
Marlon Harrison up. Oh, that was so hectic, that fall there for Marzi. Yesterday we saw him surf a heat. Dane, I don't know if you saw it or not. I'm sure, I don't know if you've been watching the surfing. Might be a bit bittersweet for you, but he didn't really make too many mistakes like that.
Yeah, no, I think I watched a few of Marzi's waves yesterday. I was kind of tuning into the last little bracket because that's the heats that I was in. But yeah, Marzi was looking super sharp yesterday. He, just like Jarvis, he's always looking really sharp over here in Krui. His back end's pretty much faultless most of the time. He just had a little catch up on that one, but I think that was more of a wave kind of bumble. But yeah, Marzi will be looking to kind of come back from that wave with a stonker, I reckon.
Yeah, he got a third here last year, bowing out to Taj Stokes, who ended up getting second. Marzi's going to have another look at this one. It's a smaller wave. Hopefully it grows for him. Nice first turn connection. Gets a second one in. It starts to steepen up and unfortunately goes down once again for Mars. But Di, you were over up there in the athlete area.
Right.
What are the competitors saying about the conditions out there today?
Well, really tricky out there. A lot of bumps, but here is Flynn's up and riding on a bigger size waves, but just unfortunately just one big turn and closing out on him. But yeah, a lot of bumps, tricky condition out there. Some people saying that they can't really see the lineup at the back, so trying to sit down the line more. And probably inside ones are a bit better than what you can get up the point. Yeah, it seems like that. I mean, we saw that with Roy Kanazawa. He got an 8 in the last minute of his heat, and it was just a really good size wave. It was a bit of a grower. It was really good to watch. It's going to be an exciting heat. Macklin, a 4.83 and a 2.73. Yuji Mori, his first wave is still the best wave of the heat, a 6.73. 6.67 for Jarvis, and Mars with a 2.5 and a 0.93. And Dan, you were mentioning before, how Jarvis hasn't really shown his full potential in the Challenger Series just yet. You got to surf in the Challenger Series at Newcastle after winning the trials there. Does it feel like a bit of a difference in the way you have to perform between the QS and the Challenger Series?
I feel like for me getting into the Newcastle one, it kind of felt like another QS for me. Just with obviously all the guys in the Challenger, you follow them, practically all of them on Instagram, and you see them surf and you know how they surf, and just having a QS kind of so close to a Challenger so close to home, it's pretty much feels like a big QS, but just with you got that extra pressure of performing higher because everyone's going to be going bigger and there's going to be bigger scores. But yeah, it kind of felt like just a big QS at home. Yeah.
I'm sure that you've had lots of junior events over at Newcastle.
Yeah.
There's so many there, especially at Merriweather. It's I feel like we see with the Challenger Series surfers like a bit of a difference between how they approach heats and when they come back onto the QS. And you kind of can tell that surfing's a little bit, there's just a little bit more finesse, or it's just a little bit more polished as opposed to the QS surfers. And I feel like after a couple of events on the CS, it just seems to be like that with some of those surfers. Do you think so, or are you just like you're always polished though, Dane? I mean, really.
I think definitely everyone since the Challengers kind of come to life, and we've had a few years of it now. Crew rookies going onto the Challenger, they I think they kind of use the first year for most of them as a bit of the first year or two as a bit of a welcome year, get settled, just kind of know the lineups for the next year. And that's kind of been my plan once I get past this QS, kind of have the first year on the Challenger to just sort everything out, get the ball rolling. And yeah, I think that's what Jarvis and we saw Joel Vaughan has done that. Some of the best, or actually all of the best Australian surfers, they all have that year buffer on tour or on the Challenger where they're kind of just getting their feet in place and kind of knowing their place in the lineup and in the comp. So yeah, I think that first couple of years is pretty crucial just to suss it all out. And it kind of sets you up for the next few years on the Challenger, or if you just charge on straight to the tour, it'll definitely set you up for that too.
Yeah, for sure. It's an exciting dynamic. And this is Marzi getting third here last year. He's looking to make a quarterfinals berth. Needs to get a good wave on the board here. Couple of nice turns. This one starts to stand up as he absolutely belts it. That's a better looking turn for Marlon, and getting the completion. He's looking fired up right now.
That was a solid finish turn from Marzi. He made a couple of mistakes on the first wave and the second wave, but now he's back in the game. Nice fourth section. Nothing major out the back, but this is where the wave just stands up for him and gets a huge finish. 3 fins out. That's a beautiful surfing from Marzi.
Yeah, just tidying up those completions. Such an important thing on days like today. This is Macklin Flynn. Dane's traveling and staying with him. Dane, do you feel the nerves? I mean, just a bit of a fumble on that first turn. He gets out. Do you feel the nerves for the people that you're staying with, or you just go with it?
It's kind of it's been a different one for me because I've been kind of locked in my room and not really been able to move, but definitely feel the nerves for Macklin. Like, we've been traveling together in the Duff camp with Adam Duffner, our coach, and Duff's he's a very emotional person when it comes to heats, and you can definitely feel it in the camp. And it's sick though. It kind of fires everyone up, and it definitely fires me up just watching my best mate do some great surfing like his heat before. So hopefully he can put a couple of good scores together in this heat and really compete with Yuji and Jarvi and Marzi after this next score drops.
Yeah. Though the camera definitely gets put on mute after Duffy's done with it, for sure. You feel the emotions, and he's such an incredible coach to work with. So no surprises there. But that score for Marlon locks in at a 4.9. It's his best score of this heat so far. Doesn't need much to get to first, but it's a 6.73 of Yuji and the 6.67 of Jarvis Earl that is really going to test the waters for Macklin and Marlon. And I mean, I actually don't know too much about Yuji Mori. Was he in this event last year?
Yeah. He was in Krui, Nias, and all the Philippines and Taiwan as well. He's a really great competitor, really strong, and he's got a really a good style of surfing, and he does make signature movie in doing a screening all over the Japan. But this is Jarvis up and riding. Try to get a second wave to back up the 6.67, but this is a great wave, solid finish.
That's going to be a big score.
そしてこちらが森選手、2本目のライディングになります。さあ、ここ大きなフローターをしますが、少し早かったか。That was really unfortunate for Yuji. Not able to ride out of that one.
That was a tough landing. Talk me through this one, Dane.
Yeah, we got Marlon Harrison up and riding. That was a really nice first turn. Looks like he could have a sick little inside track and gets a little caught up, but he'll ride out of that thing and get a little score on the board. That'll probably put him up into second. We'll have to see what Jarvis gets, because Jarvis surfed that wave really nice. You can see the game plan kind of working off for Jarvis getting a bigger wave, and even Yuji, even though he fell on that last one, got a 0.8. That was a bigger wave, and you can really see the game plans starting to work in this last 10 minutes.
Yeah, for sure. This is that replay of Jarvis. I mean, wow, this was critical surfing. These 3 turns were pretty sharp, Dane.
Yeah, that first turn was sick. Last turn was sick. That mid turn was just, little setup for the last turn, and yeah, he finished that. That's going to be a great score, and that'll probably put him in the lead.
Yeah, for sure. He's such a seasoned campaigner here for Jarvis Earl and on the QS as well. I'm excited to see what he can do in the Challenger Series after that first event in Newcastle. And with 8.5 minutes to go, I mean, anything can happen. There's been so many heats throughout this event where we've seen those buzzer beaters, and it's just been like, I don't know about you, Di, but watching the heats and seeing the buzzer beater moments, my heart starts racing.
Yeah.
Like, wow, you want the person to get the score, but then you're like, I also don't want you to knock out this one. And, only 2 people get through. We've got 4-person heats all day. So I feel like we're going to see some more dramatic finishes. And this last wave of Mars is going to lock in at a pretty good score, I think. That was a nice connection. Does get a little bit hung up, but it'll better that 2.5 that he has, and he's just slowly increasing his scoreline. But you can see the difference, Dane, as you mentioned, in the heat strategies by getting those bigger waves. It's really, really shining through right now.
Yeah, there you go. Jarvis, just his last one dropped in at a 7.5. That's his second wave, and he's got the 2 of the best scores apart from Yuji's first score. He's got 2 of the best scores of the heat, and you can see Macklin and Marlon are catching a few more waves. It's kind of in a heat, it kind of comes down to that if you get a really good score to start with. And here's Jarvis having a look, little stuck behind on this first section, but he'll be looking for this big inside track. Might see a punt here. Ooh, he definitely wanted it. He definitely wanted it.
Right.
Here we go. We've got Macklin up and riding. Di, take us through this one.
Well, this is very important wave for Macklin. Needing 5.84 up. Unable to, finishing the turn. But here is Jarvis up and riding again. Like you mentioned, he went for it. Well, couldn't really ride out of it though.
Yeah, that was unlucky for Jarvis and also for Macklin. There was one really strong first turn. That second turn just getting a little bit late to that section there, unfortunately. So he needs to regroup. He's chasing a 5.84 now because that last wave of Mars was a 5.77. So he jumps up into second. But it's Yuchi Mori who holds priority, only needing a 3.94. Marlon takes off a little bit too late on that one, unfortunately. And Macklin gets the ends of it. He is looking for that 5.84, as we mentioned, and that's a better looking combo there for Macklin. Hopefully this wave offers a really good end section. It's starting to wall up. Once again, tags it there, but coming unstuck. Wow, that was really unlucky for Macklin. Are you seeing any nerves there?
Yeah, you never know with Macklin. He's a pretty not shy, but he's very emotionally, away. So you never really know. And but I think that was a little bit of nerves. He's usually making those turns, those fin blows, pretty consistently. So yeah, those couple of big scores that Jarvis and Yuji have, those are definitely kind of probably playing into the mindset. And Marzi with that 5.7 and the 4.9, it's not super comfy, but he's definitely kind of brought it back after that kind of slow start with not too many good ones to start with. And yeah, it's looking really tight. We could see a pretty sick finish on this heat, I reckon. Yeah.
You surfed heaps of heats as well. These last 5 minutes we all know are super crucial. If he's sitting in we'll get back to that. This is that last wave of Jarvis, actually. This is a 7.5. I mean, this was pretty sharp. Gets that set up to that last turn. That was a really solid connection for Jarvis. He's just looking really in tune and kind of a gear above everyone so far in this heat, just being on those better waves. But yeah, these last 5 minutes are so crucial. If you're Marzi right now, he's in second, but it's just not quite safe. What are you doing?
Yeah, Marzi, he's got second priority as well. So Yuji's holding the second biggest score of the heat, only needing a 3.9. So if I'm in Marzi's position, I'm probably trying to apply as much pressure and try and sell him on one. And here we go. Yuji lets Marzi get this one.
Marzi's... Wow, this is looking good way for Marzi. just trying to get rid of the 490 to push more pressure to, white and green. But this wave, smaller size, but still started to step up. Unfortunately, a little hang up there. Here's Jarvis up and riding again, just waiting for the section to stand up. Ooh, he was kind of...
He's wanting it.
Yeah.
He's hunting for it. That's for sure.
Was.
Wow, well, Macklin Flynn looks like he's going to have a good look at this one. Picks it up under the priority of Yuji, but just a quick in and out. Dai, you've watched Yuji surf a lot of heats. I'm sure that you know him pretty well as a competitor. Does he, what is he thinking right now? Does he get a little bit rattled in these tense moments?
No, I think he's staying composed, just trying to, making sure that he gets the right ones to score 3.94. Probably he's not really looking for 3.94, trying to get like a mid-fives so that, put more pressure to the surface. So he's just be selective.
Yeah. Yeah, and he still has the time. I mean, 3 minutes. It doesn't seem like it's a very big paddle out. To get back out there. Of course, the conditions have changed a fair bit since yesterday, but he's in a really good spot, holding that first priority. It looks like he might have seen something. He's kind of thinking about it, and he's like, yeah, I don't want this one die.
Tense moment for me, actually.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, I know him really well, so I'm just kind of, probably I have nervous moment. He doesn't have one though.
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, he's fine.
He's fine out there. I mean, we saw Dane, you were getting a little bit nervous on Macklin's wave too. It's those moments where you tense up for them. You're like, just give me all that energy and I'll just give it to me. I'll hold on to it so you can just surf free.
Yeah, for sure.
Is that, I'm sure that you've surfed many heats with Jarvis, Marlon, Macklin, and probably Yuji as well. Is it hard surfing against your friends?
I love it. Like, whenever I have Macklin in a heat, here we go. Macklin's up and riding on this thing, needing a 5.8. One pretty nice turn, a little hung up. If it gives him an inside track, he might be able to maybe launch something. I know he was talking about it earlier. I think he wants it. Big. Wow, there we go. Macklin, yeah. Nice full row there. That's something different that we've seen. Obviously, Jarvis went for one earlier, but yeah, that's actually not too out of the blue for Macklin there. He did a couple of them last year at Taiwan to get him through the heat, and this was sick. That first turn he got a little caught up, so he's probably thinking on this middle section he's got to go pretty hard on this end section, and gave him a perfect little racetrack for a little full row. Here we go, line up.
That was
stomped it. Perfect.
How's a staunch? He's looking back. A 5.84 is a requirement for Macklin Flynn. Wow. So we'll see. I mean, yeah, as you said, he made some heats over in Taiwan. He was just, progressing through so many. And that was actually probably one of the first that we've seen throughout this event. We haven't seen too many people go to the air. So hopefully it's a telltale sign for the rest of the day. But right now, with 35 seconds to go, Yuji Mori needs a score, 3.94. It's not a big one. And there's plenty of opportunities that he probably could have pulled the trigger on Dai.
Well, he's just been selective. Maybe he was just looking for the wave. Not 3.94, probably mid-fives. But just down to 10 seconds remaining, and we haven't heard from the last of white as well. That's going to be a really crucial number.
Yeah.
So Yuji needs one wave.
Wow. Looks like maybe Yuji not getting the opportunity. We're still waiting on this score of Macklin Flynn, so we'll stick with it. Dane, unfortunately, you're injured. We're not going to see you in NIAS, but hopefully back for Korea. What's the plans for the rest of the year?
Yeah, just kind of lock into some training when I'm back at home with the Surfing Australia crew and Jared from JDT Training. Yeah, just kind of get all sorted and get the boards dialed and just watch a bunch of heats at NIAS, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, it's better to do that from home for sure while you can rest and recover. We're still waiting on this score of Macklin though. Wow, what nervous moments for Macklin. Chasing that 5.84. First thoughts, Dai. What do you think?
He gets it.
You think he gets it, Dane?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'll be interesting to see where they go with it because obviously it wasn't a massive punt, but super technical, really in a clutch situation or full rotation all the way around. Like
pretty clean landing.
Yeah, definitely a lot of things could have gone wrong, and Macklin just clutched up and made it right. You know, here we go. There's another replay on it. Never mind.
It's I want this camera on Duffy right now.
Yeah, that would be sick. Coach Cam would be mental right now.
He was probably be freaking out over there. I mean, he's yeah, I can literally imagine everything he's saying. He's probably wigging, but a 5.84 for Macklin. It's definitely right there. He's still waiting on that score. You can see he's trying to hear it. It's starting to lock in.
Wow.
It's a 5.9. Macklin Flynn goes to second place. Unfortunately, Marlon Harrison in third, Eugene Murray in fourth, but it's Jarvis Earl that was shining in that heat. Dane, thank you so much for coming in for a chat. It's been good to have a conversation with you and hear about what's going on in your world. And we'll let you get back to supporting Macklin and probably go give him a big hug.
Yeah, give him a big dap up. That was sick. Thanks heaps for having me, guys. It was mental.
Yeah, no worries. Well, don't go anywhere. We have heat number 8 coming right up after this. We'll be right back after this quick break.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsoy almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
Okay, we are back for heat number 8 of the men's round of 32. Saxon Reba out there against Lennox Smith, Jay Brown, and Sol Grundling. Wow, this is going to be a tough heat. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with Giada Legati. And Giada, we've had some exciting heats this morning already. Lennox Smith, he is up and into this one. Nice first turn. Gets that second one in as well and a completion. There's been lots happening this morning.
All right, so I'm pretty excited. Give me a little bit of a lowdown of what went down.
Yeah, well, that last heat was huge. Macklin Flynn just stomping a full backhand air road pretty much in the last 30 seconds and getting the score that he needed to get to second place, unfortunately knocking out Marlon Harrison and Eugene Murray. But then we also saw some, real hectic heats where we saw... oh my gosh, Tully Wiley getting knocked out. That was huge.
Yeah, that's a big name getting knocked out, especially someone that, you're used to seeing in the quarters, semis, and finals here.
Yeah, I know. For Tully, I'm sure that would have been a big blow. We saw Xavier Huxtable and Roy Kanazawa get through in that first heat of the morning. It was, it's been super exciting. We've had lots of wave surfed actually within these heats as well. So conditions have obviously changed a little bit, but there's still some good ones coming through.
All right, so this is the first of Sol Grundling. Nice first turn. Looking like he doesn't get around that section. Right behind him, Jay Brown. Big first gouge there. Sets it up for that second one. Really pushes the tail. This wave going a little foamy there. Not too much happening on the inside, but I think he finished it off pretty nicely. So for now, looking like the best wave of the heat. Lennox Smith now just gets around this first section. I think he got a turn in here. That was really, really nicely done from Lennox Smith. Ooh, so okay. I think it's between Jay Brown and Lennox Smith on that last exchange. Two really nicely surfed waves. But I saw that Dane Henry was in the booth with you guys for the last heat. So give me a little bit of insight there.
Yeah, Dane is from... He surfs for Kingscliff Board Riders, living in Fingal on the Tweed coast of Northern Rivers in New South Wales. He's such a legend. I trains with Adam Dufner, who I used to train with as well when I was competing, and he's just such an awesome human. Unfortunately, he had a bit of a stack out in the surf, landing on his fins, and had to get 10 stitches in the bottom of his foot. So Yeah, that was a real blow for Dane, having to pull out of Krui and also Nias, and needs to head home, recover, and get back for Korea, hopefully, for that QS 6000. He's got his sights set on Challenger Series qualification for sure. It's, we've been saying it all week. It's not a matter of if, but when for Dane, in my opinion. He's such an incredible surfer. He really has that wow factor. And it's exciting to watch. And someone that also has that is Sol. He's up on this one. Nice first turn. Gets that second connection. Wow, that was a pretty crucial section. And then Saxon Reba driving through a nice opening carve for Saxon. He has the score to lock in here. Wow, just lays into it there and creates a bit of variety as he goes up and over that section. And that was unfortunate for Saxon. Would have been nice to really tie the bow and complete that one strong, but still a good score nonetheless. Jay Brown locks in a 5-5 for his first wave. Scores to lock in also for Sol, Saxon, and Lennox. I saw Lennox before. He had a puppy that was just following.
I saw that.
Did you see that? I was like, wow, this is super cute for Lennox. So I know that he's feeling the good juju. And someone else who's doing really well, he's looking like, he's in form in finals day through to the quarterfinals, is Jarvis Earl. He's going to have a chat with Daiwako.
Definitely big change in the condition, a little bit of bump, but still there's plenty of opportunities. But how was it out there?
Yeah, it was definitely a lot trickier than yesterday. Yesterday was pretty perfect, but still fun. Like, it's a left point and nice crumbly onshore, which makes it rippable, so can't complain.
You had a good start. You got a 6 in an early stage, but it took a little while to get second one. So what was, going through your head in between the two rides?
Yeah, I don't know. It was definitely more of like a strategic heat. I kind of just sat and picked 2 good ones and just surfed and did some nice turns. And hopefully in the next one I get a bit more opportunity and can try some airs and stuff. Yeah.
Well, definitely after the second wave, you were just aiming for the air.
Yeah, I was pretty keen to get an air section, but unfortunately didn't make one. But I'd love to do one in the next heat.
Well, definitely you'll be surfing a couple more heats to the final, but are you going back to the room and just have a rest?
Yeah, I'm going to go chill in the aircon, drink some water, have some breakfast, and then get back out there. I'm looking forward to it.
All right, good luck in the next round. See you soon. Thanks. Cheers.
Thank you, Di, and thank you, Jarvis. Jarvis, last year's winner, he's looking pretty in form right now.
I mean, he looks in form every year. And
yes.
I swear he just gets better and better. It's so rare to see him lose a heat.
Yeah, it really is. He's standing out in these QS events. This is a 4.33, I think, for Saxon Reba. He also has a 4.47. So pair of 4s locked in for Saxon. Sol's locked in a 4.17 for his last wave and a 3.67. But Lennox Smith and Jay Brown getting the better of it. Lennox at 6.17 and Jay getting that 5.5. Giada, it's one of those days where, sixes, we're back at it, 6s, 8s, and they're hard to get.
Yeah, that's right. And we saw him only do 2 turns on that wave of the 6.17. So it just shows the quality of turns he's doing out there. And yeah, we've had a huge change in conditions. It's looking like it's a little side onshore. It's more of a side cross shore, sorry. But, compared to what we're used to seeing out here, it's like that perfect Indo setup. This is the replay of the 6.17 from Lennox Smith. So it gets around that first section, upside down there, and straight away into the second one. So really, really good surfing from Lennox Smith.
Yeah, he's another one of those competitors that, he's looking in form. Seems really calm prior to going into his heat. Seeing him grab his rashi, he's just like, yeah, it's all good. And I'm just grabbing my rashi and got this dog and, life's good. And I'm like, wow, you seem like you're in a really calm space. And now I'm thinking that that's lethal. Like, I don't think that's good for anyone except Lennox. But Jay Brown, he's been making heats in this round. I know he's stoked to be surfing a left, gets that first connection, but coming unstuck for Jay Brown. That was so hectic for Jay. That would have been, it might be the 2, 3, 4 to get him into second, but Lennox having a look.
Yep. So looking like it's doubling up a little bit there. So good first turn from Lennox Smith. He gets around this section and he floats this one down. Wow, that was huge.
That was massive.
Yeah. Lennox Smith, you're right, looking really deadly. And I totally agree with you. He was super calm. He picked up his Rashi, checking out his dog, walked down. And that's when people really start to pass heats and win events, when they just have no worries in the world.
Yeah, he's in that flow zone, right? Yeah. He's just like, yeah, this is all good. Let's have a look at this replay for this last wave of Lennox Smith. Really nice first turn. It's this second one that is so critical. Wow, he just airdrops down. We've seen about 5% of people make those. That's been like the craziest section to do that on. So big scores to come.
Yeah, he kind of reminds me of Andy Iris in that second turn. It was a really, really cool style. I haven't seen many floaters, and we don't see them much nowadays. Actually, it's all about the air and like getting big airs down. So it's cool to see him mix it up a little bit.
Yeah, it's a 5-1-7 for Lennox Smith. So he goes straight up into first with that 6-1-7 and a 5-1-7. Saxon Reba holding second. Saxon from the Northern Beaches of Sydney, part of that Northern Beaches program, as well as Sol Grunling from Freshie. So Saxon and Sol, they're teammates, and we've seen them throughout this whole event. They've been progressing through lots of heats. Lennox, once again, up and riding, nice first turn. It's a smaller wave, but he's just getting a bit of work done, staying busy. And even in that last heat, we saw Jarvis do the same thing. He was staying busy under priority, and you could tell that he was looking for that air section. He just didn't quite find one.
Yeah, and it's days like this when it's not so much of that Indo perfection that you might want to stay busy, because you could get a little wedge on the inside that could just stand up for you. So this is the replay again of the 6-1-7, the best score of this heat for now. Gets around that foam, big first turn into the second one. Really, really well done. We're going to throw some replays now. This, I think, is his 5-1-7. Wraps it around there, and this float, I love this. Oh, beautiful.
Wow, that was a fairway down for Lennox, and he just stomps it. He's from Barrack Point, which is south coast of New South Wales, and he's battled those cold winters down there for sure. It's kind of Wollongong area. It's cold down there. Not a fan, but he loves it.
Surprisingly, I've been to Wollongong.
Really?
Yeah.
What for?
I don't even remember anymore. It was a really long time ago, but I was there, yeah. And
for an event?
No, not even for an event. I really don't remember why I was there. It was for a surf trip for sure, but there was a specific reason that I was there. I know Summer Longbottom, then the Longbottoms are from there. And me and Summer were super close when she was living here in Bali with the family. So I'm sure it was connected to that for some reason. But actually, no, sorry. There was a Pro Junior close by.
Yes.
So I was there for the Pro Junior, and then
probably in Kiama or something like that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was probably in Kiama. But I had so much fun. I surfed this long right point break that I don't remember the name right now.
Sandon Point?
Sandon Point. Yeah.
I love that place.
It was so much fun, but it was cold.
Yeah.
And coming from Indo, I was like not used to the wetsuit. I was like, why am I really out here right now? Like my hands are cold. I can't feel my feet.
Yeah.
So, but it was an incredible spot. I had so much fun out there. So yeah, I went to the Wollongong.
Yeah. I love that.
The gong.
Yeah. The gong. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. It's gets pretty cold down there. There's actually quite a few surfers in this draw that are from the Wollongong area. So it's nice to see a lot of surfers from the south coast of New South Wales representing. So Lennox out in front with this one, and Jay Brown, he has that 5.5. It's the second best wave of the heat from Cronulla. He needs a 3.3 to move up into second place with just over 11 minutes. It's gone a little bit quiet. The ocean is just having a little breather, and it's changed a lot since yesterday, Giada. It's not those perfect waves that we're seeing, but there's still some good opportunities.
Yeah, so definitely I think the storm from yesterday just affecting the lineup a little bit right now. It's been a really weird season here in Indo. We're supposed to be seeing sunny skies and strong trade winds, like winds straight from southeast. But it's just been so strange. It's still raining even in Bali, so I'm not sure how this season's going to pan out, but hopefully from NIAS, we're going to start seeing a bit more of that Indo perfection that we know.
Yeah.
But
Well,
yeah.
it has a lot to live up to from last year.
Yeah, I know. I think last year was, for me personally, the best QS I've ever seen.
Wow.
That was, yeah. I mean, it's not, you hear in the CT getting a perfect heat, but not so much on a QS. And Xavier Huxtable last year getting those 210s. So I think you're right. It has a lot to live up to.
Yeah.
It's looking like maybe on finals day we might have a solid day of swell, but it's still kind of far away to say it.
Yeah, just a little too far to tell. We'll be heading over there tomorrow, actually. We're finishing here
tonight.
Yeah.
So a 6-hour drive from here to the airport. We've got 3 flights and then a 3-hour drive from Sorake. Sorry, from wow, I am blanking right now. But yeah. Gunung Sitoli to Sorake is another 3-hour drive. So it's going to be a full day of travel tomorrow. And most of these athletes will be doing that as well, just showing how, the grind is.
Yes.
and a couple days there to recover and then straight back into the NIAS Pro.
Yeah. And will we see Giada Lagarde and Arashi over there?
I think you will.
Whoa, look out. Very exciting. Yeah, it's I'm really looking forward to getting over to NIAS, and I'm a natural footer. I mean, I love going left, but hopefully I can get a few waves out there. Fingers crossed amongst the crowd. It's going to be pretty hectic, all on that one peak. But yeah, it's so great to have these back-to-back events. And it's been an amazing week. I feel like every day is just, there's been at least 2 or 3, maybe even more, like incredible moments throughout the days. So yeah, I'm excited to see where finals day ends. But we are going to be right back. There's a bit of a break in the action. So we're going to show you highlights day from day 6.
Hi everyone, it's day 6 here at the Krui Pro in South Sumatra. We are still on hold with QS competition, but we've got big crowds here and the surfers wanted to go out, so we've called on an expression session. There's a couple million rupiah up for grabs for the top performing male and the top performing female. It's going to be live on YouTube. Check it out, heaps of fun, or get down here to Tanjung Sedia Beach.
And we are back. It is heat number 8 of the men's round of 32. And yeah, that was day 6 highlights. We had the expression session. And, that was an exciting day. We actually only ran that one heat, which was pretty crazy. But, we had some amazing surfing, and we also saw, I think it was Danny Widianto and Safi Betty take out the expression session and win back their entry fee.
Yeah, it was super fun, and it was great to see everyone just kind of let loose in that expression session and just kind of bust out different turns. And you see, like, it was a heat, but, it's the biggest turns and the biggest airs that win. So it was exciting.
Yeah, it was. It's definitely one of those moments where, you see the surfers be a little bit freer out there. They just, don't really have much to lose. So it was super cool to see them all going for it. And it's heat number 8 right now. We have just about 6 minutes to go, and it's Lennox. He's in the lead with that 6.17 and a 5.17. Saxon Reba has that 4.47 and a 4.33, but Seoul needs a 4.63 and Jay needs a 3.3. We saw Seoul actually have a buzzer beater finish a little bit earlier in the event. He's looking really good. He's surfing well, so hopefully we can see him, get another opportunity to try and get that 4.63.
If I'm not wrong, I think Seoul has had a couple buzzer beaters in this event.
Really?
He's had a few last minute finishes. So hopefully, I think he's hoping to get another one. Well, yeah, get another one here with just over 5 minutes remaining. He needs a 4.63. It's been pretty quiet for at least 5 minutes. We haven't seen it for another ride.
Yeah, there's not been a whole lot going on. Everyone's just sitting patiently. Seoul holds first priority right now, which is huge for him. He's got that in his favor. Saxon with second priority. Jay Brown was having a look at that wave. He's up and riding here. Needs a 3.3. Getting this one under priority. We saw him do the same thing yesterday and progress through the heat. Needs to finish this one off. He does. So that was a well-served wave for Jay Brown. I feel like it could be the score to move up into second place with 4.5 minutes to go. We also have the quarterfinals coming up next for the women. Yang Suchi is going to take on Leilani McGonagle, Freya Prum, and Kana Nakashio, which is, wow, that's a crazy heat to start the quarters.
Yeah, there are some stacked heats. And I know you've been staying with Leilani. And what's a bit of insight? Like, how's she feeling? What's going on?
Yeah, I think she's feeling really good. She's happy to be back in the Rashi, competing over here. She loves this place. She's a previous winner here. So this morning she woke up and she was like, I'm ready to go. Like, let's go on finals day, and I feel like, she's been really wanting to just make heats in this event and, see what she can do. I think she wants to go back to back, and I haven't really seen her get into that, like, I call it the scary zone. Like, she goes into this real scary zone where I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't want to be near you because you're scaring me a little bit. This full Latina moment where she's just like locks in. So I haven't seen her do that quite yet, but hopefully today we'll see her do that. Even then she has a really big heat. Yang Suchi she dropped an 8.17 yesterday, which was huge. Kana's locked in big scores. And so is Freya, but this replay of this last wave with Jay Brown, it was a 3.67, goes to second.
Yep, so smart surfing here from Jay. He needed a small score to go into that advancing position, and he didn't want to reach that last minute and still be looking for it. So I think that was pretty well surfed from Jay. Right now, Seoul Grundling, good first opening turn. He needs to finish this one off. Needs a 5.01, so that's a pretty decent score. Today, that feels like a 7.
Yeah, it definitely does. And it's a big score, but I feel like there is definitely the opportunities for these waves to come through. I just think he needs to go a little bit bigger to just not give the judges an option to not give him the score. Like, if he can do it, it just needs to be, that is definitely the score, not a question mark. And Saxon, he needs a 4.71. He's flying down the line. Just that one turn so far. Needs to go big here. Gets that second turn combination. It was a long wave so far, but only 2 turns. Goes up and into that one as well. So Saxon was also needing a score. What do you think?
I mean, he surfed that wave really well. I just feel like there was a large part of that wave where he could have maybe done a check turn or taken a little bit more advantage of it. Yeah, I think if he needs that 4.71, he could have maybe done a little bit more.
Yeah,
it was really, really well done though. Those 2 or 3 turns he did do were incredible. But that section where he was just kind of going down the line, I feel like he could have done a check turn or 2.
Yeah, it's those question mark moments that, you can't be leaving at on days like finals day. Seoul getting the completion, and then this last one of Saxon's.
This is the part I'm talking about. I feel like here he could have, there's a couple sections there that maybe he could have done a little bit more on, but maybe he was just eyeing down this one there. So I'm not too sure. It's a hard day out there. It's not easy. but the judges on finals day will be putting the bar really high.
Yeah, this is live action as well. Jay Brown, he's moved into third. He needs a 4.1. Oh, strong turn for Jay. Driving through another connection with 50 seconds to go. Wow, the last 5 minutes of this heat has really flown by. Lennox Smith gets a big end turn as well. So lots of scores to lock in. Lennox gets a wave. Jay gets a wave. Saxon Reba gets a wave. Sol now gets a wave within the last 30 seconds. His last was a 5.43. Saxon needs 5.14 now. I don't know if that's going to be the score. We'll see. But Sol needs to go big here to defend second with 15 seconds to go. This wave just breaking a little bit wide. And wow, scores for everyone to come through.
Yeah, so one of those crazy last 30 seconds of this heat. All 4 surfers are waiting for scores now. Lennox Smith catch another one. He's pretty comfortable in the lead. I don't think anyone did anything to really affect his first position, but it is all eyes now on Sol, Jay, and Saxon. They're waiting for scores to come through. And I would love to see some of those replays. There was so much happening in that heat that it's going to be a tough finish.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to digest that one. There was so many waves and yeah, lots to go through for the judges, I think. I mean, Lennox has a few scores, Sol has a score, Jay has what seems to be a pretty good score to lock in as well. So we'll see. This is pretty important. This last wave of Jay Brown is going to be a big score. Hopefully we can get the replays of that in as well. Saxon Reba's last wave was a 5, so it was not enough. Unfortunately, Saxon won't be progressing through this heat. It's Jay Brown's last wave and Sol's last wave as well. This is a few of Lennox. He's already in the lead though.
Wow, that's a good looking wave here and great finishing here from Lennox Smith. He's pretty comfortable out in first. He is probably going to stay there. The last of Jay Brown comes in at a 5.20, so he goes straight to second. We're now waiting for the last of Sol Grundling. A 5.28 is his requirement. What do you think?
I don't know. I mean, I think maybe we missed the start of his wave, so hopefully he did something. Looks like big scores for Lennox Smith to lock in. He gets a 7. So Lennox has all of his scores locked in. Jay Brown, he's currently in second. It's a score of Sol. Looks like it's not going to be enough. First indications for Sol Grundling. I mean, he needs a 5.28. It's a 3.63. So it'll be Lennox Smith and Jay Brown moving on through to the quarterfinals. And we are straight into the women's quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this quick break.
There's one thing we all love to bits. It's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice. Juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint. Agave. Hey, that is incredible.
Today's going to be a huge day. We're going to come back and clean up the back end of the round of 64, so that includes 9 heats. We're then doing the ladies round of 32, that's 8 heats. Back to the men's round of 32, 8 heats, a massive day.
Woken up to pumping conditions, which is good. It was a little bit small and slow yesterday, but it's pretty much like perfect size for this wave right now, so it's going to be such a sick day. And been here for like 8 days, haven't slept a heat, so pretty keen to put the rashy on and get out there.
There you go, you just heard it, the waves are smoking. Huge day here at the Krui Pro, so thanks for tuning in, let's go get it.
We're into the women's quarterfinals. Yang Suchi up and riding on her first wave of this quarter, goes up and into that section. Wow, that was a huge turn. Not too sure if she recovered from that one. That would have been a big fall there. Yang Suchi is going to be taking on Leilani McGonagle, Freya Prum, and Kana Nakashio. Big heat to start off this quarterfinal for the women. Looks like Lei had a little look, didn't quite scratch into that one though. I'm True Styling joined in the booth with Mark Clift to take me through the first quarterfinal of the women, and I'm excited.
Yeah, well, it's our first final on finals day, so the ladies lead out the quarters. Real big fan of what Leilani McGonagle, who won this event the third time it ran, 2019. She did indeed. She looked really good yesterday. She had a smashing heat with Mirai Akita.
Yeah.
And for me, that was probably the standout heat of the day, and she's looking in red hot form. But there's a bit to get through to make it through to semis. All first 4-person matchups. Our surfer in white here is Freya. So this is the very first wave of the heat, a 3.67.
Yeah, Freya, she's been putting in the hard work here at Krui. Tags it there for Freya Prum. Gets a little bit hung up though, unfortunately, and she will have to get out of there. It's a 3.67, and then this is Yang Suchi's last wave. Wow, she is absolutely going for it and flying down the line. It's this last turn here. Oh my goodness, that would have been an incredible number if she had have ridden out. It locks in at a 4.67 anyway, but wondering where that would have gone if she had made that second turn.
Well,
that was huge.
She always draws big numbers from the judges because she serves to the criteria. She goes for it. She's a red-hot competitor. Fell that time, but her mindset is just at every opportunity, just go large. And it's held in good stead to get in the quarterfinals. It's time to, as we said before, you got to peak on finals day.
Yeah.
So Yang Suchi, Team China captain, I imagine she is she's the real deal, and she's here to play on finals day.
And we also have a splash of gold in this heat as well. It's the Bonsoi leader jersey, which we're going to see change hands from event to event, depending on who's leading this race for the Bonsoi Asia Super Series. So it's a moving badge of honor, and it just pretty much travels with the rankings leader. It's super exciting. It brings extra pressure, extra glory, and also a $5,000 prize purse for the men's and women's rankings leader come the end of the QS 6000 season.
Yep.
So we might see
Thanks, Bonsoi.
big thank you to the Bonsoi team, and we might see someone else be wearing the Bonsoi leaders jersey in NIAS, which starts on the 21st of June.
We will on the men's side of the draw.
Yeah.
Iko Watanabe didn't quite capitalise on that. His turn with the yellow rashi.
Yeah.
But we will be throwing down to Giada with the winner of that last heat, Lennox Smith.
All right, so I'm here with Lennox Smith. It's looking pretty tough out there, but you're looking really calm and kind of deadly. So tell us where your head's at.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty hard out there. Definitely way worse than yesterday, but yeah, feeling pretty good. Just trying to get through the heats.
I think last year you had a pretty early loss, so you're in finals day now. Tell us if you're excited and what you're expecting from yourself.
Yeah, it's pretty weird though, because we're in the round of 32 still. Well, that round was, but yeah, finals day, pretty stoked with that. But yeah, just try and keep it going, I guess.
You know, it's pretty cold where you're from, and it's really hot out here. So what have you been doing to kind of keep cool?
I've just been trying to drink as much water as possible and just sit in the aircon and just, relax a bit. But yeah, it's so hot. It's crazy.
All right. I'll let you go get ready for your next heat. Is there anything you'd like to say to friends and family back at home?
Yeah, shout out to the fam at home, and let's go.
Back to you guys.
Home. Good idea, Lennox. That was pretty funny.
Lennox is from Barrack Point over in Wollongong. He's so funny. He actually had a little puppy following him around before his heat. I was like, wow, is this good juju right now? Like, Lennox, he's just like, yeah, this is my dog. And I'm like, wow, you've just settled into Indo life,
So
Lennox.
Lennox has been adopted by a local pup. All right.
Yes.
Here's our work site today, everybody. Still looks pretty good as we come over the trees. Drone footage. There's the judging tower right in the centre of screen. The athlete zone just to the right. The wave doing its thing out in front. We've got our water patrol parked up out there. We've got the big old mountain in the background, and that whole strip of coast you see right in center of screen at the moment hosts some pretty amazing beaches.
Yeah, it sure does. It's well, yeah, we're spoilt for waves here. We're spoilt for choice as well. I mean, Mandiri is super fun. Then you go across the island, there's so many other waves that are around. It's just, yeah, so incredible to kind of be able to hop on the motorbike or get in the car and be able to go wherever you want to go and find world-class waves. And this is Freya Prum on her second wave.
Yep, one hit wave, but that gets rid of the 0.5, so extending on second. I reckon she for sure goes into the lead. Only needed a 1, so Freya will move up a space. Young Suji there in red is second. Former winner Leilani is in third, and the Bonsai player with the yellow rashi on, Kana Nakashia, in fourth. No waves.
Yeah, no waves for Kana just yet. She holds that priority. She's a pretty stealthy competitor. She's very strong. I think we might have seen her just unfortunately come off a wave. Oh no, that was Suchi. So yeah, Kana, she's still a junior. She got second at the WSL World Juniors to Luana Silva. So she's a pretty, she's a well accomplished competitor already. And then this is this last wave of Yang Suchi. It's a 2.57. Nice first turn. Gets that second one in, but unfortunately just pushing it a little bit too far away. I know that she's working with Cale Bell Warren here. I'm sure he's having some words with her out in the lineup, potentially being a caddy. So it's a pretty good person to have in the corner. He's got great experience with competitors.
Yeah, well, worked for Xavier this morning as well. He's got Huxtable in his stable. Tully unfortunately made a couple of uncharacteristic errors and bowed out of the draw, but Cale back on the duties again now with Suchi.
Yeah, and I know that Freya Prum, she's done a lot of work with Adam Dufner as well back in the day. I'm not too sure if she's reconnected with him for this event. I know Leilani McGonagle is working with Duffy. We saw him work. He's also working with Macklin Flynn, who had a pretty incredible
Tell me about that heat. Yeah, tell me about it, because I love what Macklin does, and being a West Sider, I'm invested in his progress. So tell me how he got out of that heat.
Yeah, wow. He just clutched up, really. Did a backhand full rote, really clean finish, and he just went to town, and it was every day it was going to be the score. It was just one of those moments where it was like, wow, this is just huge.
And we were predicting that sooner rather than later that we're going to see some aerial antics. It's finals day. There's some ramps. It's a little crumbly out there. You can see the breeze.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a sideshore as well, blowing up the face. So for those that can boost, the options are there, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of that throughout the day.
Yeah, I agree. I think we'll see it. And it was Macklin was just like, hey, there's opportunities here, so why not go for it? Jarvis was also looking to get in the air as well. And unfortunately, he couldn't quite find the opportunity. But I know that he's hunting for it in his next heat for sure. He said that in his post-heat interview. And when Jarvis goes to the air, he is deadly.
Well, he's deadly without going to the air. And then you add that innovative, progressive side of the criteria to his act. And the defending champ is prowling hard. He's sniffing blood here today. He wants another victory. Back-to-back efforts are rare, but Jarvis is looking like he's really set well for finals day.
Yep. Pretty exciting for Jarvis. We have all the quarterfinals for the men locked in. It's going to be pretty crazy, I think, and the women's quarterfinals are looking really stacked as well. This next one is going to be Mirai Aikida taking on Rita Suzuki, Ruby True, and also Paige Harab, which is going to be huge. Quarterfinal number 3 for the women. We'll see Anon Matsuoka, Shino Matsuda, Safi Vetti, and Isla Hupperts, but it is Leilani McGonagle up and riding.
Wow.
Nice opening carve for Lei. Gets that second hit to completion. So 2 turns, but pretty strong ones at that mark.
Oh, look, I love what she does, because it's always strong, She's really good use of the rails, and here is young Suchi out of China. She always goes big. She's fallen a couple of times early in this heat, so just a completion there. Nothing too dynamic, but another wave in the bank. But back to Leilani. Watching her through this event, I haven't seen a lot of her competing in recent years, but boy, she's been a dead set standout.
Yeah.
And, she knows how to win out here at Ujong for sure.
Oh, she sure does. We saw that in 2019. I was actually traveling with Lei for that year. I was her board caddy throughout the whole event.
Is that what it was? Is that what got her over the line?
Basically me. Yeah, no. No, she is basically a sister to me now. We're very, very close. Lei surfs for the North American region, and she's a Challenger Series surfer. So she got a round of 16 result in Newcastle, and we actually planned to go to Indo together in between, because she was going to stay in Oz for the whole month after Newcastle in between South Africa. And then I got the call up for these two events, and she's like, well,
I might as well join.
I love Krui, so can I come? And
If
I was
my
like,
caddy's going, I'm going.
yeah, so basically we're joined at the hip. And yeah, she made her way over here, which is super cool. I love spending time with her, and to see her in some heats and just getting a little bit of more momentum is pretty exciting. So good scores to lock in for Lei. A 3.1 for that last wave of Suchi.
Leilani's numbers looking really good. The judges are able to open up the scale here with this, because strength work on 2-turn combo. The number's just about to lock in. What is it?
Yeah, it's a 6.67 for that second wave of Leilani McGonagle. Good score for Lei. 2-turner. She needs to get a backup now. That's her next challenge. And with 11 and a half minutes to go, she has the time. It's kind of Nakashio, though. This is a bit of a question mark for me. I'm used to seeing her start off pretty strong, pretty quickly. But she's going to have a look at this one.
All right, so let's have a look at the Bonsai Yellow Rash Vest. The ratings leader there for the Bonsai Asian Super Series. Winding up, took her a little while to find this, so you'd imagine there's some nerves under the bonnet. Stuck, and just one little mini chip turn there for Kana, so not ideal.
Oh, and Lei goes down as well. Wow. Few mishaps from Kana Nakashio there, and also Leilani McGonagle. Yeah, I'm really not used to seeing that from Kana. I'm used to seeing strong surfing, and it is Freya Prum. Having a look here, Freya's really strong on her backhand as well.
Look, she's just a weapon. She's been training the house down. She's just a strong person, and she's got, when she gets it together, she looks as good as anyone in the draw. And her backhand there, she's really clicked with 3 good sections. She really takes her contest surfing seriously. She always has that game face on. She always asks, is there any tips? Is there anything you can, she's digging deep at all opportunities to constantly improve. It's a good thing.
Yeah, I agree. And this lady right here, she is deadly. Yang Suchi, nice connection there. She got an 817 for some huge turns yesterday. So just the one there for Suchi, but she'll get back out there. And with 10 minutes to go, there's heaps of time. It's Kana Nakashio, 2.03 for her first wave. We'll see what she can do towards the end of this heat. I mean, yeah, she's in that bright gold. She's got that Bonsai leader jersey on, that yellow jersey, and I don't know. I'm really I'm a bit speechless right now, because she's been so in form, and she's been such a deadly competitor.
Yeah, at this stage, 10 minutes, she could still turn it around. I mean, anything better than a 5.55 straight into second. Leilani's second number, though, is a bit of an issue for someone like Kana. It's super easy for her to upgrade her total. In fact, I think Leilani will go to the lead with her next wave, needing just over 1 to get there. A quality act. Past winner. Yeah. Here's some replays of this matchup. The Bonsai replays. Freya Prum is in screen. Her first ride here, a 3.67. So as you can see, there's only been one sort of highlight number in this heat, 6.67. And Yang Suchi, I think, suffering a little bit of wave choice issues. Her surfing issues are always unquestionable. It's the waves she's catching at the moment, just letting her down a little. Yeah, they are a little bit, which is would be a bit frustrating for her. But nonetheless, she's still absolutely belting it with those 1-turn waves. I mean, this last one of Freya Prum, it's a 4.1. So Freya goes up into second. Scores to lock in for Yang Suchi. We'll see. Yeah, Suchi and Freya actually have the same heat total right now. There we go. Yep. Just because Suchi has the higher... Yep. Count back to Young's better wave. With a score to come, it was one big hit on a big wave. I think she could still improve her total with this next score, and she does. It's a big one. It's a 5.5. Judges are loving what she's doing on finals day. It's a great place to be for her. How can you not? She's just
fearless. She's hitting every section she gets. She's absolutely going for it. And the turns that she's doing have power. They're with flow and speed. And as far as like I'm concerned, we're watching it. They look good as well, and the judges are rewarding it.
Yeah, so she's got to read between the lines here and go, okay, I'm kind of almost the flavour of the month at the moment. She's going really well, a la Leilani. So these two are just, judges sending clear messages. More of that, please, ladies. Here.
Yep. Kana, she's looking to set up really strong here. No turns just yet. Gets that first turn connection. Unfortunately, that wave just doesn't offer a whole lot more for Kana Nakashio. So she gets back out there. And with just over 7 minutes to go, it's a 1.9 for this last one of Kana. She needs a 5.74. Lei chasing a 1.1 with priority and 7 minutes to go. It's nerve-wracking times for basically everyone in this heat because everyone has the ability to get one good wave and change the tides, really.
Yep, and the waves are out there. You've just got to, like we said earlier, although it's a challenge today with the ocean and the lump and bump and etc. There's waves out there that are better than other waves. And as a competitive surfer, you've just got to look at the ocean and delete the scrappy ones out of your brain and identify what the better ones look like. So Leilani now on her feet. She only needs a 1-1 for second. Not a whole lot more. About a 3-point ride would get her into the lead. Strong moves, as always, really connects well. The CI blade there is looking like a real weapon under her feet. How's that for a finishing move?
Yeah, that was a really well-surfed wave for Leilani. I know she's riding a swallowtail at the moment. Yeah. Charlie Hurst out there as her board caddy for this event as well. So Lei, once again, lays into another good turn that board. She's been riding religiously out in those early. She's been getting up on dark and basically being the first one out there, which is, seems to be her routine right now.
Yep, she'll have another big number here. The judges will appreciate just the nice connection here. Everything clicked, a little mini move just to kick things off. And then she found some better sections and really sort of powered off the bottom and leaned into her moves, which is her strength. Look at that. It's just quality. Lots of nice body language and the board, everything looked good. And that hit at the end, I think we're in for the best number of the matchup.
Yeah, I agree. I know that that would be feeling really nice, whether it was any of these four competitors. So scores to lock in for last of Leilani McGonagle. And priority now sits with Kana Nakashio. Kana needs a 5.74 at this stage, but that's going to increase with this last score of Lei. Just over 5 minutes to go. Crucial moments in these heats, the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, Freya would have just dropped down to second as well once Kana's number drops. Wave choice not ideal there for Freya either. So we're about to see a change on the leaderboard for sure. Leilani McGonagle goes into first place here. Everybody else is going to drop a spot. Requirements are going to lift a spot.
Yeah.
So right on cue. The champion back in 2019 is looking really strong. You can see young Suchi looking for an update. She's kind of nervous, wondering what the hell did Leilani do. She would identify her as a really big threat. And 16 years of age, that young lady in the red has got a big future.
Yeah, first ever QS she surfed. She got third for Yang Suchi, going down to Sophie McCulloch, who went on to win the event. It's pretty insane. And there it is. Scores for Lei lock in at a 6.83. So she goes straight out into the lead, setting the tone in the back 5 minutes of this quarterfinal.
So owning the two biggest numbers, a very strong lead. Time for Kana to get back up and put together well. She's got to bust into the excellent range here for the Bonsoi Asian Super Series jersey leader. That's why we're using the bright yellow rashi here. It's good to see the yellow back in amongst the mix. Kind of missed the yellow rashi. It went missing once the CT adopted the yellow rash vest theory. It got taken out of all other draws and sort of retired. But Bonsoi picked it up and went, nah, hang on, let's bring it back.
Yeah, it's exciting to have the Bonsoi leader jersey for the Bonsoi Asia Super Series. This is the first time we're seeing it in this event. We'll see it in NIAS, which starts June 21st to 26th. And then we're going to see it as well over in Korea, which is super exciting. That starts July 18th from memory. So, yeah, lots of time for this Bonsoi Asia Super Series to really find out who the winner is.
Might see a couple of different wearers of the yellow jersey come Nias time, because Iko Watanabe dropped straight out. He was the men's yellow rash vest wearer. Kana is about to sort of looking like, unless you can do something and pull a rabbit out of the hat in 3 minutes, looking like she's probably going to get left behind out of this quarterfinal.
Yeah.
Needs a big number, 7:07. It's not out of the question, but needs the wave of the heat. Freya got a little bit of work to do as well. You can see needing just over 6 points. Suchi Young can still score an 8. She's got priority. We know how good she is. That's her in the red. So she could still win. But it's all about first or second, moving through into semifinals. At this stage, Leilani's got 1 foot in the next round. Young Suchi served a pretty smart heat. She has fallen a number of times. She's made, I think, fallen off like 3 times in this heat. But judges loving what she's doing, and really surfs super close to the criteria, hence her numbers. Is Leilani.
Yeah, Lei gets that nice first turn in, and she's gaining some speed to really lay into that one. I mean, this is a 683. It was a really, really well surfed wave. It's her best wave of this heat so far, with just under 2 minutes to go. And she's just connecting the dots. I feel like she hasn't quite got out of second gear in this heat just yet, but the waves are definitely a little bit trickier today.
Speaking of waves,
wow,
incoming. Who's got priority? It's Suchi in the red. Blue's furthest out. They look at this wave. There doesn't seem to be a lot of interest out of blue. Leilani, who's got third priority but the lead. No one else wants a piece of this. It's just starting to lose its puff as it approaches the lineup. Nice wave if you're sitting deep on the point. Look at that back thing.
Yeah, wow, that is a really good-looking wave. And Leilani's just identified that. She's going to head up there. She's in the lead. She doesn't really need to be down with the other 3 surfers with 1 minute to go.
3 good waves up the point, so it definitely got a bit of Leilani's interest. It's all about these other 3, though, that could eventually end up as semi-finalists. Freya needs a 6:07. Kana needs 1 extra point on top of that. But rapidly, the clock is looking like it's Leilani and Suchi.
Yeah, it is, with 40 seconds to go. This is a really uncharacteristic heat of Kana Nakashio. She has 4th priority, needing a 7.07. The Bonsoi leader right now of the Bonsoi Asia Super Series is looking like she's going to bow out.
Yeah, it does. The highest wave of just a 3-1. Things weren't ideal. Took her more than half the heat to find a first wave. She's only ridden 3 of them. The score is too much on those waves, so hence sometimes, things go your way and you're in perfect rhythm. It didn't really go to plan this time for Kana, so I imagine we're going to see the yellow jersey handed to a different competitor on the women's side of the draw. It's all official. It is Leilani and Suchi Young moving through. Young Suchi moving through into the semi-finals. How about we throw to a quick break and we'll be back with quarterfinal 2.
Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone offies. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
Quarterfinal number 2 is in the gates, and we are running. We're 1 minute in. There's the matchup. Dai Wacko is back. Would you like to take us through who we got in this one?
So we have Mirai Ikeda in red, Rita Suzuki in blue, Ruby True in white, Paige Hareb in green. Great matchup.
Mirai, of course, such just a fierce competitor throughout these Asian regions. She's went back to back at last year's events, winning the Opens, winning the juniors. She backed it up with a win in the juniors again this year.
So yeah, she's trying to get the back-to-back win again here for the QS as well.
4 wins out of 4 divisions in 2 years. Oh my God.
That would be amazing.
And looking at the heat she had yesterday, she's well on track.
Right.
She won that heat, that big time heat over Leilani, who just took out that last quarterfinal. So I'm sure they've got each other in their sights going, right, I will see you at the end of the day, and I believe we will. And Mirai's turn to respond now. Leilani's got 1 foot. Well, she's in the semi-finals, so Mirai would be aware of that and going, righto. She wants a piece of it.
Right.
So how old is Mirai?
She's still 18 or 19. She's still under 20, I believe. And Rita Suzuki probably is in the same generation.
All
And
right,
they traveling together this time with a team, Roxy Japan team.
All right.
So yeah, they staying together, eating together, surfing together. So this is gonna be interesting heat.
Ruby True, the Australian in white, just there, third in line. Paige Harrod, the veteran out of this heat. She's been around a long time. She's surfed a lot of good events. She's a former winner up there in Nias. And she's positioned deepest, trying to dictate terms early in a heat. That's her in the green, just sort of flexing her stuff and going, right, you know.
Right.
I'm the alpha female in this matchup. So let's see how it pans out. A couple of youngsters and Paige Harrod, lots of experience. We love what she brings. Powerful goofy footer and always competes well once you've got the rashi on. So we've still got a lot of Japanese surfers remaining on the female side of the draw.
We have Ano Matsuoka and Shino Matsuda coming up next. Heat number 3 of the quarterfinals.
Oh, none in quarter 4, I've noticed.
We don't have a Japanese surfer in quarter, heat number 4, but we have Jolly Stokes, Zia, Ziggy, Kailani coming up in heat 4.
Quarter 4. Just been handed the men's draw as well. Have a little glance through that. They're all big deals. We've got, let me see, 2 Japanese surfers remaining in that round of 16.
Right.
Yep, it's highlighted mainly by Australian surfers, particularly the first heat. When we get to that point, it's going to be Winter Vincent, Kobe Clemens, Caleb Tancred, and Axel Kurota. 4 Aussies will lead out the quarterfinals on the men's side of the draw. But we've still got a little bit of business to get to. We'll probably be there in about an hour and 20 minutes.
So this is a 4-person heat, right?
They're all 4s today, mate. We just ran out of time after that
big storm.
The storm yesterday just took the edge off what was a really good day. We were targeting 25 heats yesterday. We got through 21 of those, so we left 4 hanging in the men's round of 32. Tidied that up this morning. Here we are looking at effectively heat 6 of the day. It's quarterfinal 2 for the ladies. 25 minutes all the way to the grand finals, and they will be surfed off at 30. Then there'll be a big presentation going on outside. You've seen presentation day here.
Yep.
It's a big deal.
Local community will get coming here together, celebrating the champions. Last year it was really packed with a lot of people.
Oh, starting to fill up out there.
Yeah.
All right. A Tuesday down here, Tanjung Setia. It is in the region of Pesisir Barat in the province of Lampung. So South Sumatra is where we are today. We sort of get pretty active tonight when we make our way to the airport for a 7 o'clock flight tomorrow morning to connect some dots and get up there to Nias, which will start, what's the day? Tuesday. I think Nias starts on Thursday. No,
Today's
Friday.
Friday.
It starts on Friday.
21st is day 1 for the Nias Pro. And forecast looking great. Yeah,
I think it's going to get big. Yeah, speaking with Kevin Wow, who lives there. Yep, some big swells on the way. So let's have a quick break. We're going to have some highlights looking at what day 5 looked like a couple of days ago. So check this out.
Good morning from the Krui Pro. We are here at Tanjung Setia Beach. We've got the waves at Ujung Bakora firing, and it's day 5 of the QS 6000. We're going to start today with the women's heats 9 to 16 of the round of 64. Then we're going to go into the men's round of 64. Stay tuned.
Righto, thanks to our broadcast team, just giving us a little squiz at what it looked like a couple of days ago, just showing you some highlights. A lot of strong surfing went on there. I really noticed a strong wave by Lucy Dara. I saw a really strong performance by Reef Hazelwood out of those clips. That's coming up in quarter 2 for the men.
Yeah, he was on fire actually. Reef.
He was. That was his first heat.
First heat and second heat yesterday as well. He is going to be surfing in the quarterfinals coming up in the men's.
Yep, Reef will be squared up against Ketut Agus, Made Ariana, and also Xavier Bryce. So that's 2 Indonesians and 2 Aussies that will feature in quarter 2 of the men when we get there. But it's good to relive some of the moments that happened this week because there's just been so much shredding go on. As confirmed this morning as well, all heats are 4-person heats today. We don't have the option of running out surfer-on-surfer matchups. And there are no restarts today. Looking at this clock, we're down to 16 minutes. Let's have a chat with True Starling and one of her best buddies, Leilani McGonagle.
Thank you so much, guys. Lay, what a great heat. It looked pretty tricky out there. How are the conditions?
There's still some fun ones when you can find a clear face, but it's definitely a little bit more messy. There's like some backwash from the tide, and then this wind is kind of side shore. But we've definitely had to surf way worse in comps, so still stoked to be able to get out there and have some fun waves.
You're into the semifinals. You know, that last heat you had a pair of 6s. I feel like there's maybe still more in the tank.
Yeah, there's for sure room to improve. I think that I just didn't have a great start, so I wanted to make sure I had 2 scores under my belt before opening up, and then it kind of went quiet in the back half of my heat. So just thinking that I can improve, and hopefully the best comes out in semis and finals.
You won here in 2019. I'm sure you're wanting to get another win and be the first person that's actually won here twice. So how are you feeling for that, and have you got your sights set on it?
Yeah, for sure. The goal for this event is definitely to come and win as many heats as possible and win the event if it is my turn to win. And I would love to do it. I really love this wave, and I've had such a fun time here with my crew. So yeah, just stoked. And thank you to Adam for all the help before my heats.
And I'm sure you have lots of friends and family back at home watching in Costa Rica and everywhere else in the world. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Sí, muchas gracias a todos que han estado viendo mis hits. Un saludo a todos en Pavones, los estoy llevando en mi corazón y los quiero mucho, así que vamos a las semifinales. Ojalá pueda hacer un gane hoy.
Thanks, Lay. Back to you guys.
Good on you, True, and former winner there on finals day. She suggested that, yep, if it's my time again, I can, definitely wants to hold the trophy. Which will happen this afternoon. We did see a really good ride go down by Ruby True. Take us through this one.
Yeah, this is smaller size waves, but nice shape to it. Like, did a lot of turns out the back as well. A little bit foamy section to hit, but managed to put a couple turns in. And a lot of, checking turns from here, just waiting for the, section to stand up for her, but not really offering too much actually for her after this. So couple turns in, nothing major, but still in a great way to start this heat.
Well, the judges identifying that, no big moments there, as you called. There was lots of surfing, no real big meaty sections to sink her teeth into. So just lots of stock standard surfing, but enough for Ruby. A 4.67 is still a respectable number and has been locking into a lot of people's score lines. So she's the first one with any sort of runs on the board. Paige obviously fell off straight away on her first wave. So Team Japan, waveless, mate, with 13 minutes to go. If you could get in their ear for Rita and Mirai, what would you say right now?
Just get away as quickly.
Do something.
That's my advice because, it's been like 30 minutes already in, and 4.67 looks, started to see a big number, but here is Suzuki 選手。1本目のライディング、少しテイクオフで引っかかってしまいました。Well, that was a little bit of mistake from Rita Suzuki.
It was unusual, wasn't it? So she felt the pressure and caught kind of a really slack wave that had no power at all and just fumbled straight away as soon as she stood up. It does go well for Mirai, though, because she picks up top priority. So even though she's waveless, she's in a good position now, and here she goes.
Here is 池田選手、1本目のライディング。これは波がしっかりと 切り立ってくるか、少し小さめのサイズですが、しっかりとここはインサイドまでつなげていきます。ここから一発、そしてどうでしょうか、この後、ここから綺麗なシェイプになってきたところに一発当てていきますが、ここは前に出てこれません。12分を切ったところ、さあこの点数どこまで伸びるのか。
All right, I saw lots of sort of half moves there from Mirai by her lofty standards. This is Rita.
鈴木選手の2本目。これもまた引っかかってしまいました。日本人2名の選手クレジットされていますが、少しタイミングが合っていないようにも感じます。
All right, so Mirai won't have a big number, but it'll be enough for second and probably have a bit of a look at Ruby there for the win. So a couple of fumbles for Rita and Paige. But here we go now. So Ruby True, a 4.67 for her first effort. The Australian gets a good section and gets up there and actually hits the lip.
Wow.
And hits it a second time. So this is looking good. Needs to belt this and complete. So 3 pretty strong top to bottom moves. All look kind of similar, but I liked them all. So job well done, Ruby.
Yeah, well served from Ruby. And it's only one pretty much having a great rhythm from the ocean out of 3 surfers. That was a great surfing. It's going to be a great, backup.
Oh, I think it could be her best because she hit the lip, right? We saw Mirai do lots of squiggly moves that were kind of on the face, not in the pocket. So Mirai did a bunch of turns, which we're calling, by her standards and what's going on finals day, kind of half moves. Whereas at least Ruby got to tag the lip. And here is Paige Harrop. Now, she can lay down a brutal turn when she gets it right as well. So Paige starting to wind up now. She knows she needs some runs out of this wave. Got to capitalise on this. And she still kind of convincing us that she finishes. 10 minutes to go. At least that'll keep her within striking distance as well.
Right. That was a better serve from Paige Harrop. She's only having only takeoff waves, but she did put a couple turns in on the last one, so
needed to do that. She needed to finish the wave. So this is what we're talking about, Mirai, right? For me, I'm seeing lots of just mini moves out on the face, all right? So we know how good she is. She's just keeping the board moving, but nothing critical, just little mini slashes. Got to the end, tried something big, but fell.
Yep. Wave didn't really offer for her for the steep section. And once she gets to the point that actually the wave sends up and she just comes unstuck. So that's unfortunate for Mirai.
I think Ruby's in for a pretty good number in a low-scoring matchup. Here is Rita.
鈴木選手、これは重要な波になってきます。残り時間9分になるところ、一発大きなターンを入れてきました。さあ、これはいい波になってくる。2発目、スムーズにいいターンが入ってきています。3発目に入るところで少し引っかかってしまいましたが、ここはリカバリーします。そして4発目も入り、ここは前に出てこれない。That was a better surfing from Rita Suzuki. Really loved the first turn, the second turn. No rushing between turns.
Yeah, but it would have felt good given her score line, right? She's done not a lot, so her first turn was really quite a good connection, and that would have felt good under her skin. And she got another one. Would have been really, really handy to finish that wave, but she did some good surfing. Low scoring heat. I think Ruby's number is still going to stack up pretty well. We're still owed that. Mirai's squeaky little wave, 3 points. The judges saw all that and didn't really buy into it too much. But this is what they saw out of Rita's wave. So that was sick.
Solid first turn. Another great turn. And little bit of a stumble here, but still managed to recover and get the third turn in. She comes unstuck. But first turn and second turn was solid.
The judges will enjoy that because it was on a bigger wave and it was top to bottom surfing. Really good use of the rails. Meanwhile, Ruby's number does drop in, so she's locked in a 4.73. At this stage, got the 2 best numbers, but I think Rita is going to have a say in who's got the best score.
Right. So Ruby is in a good position with a 4.73 and 4.67. Looks like these 2 scores are getting starting to see healthy number, but we are still waiting for Rita's last wave, which I think will be the best score of the heat.
Rita will go at least to second here because I agree. I think she did 2 of the best turns on a bigger wave, good sections. Only needed a 2.08. She's going to get every bit of that. Paige, meanwhile, we're still owed a wave for Paige as well, so she only needed a 2.38. Not sure whether we saw the whole of Page's wave first time around. But
鈴木
Rita's up again.
選手、これも稲見になってくるか、一発大きなターンを入れて、少し引っかかりながらも前に出てきます。ここは綺麗に決めていく。そして最後のターン、今度はおっと、ここも引っかかってしまった。Yeah, definitely she, wanted to finish the last section. Comes unstuck again.
Yep. So we'll still move on the leaderboard. We're convinced. Couple little untimely falls. Still got Page's number to come. Couple of scores owed for Rita. Mirai's looking a bit shaky with just a 3. It's probably the least good heat I've seen her serve so far. Right at the inopportune time when you're in a quarterfinal, 3 other big-time players against you. I'm sure she's feeling a little bit edgy under the red rash vest. She's got priority. Is about a positive thing we can say there for Mirai, and she's good enough to come back.
Right. The last of Page comes in 4.83, enough to put her into the second. So probably Mirai is in kind of trouble situation. She needs a big score because we are still waiting for the last 2 waves of Rita.
Rita will still move at least to second with her last second last wave. So this is the full ride that Page put together for that 4-8. So the first turn was a bit of a highlight so far. That was pretty good as well. I'm not sure how much credit she gets for this end turn, though. She was sort of stuck in the foam for quite a while, and I don't think she got back in front here. So if the judges are feeling generous, they'll give her a completion there, but on most given days, probably not. Here's Red.
池田選手、重要な波になってきました。2本目のライディング。1発目、縦へのアクション。そしてスープへのアクションも綺麗に決めてきます。3発目もしっかりとこれは決めてきました。That's a better way from Mirai get up.
Much better.
But the last wave of Rita comes in 617 and 360. That puts her into the lead now. But Page up and riding, throwing the big turns, but unfortunately couldn't quite ride out of it.
Yeah, so it doesn't surprise me, Rita's last 2 waves. She was a good amount of rail use. I like the 617 particularly. 2 big blasts on a bigger wave, so the judges identifying a little point of difference in this matchup. Ruby's going to have to score just over 5 points to get back to that position. Blue's waving. Rita, you're in the lead. No time to panic. Improve on the 3-6 would be your first and most important task. Mirai needed a 6-4 out of that last wave.
Yeah, definitely interesting one from Mirai Kera. She put 3 turns in.
I think she might still need another wave, though. So let's watch Rita's last couple of efforts.
Wow, that was a solid first hit with a lot of spread into...
this is the 617, right?
This is the 617. Nice combination. Without the finishing turn, she gets 617. So could have gone excellent with the last, finishing turn.
4 minutes. It's absolute crunch time now. Mirai comes back into the picture. The defending champ, she's right there. She's put her best score together. We're not sure what it is, but she definitely, I think, will need another wave. So here she goes. Mirai, with not out knowing the situation, where she's positioned, she's just staying busy. Gets one quality move in, and that's it. All right. So no idea actually who's in second place at the moment. I think Suzuki will stay where she is.
So 池田選手、最後の波、2本前の波で 5.40 をマークし、3位のポジションへ 4.0 で2位のポジションに移動していきます。So 5.40 for the previous wave for Mirai.
We still owed that last number, right? So it was one big blast. It was a pretty good hit. Needs 4.
Well, it can be close.
Here it is.
So this is a mid-5, the previous wave.
Yep, all right. We're watching 2 waves back. So this is what got her in the position of third. Although she needs a 4, her last wave was only 1 move. It did look pretty good from our first observation, but the judges have a different perspective, and they've got to keep all the numbers separated and in complete comparison to all the other rides. My first impressions are suggested maybe not.
Maybe mid-3s, just
might be a little under for Mirai, but the judges love what she does. It wouldn't surprise me, but I think it's a little under.
Yeah, Ruby is in second place, trying to get a wave to improve her situation.
This is a big score. This next wave is a big score, right? Just because of the weight of Mirai. She gets it. A 4-1 by just the littlest margin. Oh, my God.
Now, white and green are in trouble.
The last two rides have breathed some life into her campaign. So close. Look at these numbers. 0.1 over Ruby True, who's been leading pretty much for the whole effort. Rita's up there now on top. And Team Japan have just resurrected their campaigns. I think this is the one turn here.
So this is 410, looks like. That's a bigger size waves, and
it was just a quality turn. Yeah, it was medium-sized wave in reality, but just the turn had a bit of quality to it. The judges really like what she does when she turns, a bit like Young Suchi, a bit like Leilani. When she does turns, the judges identify the skill and just the commitment to what she does. So it's holding her in good stead. The defending champ has been breathed a little second lease on life in this quarterfinal. The immediate challenge could come from Ruby, who's got priority. She needs a 4.78. Paige with third priority. She needs a mid-4.
So she's kind of partying out up the point, trying to get away from the crowd. About 40 seconds to go. So Paige is having a look at this one. And
the Kiwi, Blue's going to take it off her.
鈴木選手、これはしっかりパス大きなターンを入れて、決めてきました。
Well played, Rita Suzuki. Paige will be like, well, I had to go.
Right.
I had to try something. So this is a very vital wave now for the Australian. Ruby. I wonder if she got the numbers required before she stood up. I don't think that's the 4.78 she needs. 8 seconds. Very interesting. Quarterfinal unfolding here. It's looking like Team Japan snuck home. You must be breathing a sigh of relief, Di. That was kind of gnarly stuff. Stressful moments for Mirai, the defending champ. She is through along with Rita Suzuki. We'll throw to a quick break and be back with Heat 3 shortly. You going to do Rita?
Thank you.
Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh. Wind's gone offies. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
Quarterfinal 3 for the women's. Wacko's gone out to have a chat with Rita Suzuki. We'll get to that in a moment. I'm joined in the booth by Giada Legati, and here we go, G. Straight into it is Blue.
So this is Shino Matsuda, the Olympian last year, on a pretty good-looking wave. It's looking like the conditions have cleared up slightly. It's not as windy maybe as this morning.
Well, I agree. I think since this morning it was looking a little bit shabbier. It's cleaning up as she goes. I think that was Anon. It was indeed. So why don't you just enlighten us who we got in this matchup?
So as we said, in blue we have Shino Matsuda. In the red we have Anon Matsuoka. In green, Ayla Hupats. And in the white, Safi Vedi. So a pretty stacked heat for the quarterfinal Heat 3 of the women's.
Well, speaking of stacked heats, we still have 3 past winners still in the draw. Anon's in this heat. Mirai just squeaked over the line as a former winner and defending champ. She's in the semis, and so is Leilani McGonagle.
All right. It is going to be finals day here in the Krui Pro. We've had an incredible week of waves, so many big scores, a couple upsets, but it's exciting end.
Here's Safi. She had a really strong heat yesterday. I had an interview with her after she won a heat. She belted the end section really well twice on her waves yesterday, and it was a hard thing to do, but she did it probably better than most. She's another Olympian as well, represented New Zealand over there at Chopu. So Safi is well a good performer. She knows how to get it done. The waves are a little bit tricky today. Everybody's got to dig into a slightly different skill set and readjust their brain and still just realise that two people have got to get through every heat. How badly do you want it? And how good a read have you got on this lineup?
I mean, the conditions have changed quite a bit from yesterday. It's dropped off a little bit, and it's a little messier and harder to find those long, perfect ujung bochur waves that we're used to. So it's going to be a real test to see who's most adaptable and ready to change, and maybe have the equipment ready for conditions like this.
All right, so Safi off to an early start here. The other three all below 1 point. So plenty of time to sort it out. We're watching quarterfinal number 3, everybody, of our women's side of the draw. Just to enlighten you up to who we have next, it will be Charlie Stokes. Pretty sure she was either a semi-finalist last year or a runner-up. She was right there at the back end of the gig last year at Krui left. Gia Lorenzen will be in the next heat. Ziggy McKenzie, what did she score? A 9 something yesterday?
Yeah,
right?
a 9-1 yesterday. That was pretty impressive. 9-1-7 was the score.
And Kailani Johnson, who is the sole remaining Indonesian on the women's side of the draw to contest our next quarterfinal.
Yep. So yesterday, Ziggy getting that 9-1-7 was super impressive. She was looking pretty unstoppable in that heat, catching back-to-back waves, and she was in the heat with Ayla Hupats, who they're actually staying together. They're rooming.
All right. Well, teammate sliding through into this position, but it is the Kiwi. It is Safi Vetti. She's found herself a big wave and gets a good connection with that first opportunity, and again tags the white stuff out there on the face now, just hanging in there. She decides enough is enough, but pretty decent start here for Safi. Only person with any sort of scores that they'd be happy with at this stage, and I reckon that's her better effort.
Yeah, Safi's backhand is so strong. She's been here in the past, and she's done some really great results. This is Safi Vetti. Big first opening turn, and straight up to the second one. This wave kind of fattening out a little bit, so she just gets one more half turn in and decides to pull off.
No, the judges will love that first move.
Yeah, that was really nicely done.
Didn't balk at it. It was a big sort of solid section, and the way she hit it and just glided straight through the whole move, full control, straight into a second turn. So the judges love that. No downtime and just that flow from major move to major move. So pretty good effort there for Safi. I can see this being easily the best number so far. Shino, Anon and Isla are really yet to convince the judges they deserve to be semi-finalists.
Yeah, so a bit of a slower heat for the other girls. The last of Safi Vet of 4-6-7. The only surfer with 2 actual scores. She started early, got that in the first 6 minutes of the heat. So it's a pretty good heat strategy. She can now kind of just wait out the back and wait for a set to come and back up that 4-6-7.
Yep, she's still going to have to step it up a little bit here. When you got Anon and Shino in your heat and Isla, everybody desperate to become semi-finalists. The points are much larger once you get to that stage. The prize money increases substantially. But realistically, it's all about the points at a 6,000. It's a big deal.
Yeah, and Anon has been a winner here in the QS. She's such a strong competitor and still really young. I think she just got out of the Pro Junior division.
No, she surfed the Pro Juniors.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
It was that long ago. We almost forgot about that, didn't we?
That is true. Please forgive my mistake. Anon is still a Pro Junior. She was in the finals, but such a strong and smart competitor. Really, really
she goes.
Always has a smile on her face. So she's a really happy girl to be around.
Yeah, good call. Puts off good energy.
Mm-hmm.
And competes really well. She knows how to win stuff. She's a challenger surfer as well. So I have seen her go really well also at our next stop. This is her now giving us a good look at a forehand. Gets an early pump in. First section, just some solid rail work there for Anon. A little bit of downtime now. She's going to try and drop into the low road here on this wave and hope this inside track gives us something else, and it does.
Yeah, that was nice from Anon. A bit of a smaller wave, but she surfed that really well. And Safi keeping busy out the back.
Ooh.
Big first hack. She sticks with it. That was an incredible wave. Just one turn, but so strong.
You mentioned that before, just how good her backhand is, and we could see it on display on her first three waves. It's a go-to move. Board always goes above the lip. Uses her height and her body really well when she goes through these movements. Good body talk and great technique. So Safi is awaiting a number, and so is Anon. We'll throw down to our interview with Dai Wacko and Rita Suzuki.
見事第1位通過で、準決勝に進みました。いかがでしたか？
いやもう本当に最初ドキドキで最初の10分波が来なくてもうとにかく乗った波を決めようっていう気持ちで挑みました。
She was very nervous in the early stage as she couldn't get any waves for like about 10 minutes or so, but she knew that she had to do when once she got a wave, and that's exactly what she did. でいよいよ次準決勝ということですが、どうですか
？QS6000 のセミファイナルは初めてで、自分の一番最高のライディングをして、もうファイナルにつなげたいと思います。
So this is her very first semifinals in QS6000, so she's very happy with that. では、たくさんの方が朝から応援してくれてると思います。メッセージの方お願いします。
日本から遠いところから応援ありがとうございます。次はセミファイナルなので、もう本当にチャレンジャーとして全力で頑張るので、よろしくお願いします。
次も頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。Cheers, guys.
Is there to Dai Wacko. Some words, I'm not sure what she said, but Rita Suzuki, she looks like she's pretty focused.
Yep, she looks focused. She's looking sharp. So she will be heading straight to the semis. And talking about someone who's looking at the semis, Safi Veri, the last wave of 5.83.
Judges are loving her act every time she stands up. You know, one turn, it was a big belt. Just did enough to ride out in front of the foam and get credit for that maneuver. So it was a worthy effort. 5.83 is an absolute keeper, especially in super slow heats like this. And even her second number is respectable. All right, I'll let Dai Wacko come back in. Good luck, G. Have fun.
Yep, excited to get Dai back in and get a little bit of insight of that interview with Rita.
I'm back.
How's it looking out there?
It's kind of tricky. It's super tricky with but still, there's waves that gives you an opportunity. So it's tricky, but still waves are coming through.
Yep, you're right. There is plenty of waves coming through. It's not what we've been seeing the past few days here. It's not that perfect Ujungbo tour, but still great conditions for competition. And I think it still it showcases really good surfing. This is Shino Matsuda now on her front hand. 2 really good turns. So Shino gonna try get around this section, but I don't think this wave.
Oh, gets a finish.
Yeah,
right there. That was a great ride. But looks like she hasn't got a wave yet so far. She's got a one wave, but 0.63 isn't gonna keep her.
Yeah, not too crazy. This is Ayla Hupats now on her backhand. One big turn upside down, but just that one turn. But Safi got a 5.83 just by having just one big hack.
Right.
So the judge is showing that, you can still get really high scores even if it's just one turn. Quality over quantity.
Definitely, one turn gives you great score. But, this heat is kind of slow heat so far. Not many waves ridden. But 松田選手の2本目のライディングのリプレイになります。スラッシュターンから縦へのアクション。ここはしっかり決めてきた後、ここですね。しっかりとスープの前に出てきて、この後ももう一発入れることができました。これはいいライディングになってきたので、いいスコア期待できるでしょ
う。Alright, so Shino's wave actually looked much better from the beach angle than the drone. She got some turns there, so she's going to be backing up that 0.63 really nicely. But right behind is Anon Matsuoka on a good-looking set, but Safi does have priority, so she decides to pull the trigger on this one. Big first turn, tries to get around this one, but falls off. So smart surfing from Safi. She knows how dangerous of a competitor Anon is and decides that
Definitely.
Anon was actually in a better position for that wave and decides to, go for it.
松岡選手、この波で大きなターン入れられるか、しっかりと一発決めてきて、これをスープの前に出るともう一発入ってきます。さあ、もう一度スープに当て込んでいきますが、これは続きません。So we are still waiting for the last of blue. Well, actually, we are waiting for the last of everyone's wave. But I think Shino gets a better number out of 4. But the last of Anon was kind of unfortunate for her. She had a first priority and she was on the set, but didn't really offer too much for her. Not many steeper sections to hit. So a couple of form climb. But here is Ayla having a look at this one. It's kind of looking nice wave, but kind of closing out on her.
Yeah, so scores to come in for all 4 surfers in this heat. Ayla's last one, I think she tried to get around that first section thinking that the wave was going to offer a lot more, but maybe she should have just taken advantage of that first big part of the wave coming towards her. Days like today, we're going to see people winning heats and getting high scores with one big turn because it just doesn't have that big, long wall that we're used to seeing. So this is a replay of Anon Matsuoka's last wave. She did some pretty nice flowing turns, but nothing too crazy or critical. She's already sitting on a 4.73, so she'll be getting rid of that 0.5, but she knows with the competitors she has in the water, she needs to get some pretty decent scores.
Right, so last of Shino comes in at a 4.43, which is put her in the 3rd position now, needing 0.84 to go into second, but we're still waiting for the last of Anon Matsuoka. And definitely she's going to be improving her situation with the last wave, but this is Anon Matsuoka up and riding. Matsuoka 選手、一発タイミング測って、これは大きなヒットになりました。これはいいスコアになってきそうです。One check turn and one big, solid turns in the last section, so it's going to be healthy number for Anon.
Yep, I agree. That was much more Anon Matsuoka style. That second turn was pretty solid. She kind of did that first check turn and set it up mostly for that second section that was just coming towards her. So she is only looking for a 1.02. She will be going straight into second place with this one. There we have it. A bit of a check turn here, but we see this section just stand up for her. Sorry, this is a replay of her previous wave, which came in at a 3.27. Now, we're waiting for one more score for Anon Matsuoka, and then we'll have a good idea of the situation. It is Ayla Hupats right now, and Shino Matsuda trying to catch up a little bit to the girls. The last of Anon, a 6.5.
Wow, just like you mentioned, one big turn can give you a big score, and that's exactly what Anon Matsuoka did. 6.50 for the big finishing turn. Yeah, that was a well served from Anon Matsuoka on the last wave. That put her straight into the lead with 8 minutes and 30 seconds to go.
So we do have 2 big names in Japan surfing in this heat. I'm sure there's a huge crowd in Japan tuning in and watching the girls. Shino Matsuda and Anon Matsuoka, both very, very strong competitors.
Very, highly rated surfers. Now Shino has first priority, needing 607. Well, she is very capable of getting those scores. Just need to get right ones. Maybe you don't have to look for the good wave. You only need one big turn to get 6, and that's what Anon did. One big turn and got a 6.50. But time is ticking. 7 minutes and 30 seconds to go in this heat. Yeah, it's kind of tricky out there. You're not too sure if it's good or not. You kind of have to go for it and just go with the flow, and sometimes it turns into a good wave, but you don't really know unless you takes off.
Yep, so it is Anon with the 6.5 past winner here in the Krui Pro, just showing how strong of a competitor. Anon kind of reminds me of Carissa Moore.
Yeah, definitely.
Like her style, the way she approaches sections, and her, her competitiveness. And then even outside the water, she's so bubbly and happy, but then super deadly in the water. So she does remind me a lot of Carissa Moore.
She smiles out of the water. Here is, I think this is a replay of probably 4.73. Couple of turns out the back and getting to the inside section, gets a finish. So this is Anon's 4.73. And this is, I think, the fourth wave from Anon Matsuoka. Came in at a 3.27. 松岡選手のリプレイが続いていますが、4.73 と4本目の 3.27 のリプレイとなりました。この後に5本目のライディングで 6.50 をスコアし、現在第1位のポジション。第4位には松田詩野選手、ファーストプライオリティを持っています。必要なスコアが 6.07。本日のコンディションだと一発大きなターンを入れるだけで6点台がスコアされてきています。いい波を待つか、もしくはセットに乗って大きなアクションをすると、この6点台というのは出せそうなシチュエーション。残り時間5分30秒。この後クォーターファイナル終わると、メンズのクォーターファイナルに進んでいきます。
Thank you so much, Dai.
Thanks for letting me know that a little update in Japanese.
I mean, Shiro Matsuda and Anon Matsuoka are huge names in Japan, and they have this massive following. So it's great to have you on board and make sure that everyone knows what's happening.
Right. Try to make sure everyone's following what's really going on here. But Shino having a look at this one. She power forward, but probably she's gonna lose her first priority now. That's a really big mistake from Shino Matsuda. 松田選手、ファーストプライオリティを持っていて、パドルをしたので、これによりプライオリティが4番になってしまいます。残り時間4分を30秒で切ろうとしているところ。A little bit of a mistake from Shino Matsuda.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate for Shino. She was sitting out there with priority for a large part of this heat, only sitting on that 4.43. So it's gonna be pretty tough now for Shino to be back into the priority, in the higher part of the priority. The girls are gonna be on the best ones with 4 minutes left, and Shino looking for a 6.07. That's a pretty solid score. She's gonna have to do something similar to Anon. Just look for a pretty big section to just hit.
さあ、松岡選手、これで 4.73 以上出すとその差を広げます。大きな一発目のターン。ここはダブルアップしてきて、もう一度セクションが出てきます。そしてフィニッシュもしっかり決めてきました。これはいいライディング。4.73 を超えてくるでしょうか。
Wow, so Ayla Hopet's finding a wave down the line. Many turns done here. She's looking for a 5.34, and she finishes this one strong. Would be great to see the replay and see if she got any of those big turns out the back yesterday. Her backhand was looking really strong. She got a 7.5, if I'm not wrong, to get into this quarterfinal, Heat 3. As we wait for two of those scores to come through, we're seeing a set. So Shino taking a look at this one.
松田選手、この波に乗ってきます。サイズのあるセットの波。一発を入れる前にここはキックアウト、沖へ戻ります。残り時間3分を切っています。I think Anon's last wave will be improving her situation. That was a great ride. 2 solid turns to finish.
Yeah, so Anon really finding her rhythm in this heat, really building her score as the heat goes on. She got that 4.73, backed it up with a 3.27, and got that 6.5. I think the 4.73 will be out the window pretty soon. Waiting for the last of Isla. So this is the replay of Anon. She does this first turn, gets around this section, and this wave kind of just standing up for her again, and she finishes it off super strong. A bit of an airdrop there. So, Isla now, 2 good turns. Getting a couple, like, check turns done here to get around this fatter section. And that wave finishing off nicely. She needs a 5.34. So I'm not so sure because Anon's last one came in at 5.27, and those were 2 big sections that she hit. The judges are going to be comparing Isla's last one to Anon's, and it was just looking a little smaller to me, a little fatter. So we'll see.
First one was good, but there's a lot of small turns like you mentioned. But this is 松田選手、この波 6.07 が必要。大きなセクションに攻めていきますが、少しタイミングが遅れてしまったようです。But that was a, critical section to hit, but she needed to go for it.
All right, Safi Vetti now. Big first turn. Drops down. Unfortunately, disappears in the whitewash, but it is now the last 55 seconds of this heat. We're going to be waiting for scores of Isla Hupas to come in. Safi and Shino just coming unstuck. Shino knew she had to go big.
Right.
She needs a 6.07, so she needs to really impress the judges and just go big.
Yeah, she went for it. Unfortunately, couldn't quite ride out of it. So last 30 seconds to go in this heat. Ano Matsuoka is sitting the first place comfortably at the moment. So we are still waiting for the last of Isla, needing 5.34. Comes in 4.70, not enough.
Yep, so we're going to be counting this one down, and it's really looking like Anon and Safi will be on to the next heat. They will be in the semifinals here at the Krui Pro. So with that, we're going to head on to a quick break. Safi just having a bit of a victory lap here, and we'll see you guys in the next heat.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, plenty of corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
Guys, welcome back to the Krui Pro QS 6000 in the water right now. We have the quarterfinal heat 4. I'm Giada Legati. I want to welcome back to Starling.
Thank you, Giada. Yeah, I'm excited to be back for this last quarterfinal of the women. It's a big one. Wow.
Yep, I think we've had some really, really big quarterfinals here in the women. Some stacked heats. This is Jolly Stokes now in the red. Good looking wave. Sets up that second turn upside down on a front hand. and wraps it around again. This is a pretty good looking wave for Jolly Stokes. I love that last turn. Big fan of spray out the back, and it's looking like maybe she got a finisher here. Yeah, wow. She's really taking that one all the way through. She's got a big paddle out, and Kailani up on her first wave as well. Gets a nice opening wrap. Tags it once again. She needs to go big. She's got a good looking wall. And nice connection there for Kai. Driving through another hard carve. She's got another section ahead of her here. She goes up and into it, but oh wow, unfortunately coming unstuck for Kai. But that first wave of Jolly Stokes locks in at a 7. So big score for Jolly, and it looks like Ziggy McKenzie is going to be up and into her first wave as well. And nice first turn. Yep, so Ziggy yesterday getting a 917 in her heat. That was huge surfing from Ziggy. She's going to be wanting to kind of take that in and bring it into this heat, the quarterfinal heat for Jolly. Pretty strong start, a 7 to her name. Kailani Johnson, 383. And the last of Ziggy is going to come in at a 267. So it's now Gia Lawrenson with priority out the back. She will be waiting for a set like this one. Jolly just finding the rhythm early in this heat. And it's looking like that's kind of the go-to today. There's a lot of waves coming through. The period is pretty short and a little bit wonky out there, but there are still plenty of big sections to hit. Yeah, for sure. It looks like it is getting cleaner out there a little bit. Yeah, I agree. I did see it clean up a little bit. It just seems like maybe the wind kind of died down, but hopefully with that lower tide, it'll clean up a little bit more. Yeah. It's just looking, like the storm just left over some waves, like extra wind waves. So hopefully with as we go on through the day, it will clean up. Yeah, I was talking to one of the local filmers here before Viol, and he was saying that there's a westerly coming in around midday. So I don't know if that's going to affect the conditions too much, but I guess we'll just kind of see what happens throughout the day. We've had really fun waves this whole event anyway, and it's regardless of the conditions, we're going to have champions, and the surfing's been pretty incredible so far already. So I think, this last quarterfinal will be good for the women, and we'll roll into the men's quarters next as well. Yep, so just taking a quick look in the next quarterfinal heat 1, we have Winter Vincent, Kobe Clemens, Caleb Tancred, and Axel Kurata. Oh, wow. That is a big quarterfinal. Oh my goodness. That is huge. These other quarterfinals for the men must be absolutely massive. Wow. Okay, let's just go through it because this is going to be massive. It's quarterfinal number 2, Reef Hazelwood, Couture Agus, Pajar Ariana, Xavier Bryce. Is that right? Yeah. Pajar. Amazing. And then quarter number 3, Roy Kanazawa, Macklin Flynn, Riky Masuda, Jay Brown. And, this is Gia Lorenzen. Nice snap. Unfortunately comes unstuck. Quarter number 4 is going to be Jarvis Earl, Xavier Huxtable, Lennox Smith, Dylan Wilcoxon. All right. Big heats coming up. I don't know. I'm kind of digging this 4-man heat. I am too. I feel like it's going to be really action-packed. Yeah, wow. It's, these women's quarters have been insane. These men's quarters are going to be so huge. And then 4-person semis and 4-person finals is pretty next level. Wow. Do we see Jarvis go back-to-back, or is it going to be a new champion here at the Krui Pro? I don't know. Jarvis is looking pretty unstoppable. He is just so sharp, and his surfing has been pretty deadly. And we're going to head over down to a post-heat interview with Dai and Anon.
いよいよセミファイナルへと進出しました。まずは、ヒート振り返ってみてどうですか？
はい、コンディション少し風が入っていて、ちょっとトリッキーなんですけど、相変わらずいい波で、海に入る前に前のヒートの選手とか見て何をするべきかとか考えながら海に入っていい波乗れたのでよかったです。
最初スタートは早くスタートして4点台をスコアして、その後少し時間かかったと思います。あの瞬間はどんなことを考えてたんですか？
そうですね、このコンディション、キープビジーがいいなと思ってたんですけど、一回止まったんですけど、アウトサイドかインサイドで、一発クリティカルヒット入ればいいなっていうのをずっとイメージしながら、波を待ってました。
So she was, she knew that it's gonna be a tricky out there, but also knew that there's gonna be plenty of waves for her to get opportunities, and she was trying to stay busy, but it didn't work out that way, but still get to score and get through the heat. それでいよいよ準決勝です。お気持ち教えてください。
はい、もうジャストハビングファンで楽しむだけで、板を5-7ずっと使ってたんですけど、5-5に変えて、テールもスカッシュにして、この波にぴったりなので、ドライバーで、いいサーフィンできるように次も頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
次も頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。Alright, back to you guys.
Alright, I understood just having fun. She is so adorable.
Yeah.
We have Leilani now. Big turn, unfortunately falls off. So we saw Ziggy as well, just kind of getting clipped on that last section. This is current heat leader Charlie Stokes, and she also disappears in the whitewash. So that last section, really getting the better of the girls. This is now Gia Lawrenson. She's going to be hoping to be the first of the four to land this last section in this exchange. And oh, really nicely done, Gia. She tries to get around that section, and wow, so it's looking difficult out there.
Yeah, it looks hard. It's definitely tricky with that end section for sure. But hopefully Gia, that was a good wave. She surfed it well. I saw her at Lani's last night. I was like, good job today. And she was like, oh, I don't know about it. And we were having a chat, and I was like, no, you know what? Finals day tomorrow. Brush it off. It's all good. Regroup for your quarterfinal. Yeah, she did really well. So I'm super stoked for Gia to be in this quarterfinal. She's been working really hard with Adam Dufner as well as Charlie Stokes as well. Looks like that might be Taj on screen there watching his sister and his girlfriend in the same heat. That is pretty psycho.
Wow, who do you even cheer for?
Yeah.
I mean, it's actually a 4-man heat, so they could do the 1 and 2, but
yeah.
But yeah, that he must be feeling the extra pressure right now. And on screen, we also saw Team Indonesia. They have a couple surfers coming up today. So right now in the water is Leilani. I saw Pajar's name coming up, Kutut Agus as well. So they will be there all day. This is a replay of Gia Lawrenson right now. A bit of a check turn there. That second turn was much better. And hops off. That last wave comes in at a 4.5. So pretty good heat. We've been seeing people win and pass heats with 4s and 5s, maybe even 3s today. It's just going to be one of those grindier conditions.
Yeah, it seems like it, which is kind of unfortunate. We've seen incredible conditions all week, but everyone has been saying, it is tricky out there, but there definitely is opportunity to get those big scores. Like we saw that 7 from Charlie Stokes. You just need to kind of lower those expectations a little bit, it seems, and the ocean is the one thing that we can't control, especially in regards to surfing contests. You just have to wake up and hope for the best and just put yourself in the position to be on the best waves. Looks like Kai, she's going to have a look at this one. Leilani, part of the Indonesian team. She's trying to get around this section. We're going to see the live reviews from Team Indonesia. Just highlining through that first section. Gets a nice carve. Driving through her rail once again. That's a better looking turn. And maybe a little bit of jelly legs there for Leilani.
Yeah, so I feel like also that first section she could have hit pretty strong. But, it's really well done from Leilani Johnson anyway. It's tough. We've said it a few times. It's not like what we've seen the other days. So Leilani, part of the Indonesian team. She is from Bali, currently living in Uluwatu, in the whole Bukit area. grew up surfing together. She's been a huge movement in Indonesia's women's side of surfing. Her and Taina Izquierdo de Natasha, one of the only names from our generation really to come up. So she's out there inspiring so many young women to start surfing out here. This is the current heat leader, Jolly Stokes, on another good-looking wave. It's a huge finisher. So Jolly kind of on fire right now.
Yeah, that was huge. A really good two-turner. Ziggy McKenzie out behind her. This is a good-looking wave. Drops a 917 yesterday. Hoping she can back it up today. She was looking really strong. Goes up into that section once again. She's looking fierce. Floats it and gets a completion. Wow, that was a bit of a sketchy section there, but she really went for it.
Yeah, that was really cool from Ziggy McKenzie. I really like that finishing. It was different to what we've seen today. I'm excited to see the score for Jolly Stokes last wave. Gia Lawrenson now on a double up. She gets around that first one, holds her rail, and unfortunately just falls off there.
Wow, that was so unlucky for Gia. That looked like a really good section ahead of her, and yeah, it just looked like her fin skidded out and she just couldn't quite engage the rail. So that's okay. She'll get back out there, and she's so far locked in, the second highest score of the heat, but scores for Jolly Stokes and Ziggy McKenzie to lock in with just under 12 minutes to go in this heat. Yeah, hopefully, I mean, already we've kind of seen a little bit of a battle, but hopefully it starts to really fire up towards the back half of this one.
So this is a replay from Kailani. We saw the drone angle. This is the beach view. So this is a section I was talking about that she maybe could have taken a bit more advantage of.
Yeah.
Strong one there. This wave is pretty wonky, but she holds on pretty tight. This one, her back rail gets a little dug on the way down, but she held through really nicely.
Yeah, she did well. And I do agree. I think, oh, wow. Scores for Ziggy, an 8.33 for Ziggy McKenzie. The judges loving her fast power surfing. But yeah, that last one of Kailani's, I think that was a missed opportunity on that first section for sure. But this is the 8.33 for Ziggy McKenzie. Beautiful wave.
Yeah, I love that first turn. Just a huge arc. Wraps it around pretty tight on that second one. And this last section was pretty sick. I love that she kind of airdropped that down. So Ziggy looking pretty unstoppable. She told me yesterday that before her 917, she had never gotten anything higher than a 6 in a QS.
Wow.
Yeah, and now she's just busting into the 8s and 9s range like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah, now she's like, oh, hang on a second, I can do that. It's like, bang, here we go. I'm dropping 8s, I'm dropping 7s. I'm excited to see her on her feet for this next wave as well. But Jolly Stokes, she also has a score to lock in, so who knows what's going to happen. She only needs a 4.01 to move up into first place. It looks like first indications is that she will get it. So it's going to make it a little bit harder for Kailani and Gia. Last of Jolly Stokes, it's a 7.07. So that's her best wave of the heat so far, and it's first and second are slowly starting to run away with it.
Yep, and it's looking like it. Ziggy McKenzie only has a 2.67 as a backup, so she's going to be itching to get one more wave. Kailani Johnson and Gia Lawrenson needing some pretty decent scores.
Yeah, 7.18 for Kailani and a 6.51 for Gia. Pretty big scores required for those two women, but you know, I feel like if they get themselves in the right opportunity and on the right waves, they can definitely get there for sure. I mean, we've seen both of them lock in big scores. Kai's been on the Challenger Series, am I right in saying that?
Yep, she has qualified for the Challenger Series. I'm sure that's the goal again. Her and the Indonesian team have been working so hard leading up to these events. So that's the goal for sure.
Yeah, this is this 7.07 of Jolly Stokes. Great first turn and just times it perfectly there. Comes out in front of the whitewater and yeah, she just is like stomping that wave, a 7.07. She's such a fierce competitor. She was dropping 7s in her last heat as well. So 8.5 minutes to go. Ziggy McKenzie has the best number of the heat so far, an 8.33. needing a 5.74 to go to first. It's definitely achievable. We've seen her drop big scores already, so let's see if she can get rid of that 267. This is 833. I love this first turn from Ziggy. She's surfing with so much finesse and really mature approach into all of these heats. Another nice turn there for Ziggy McKenzie and just floats it to get that completion. That was huge. We saw, unfortunately, Isla Huppert's get knocked out in that last heat, Ziggy's team or roommate, and wow, she's just absolutely tearing this wave apart once again. Needs to better at 267, and I think she's done that. I'm sure Adam Duffner will be cheering on the beach there. I know exactly how he gets it. He's a super emotional coach. He goes through the moments with him.
So this is the replay of the last of Ziggy. Nice first turn. A little more critical there. I love this cutback, actually, how she just tags the whitewash again and manages to hold on in this last section. So she's going to be getting rid of that 267 pretty soon. She needs a 574 to go to first. I think the only thing kind of holding her back on that score is maybe the wave size.
Yeah.
But really beautiful surfing from Ziggy. Jolly Stokes, semifinalist here last year in the Krui Pro. So she's going to be wanting to get back into that next semifinal and hopefully get a final this time.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, these big QS 6000 events, they're huge. And I think Charlie is definitely hoping to get a little bit further into the draw, maybe make a finals appearance. And a 5.43 for that last wave of Ziggy. Really smart decision there for Ziggy to go that wave, because now Kailani and Gia are chasing nines.
Yep. And when you hear that out in the water that you need a 9 to go into the next round, you're like, damn.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a sinking feeling, or it could also be motivation. Depends on what type of surfer you are and what type of mindset you paddled out with. But this is the replay of the last of Ziggy. 5.43. Really, really quick, smart surfing from Ziggy right here.
Yeah, wow. She just did exactly what she needed to do and nothing more. She didn't try and oversurf it. 5.43. That was just a smart decision there. I think that was a really, really well timed as well, applying more pressure. And this is the current heat leader, Jolly Stokes. Gets that first carve in, looking to go big. But unfortunately, that wave, just not enough power for that big turn there for Charlie Stokes, so she will get back out there with 5.5 minutes to go.
Yep, so it is all eyes now on Kailani Johnson and Gia Lawrenson, needing some really big scores to be able to give themselves a chance to go back into the semis. It's looking pretty rough.
Yeah, 9.26 for Gia and 9.93 for Kai. They're near perfect scores. And then it needs to be a pretty much perfect wave and basically mistake-free surfing to get that with 5 minutes. There definitely is opportunities for it. Kai has first priority. Gia sits with second priority. There is probably time to break that up into 2 scores. So Kai having a look at this one, sees a good section. Nice snap there for Kailani Johnson. Gets it again, but unfortunately comes unstuck, and you can see the Indo team, leaning back. They can feel it. I could hear your emotion then too, Giada.
It's like, no. Yeah, so Kailani knows she has to go big. Taking a look at this one on the inside, showing a little bit of frustration, maybe 4.5 left in this heat. It is looking like Jolly and Ziggy kind of running away with it. Those are some pretty decent heat total scores right there.
Yeah, they're huge. A 7.07 and a 7 for Jolly, and 8.33 and that 5.43 for Ziggy McKenzie. I mean, they've both been looking so in form, and it's no surprise that they're coming out at 1 and 2 in the back 4 minutes of this heat for sure.
Yep, so we will be finishing off this contest today and tonight heading over to Nias. Loving these back-to-back events.
Yeah.
And how different they are to each other. I mean, we have a perfect peeling left-hander here in Krui and a pretty punchy, big barreling right-hander in Nias.
Yes. Pretty contrasting from the waves, but we're going to see the same incredible surfing. Jarly Stokes unfortunately won't be there. She'll be on her way over to South Africa, but she's making a statement here at the 2025 Krui Pro. Another nice connection. That was her first wave. I believe that was her 7. So Jarly, she's just showing why she's a Challenger Series surfer, and once again, you know, backing it up with this one, the 707. It was a good wave.
Yep, I really like this one from Jolly. Just 2 turns, but so strong. She just followed the lip line on that second turn. So beautiful surfing from Jolly as well. The 833 from Ziggy was really nice. I like that last turn. She just kind of airdropped finish, so manages to stick through. Ziggy backed it up quickly with that 543, so she knew that by doing that, she is going to be making the requirements for Kailani and Gia pretty high.
Yeah, and they're big scores. I don't think we've seen someone drop a 9.93 in the event yet. I think the highest I've seen is that 9.33 in the women's side from Kira Buckpitt in the earlier rounds, and then of course that 917 yesterday of Ziggy's. So it needs to be on par or better than that. But of course today is a different day, and 2 minutes to go. We can't count them out. Gia has first priority, and she has the ability to maybe even get into third place. It's more points. Like right now, she's looking at getting into third. There are more points, more prize money as well. The 926 isn't out of reach, but it's more just the waves, if she can find one that's going to really offer that.
Yeah, and it's looking pretty rough. The conditions are not as perfect as the other day, so it's gonna have to be something really, really impressive to get those scores.
She's having a look at this one with priority. Gia up and riding. She has a 4-5 already. Nice first turn for Gia. Gets this second one in. Hoping this wave stands up for her. Nice connection there. Straight up into another one. And she kicks out of that one. It's not going to be the 926, but maybe enough to get her into third. Ziggy, a quick in and out there with just over 1 minute to go. Priority goes to the current heat leader, Jarly Stokes, and Kailani having a look at this one. She's a powerhouse of a surfer. Super strong. Gets that first carve. This wave a little bit flatter to start off with, but she's staying close to the pocket. Another carve there. She's just going to her rail once again, just getting the work done. Out behind Jarly Stokes as well. Kai goes up for a big finishing turn, but can't get the completion there. We've seen her go for those, and I'm loving that attack.
Yeah, so she, like we said, she knows she needs something huge. And with just 25 seconds left, I don't think that will be what she's looking for. But you're right. If it's not going to be passing the heat, you want to be in that third position or above the fourth, because you get more points and more prize money.
Yeah, it's all about that now. It's coming down to the points, and you know, we've seen people miss out on a Challenger Series qualification because of one heat, you know, and that comes down to these moments here. So it looks like it'll be Jarly Stokes and Ziggy McKenzie moving on through to the semis.
Yep, and with that, we're going to head over to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in the next heat.
This is bananas, and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
We are back with the men's quarterfinals of the 2025 Krui Pro. This is a huge heat. Wow, these names: Winter Vincent, Kobe Clements, Caleb Tancred, and Axel Kuroda. I don't even know what to think about this heat. Mark Cliff, this is big.
Well, it's 4 Aussies that are about to tee off. That's what I know. I was just down there watching them all warm up and get ready for this matchup because you know, they'll be paying mass respect to each other, but they'll be in their own corner, in their own headspace. And just 4 lads that totally deserve to be here.
Yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me if 2 hours time or 3 hours later, this had a rolled out as our grand final.
Literally, I was about to say, they're not just 4 Aussies, they're 4 in-form Aussies. You know, Caleb surfed from the first round.
Yeah.
And he's in the quarterfinals.
Yeah,
That's
and
huge.
that was last Wednesday.
Yeah, I don't even know.
Yeah,
I can't
I'm
even
pretty
go
sure
back
it was
that
last Wednesday. It was last Wednesday. So he served kind of a heat every day, I reckon, to be at this point, Caleb. And I was watching him get ready, and boy, he looks fit as a fiddle. He's a real athlete.
Yeah, he's definitely putting in the work to be at his peak for these events. That was Kobe Clements, who's also, you know, really in form at the moment, dropping an 8.5 and a 7 in one of his earlier rounds, having a little bit of a mishap heat kind of yesterday, but still scraping through. You know, progression is progression. So for Kobe, that was super exciting. He's from the Long Reef area. I'm sure that his family back at home, Sophie, Clemo and Thais, are watching, and maybe even Tyler, his girlfriend, as well. So nervous times for all the families watching everyone in this event. Quarterfinals is a big deal.
Look, I can only imagine what it's like for the parents. I remember when I used to do a fair bit of coaching that, you know, you would feel the ride with them. So all the best, everybody involved, and ripping straight in. Caleb Tancred, just one hit, out he goes. Axel's in the green. Kobe, we just talked about, he's in the blue. Winter Vincent has just been flexing his way through the draw with in second gear and just big numbers pretty much every time he pulls the Rashi on. He's the number 1 seed. He's also in the Red Rash Fest in this heat, so he's kind of won pretty much every round to get here.
Yeah, and wow, oh my goodness, that was a lot going on just now. It looks like it's Winter that's going to be taking off on this wave. He's been putting on a show. Nice first turn, looking really sharp already. Gets that second combo in, loads up once again for Winter Vincent, and he's going to stick with this inside track. Absolutely belts it there once again. Winter's just making it look effortless as he does. Gets another good connection in, just flowing through turns, and we are going to have a good score locked in for Winter.
100%. It's a great way to kick off your quarterfinals. He's been doing it pretty much every heat. One of the first to get a ride. He's kind of always the first guy to get a substantial number on the scoreboard. So he goes blue now, Kobe Clements. Wow, a real full misfire there for Kobe.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Cobes just now, but priority goes to Axel Kuroda. And scores for Caleb's first wave, just a small one, a 1.83. And I'm still waiting on this first of Winter Vincent.
Winters will be substantial once again. Just a lot of quality work. He's a big fella.
Yeah.
He never really rushes. He just gets the turns done that the judges want to see. So let's have a look at the judges' point of view, the Bonsoy replay. So kicks it off just with a big upside down hit, and then just sort of cruises through it. Looked like he's not trying, but he is. This is just him on his everyday mode. I really like what he does. When he does a top turn, as he comes down, he just sets himself and takes that moment to just look over his shoulder and time his second hit. His body language is always composed. He rarely catches the rail. He's just a quality act, and the score is going to reflect that last wave. Here it is.
Yeah, it's a 6.33 for first of Winter Vincent. Good way to start his campaign off in this quarterfinal. And this is Caleb Tancred up and into that first section. Gets a little bit more lethal with that second one, but a bit of a mistake there that I'm not used to seeing from Caleb.
Yeah, he's fallen on his first couple of rides now. The good news is he's still got 19 and a half minutes to regain. I had a bit of a chat with him yesterday about life and about the fact that here's the replay again. I'm not sure what went wrong, but a little tag to kick things off. He gets up there and he just spun the wheels a little bit too much and lost contact and connection with the wave, and down he went. But I was having a chat with him yesterday. He was a really highly touted Super Grom on Team Billabong, and everyone's like, wow, here comes Caleb, watch this space, blah, blah, blah. Went and did a 5-year architecture course and dropped the Rashi for a bunch of times. And I said, do you feel like you should have still been doing it? And he goes, when I watched the guys I grew up with, I kind of did. But once I got that done, I'm back, and I said, and you're into it. He goes, I'm 100% invested in this next program.
Yeah.
So,
and you can see it as well. You know, he's looking in form, and I'm excited to see him hopefully progress through to the semis. Someone who did just that was Charlie Stokes, and she is there with Giada Legati.
All right, I'm here with Jolly Stokes. Congratulations. You were surfing incredible out there. You got a semifinal here last year. You're back in the semis. What are you expecting from yourself this year?
I'm hoping to just surf my best, and wherever that gets me, it'll get me. So, yeah.
So your board is looking so smooth under your feet. What are you riding?
I'm riding my CI 2 Pro in a 510 round tail. Yeah, it's a magic board. I love it.
So you told me you're going to Balido after this. Tell me what your mindset's like going into the Challenger.
Yeah, this is my first year on the Challenger, so I'm just trying to have fun, experience it all, and see where it takes me. Yeah.
So I'm gonna keep this short, as I know you have a heat coming up soon. Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back at home?
Yeah. Hey everyone, thanks for watching and thanks for all the support.
All right, thank you, and back to you guys in the booth.
Yay, thank you, Giada, and thank you, Charlie, and Winter Vincent.
Thank you, Winter.
Literally, wow, that was, honestly, I was like, what is he doing? He just makes it look so easy out there. It's kind of annoying.
Well, it's just what quality does, right? Cream rises to the top,
It's
and Winter
great to
Vincent
watch.
is stepping into a big stride on finals day. When we watch this next Bonsoy replay, his first turn was just so sick, super vertical. Here it is. Oh, well, let's watch Caleb's first. His best move right there of this matchup, a quality second hit. Just hanging in there now, just playing the game, collecting points as he surfs his way down the line. There was a little stumble here, but that doesn't matter. He's done the work. But this is such a good wave.
Oh, I love this first turn. Huge. Look how much spray he throws. It literally goes off screen. And then he's just hanging out super low, gets around this section, tags it once again, and Winter, wow, this was such a good wave for Winter Vincent. He'll back up that 6.33 last of Caleb Tancred, a 4.17. And we've actually seen him in pretty much all of his heats be super busy, just catching waves. It seems like, you know how in heats there's kind of two surfers, you can get someone who's a momentum surfer and they like to, keep catching waves in heats, and then you get the other surfers who drop in weight for those. They kind of have that anchor mentality.
Winter's dropping bombs all over the place. A 7.67. He probably got 6.5 of those points off his first turn. It was so brutal. And the judges, he's one of those surfers again that on finals day you can see the judges look for him because he surfs so much to their criteria. Every time he stands up, they're happy to throw big numbers, even if it's only half as much surfing as someone else, because he's doing what they dig. He's kind of the flavour of the month on the men's side of the draw as well as a couple of other guys. But the judges just really buy into his act, and they're more than happy to throw big scores at Winter time and time again because he just does that super critical, committed surfing at every opportunity. Here's our lineup. This is finals day. Winter Vincent, so good.
Yeah, he's doing well. A 14-point combination so far is pretty huge for the first quarterfinal, and hopefully setting the tone for the rest of it and firing up all the other men left in the draw. This next quarterfinal is going to be pretty big. Reef Hazelwood takes on Katut Agus, Pajar Ariana, and also Xavier Bryce. So that's going to be an exciting one as well. And 15 minutes to go in this quarter, and it's Winter coming out on top.
Yep. And here he is again. The juggernaut continues. Oh, is he looking for an air? No, down to the bottom. Typical. Well, he tries to spin the wheels. Pressure's off. 14 points in the first 10 minutes. Hello. No stress under the red bonnet. Winter Vincent, he's even looked over to his caddy, I think, and there was a moment where I think he might be going across to swap boards.
Yeah, maybe he's just on his magic stick right now, and he's like, you know what? I'm just going to swap boards, keep this one on ice. I'm sure we'll be able to figure out what's going on by the end of this heat. But it is Axel Kuroda who holds first priority and is yet to take off on away from North Stain board riders on the northern beaches of Sydney. And he's also, we have actually 3 Northern Beaches surfers in this heat. 3 of those are a part of that Northern Beaches high performance program as well. So they're a very tight-knit group of men, and Ruby True's in that as well. So I'm sure they're kind of loving a heat together, but also hoping to, make it within their own rights in this heat.
Yeah, and you're talking about the New South Wales program. Also, PSOI, the Team Indonesia, have a program going on. There's 2 of them in the next heat, and we're going to bring in Made Joy. He's going to sit in. We're going to have a 3-way chat.
Oh, that's
with
exciting.
Made, and he's going to tell us about, Team Indo. He's going to tell us about Katut and Pajar, some ins and outs, maybe a little bit of their good traits and then not their annoying traits, I don't know, but we'll have fun, and he'll let us in on what's going on with Team Indo and PSOI and how they train and what they get up to.
Yeah, he
That's
celebrated his 21st birthday.
Yeah, he did. Plus, he's 21, so I thought, let's get him in here. He was one of our beach announcers over the last few seasons going through the Asian region, so he knows how to blah, blah, and he was more than happy to come in and do it with us. So
amazing. It's awesome to have a chat with some of the competitors in the draw. We spoke to Dane Henry a little bit earlier on today as well, which was super cool to get his insight. Unfortunately, getting injured and having to pull out of the event, but everything happens for a reason. So he's just going with it, and he'll come back for the next. Well, actually, after NIAS is the next QS 6000, which is a Korea wave pool event. So I'm sure he'll be back for that one. But I'm excited to be heading over to NIAS. Hopefully, we're going to see some big barrels.
Whoa, man, we will. You're going to see some caves, some Gundry Bay caves up there for sure. And I'm kind of fretting a little bit. A lot of the campaigners, is potentially going to get 8 to 10 foot is what one of the locals have been telling me.
Wow.
And it's a whole different beast at 8 foot and above. It just is so scary and so much heavier and so much more full on than when it's 6 foot, and it chews up a lot of boards, and it's a scary place to be. So it's going to be a good place to be, but there's going to be some careers and some ego on the line that are going to have to wrestle the beast.
Yeah, sounds like it's going to be better sitting in the commentary box.
Yeah, when it's 10 foot, I definitely don't go near a 10 footer. I'm chicken. It scares me. It's kind of gnarly.
Yeah, well, last year we saw some incredible surfing as well. I remember Rosie Smart going to town out there as well.
Yeah,
that was last year.
And there was Oceania Rogers was another one who caught my attention on the female side of the draw, that I'd never really heard of her before, and I didn't know she could surf that good, but she was a shredder.
I think that event actually was a real help to get her onto the Challenger Series. But this last wave of Winter Vincent, this was really, really nice. I actually think this was his first wave, the 633, and he's looking smooth out there, just in form and untouchable really right now.
Yep, he knows how to perform on finals day. He's been here enough times. He is the winner of the NIAS Pro last year, so he won't defend his title, but he's got bigger fish to fry over there in Bolito. So this is the 767, all right? So he got a little stuck here, but he gets around it, no worries. Made that look easy. And this trims on down the line, throwing up some big stabs above the lip. Yep, there it is. We've spoken a lot about Winter, and you can see why.
Yeah, he's rode 3 waves. 2 of them have been his keepers. The last one was just a 0.87, so not going into the top 2. And yeah, he's looking really smooth right now. He's paddling down the point a little bit with 4th priority. You can see Caleb, there's a bit of separation right now between the competitors. Caleb's up the point a little bit more. Axel, he is seeing maybe a little bit of something in this wave, but doesn't like the look of it. Winter's having a sniff, but he goes, no, I'm good as well.
Waves are at an absolute premium in this heat. We've had, what have we got? 7 waves caught total. Only 2 of them are really good numbers. We would want to keep on your score lines. Axel's got to be starting to feel a bit antsy in the green rash. He's got nothing, but here's Winter again, feasting. This is wave number 4.
Wow, nice first turn for Winter Vincent. Needs to better a 6.33, but I think he's just having a bit of fun out there. Nice second turn, and Winter gets out. So
it even makes flicking off look easy.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's Caleb. He's deepest. He's got 3rd priority. He's got 1 low number, but it's better than the other fellas. I'm sure Kobe's got to be feeling a little edgy. Axel with 0 in the bank. He is the performer of the moment. Winter's a big deal, a big seed in this men's round. I'm sure everybody's watching his act, listening to the numbers and going, righto. I want to do a little bit of winter stuff on the waves he's finding. He just finds them at will.
Yeah, he really is. So 9 minutes to go, and Axel still hasn't caught a wave.
I know, and basically, really realistic. Neither has Kobe. When you look at that number, it's like two surfers on the ropes. We know they can both bounce back, but when you're under 9 minutes, from here on in, everything goes perfectly. You need a wave really soon. You got to bank it, and you got to hope all the other stars align. But let's also look at this. Caleb Tancred has done very little to be sitting in second. So the door is well open for Kobe and Axel.
It really is. A 5.44 for Cobes and Axel chasing a 6.07. I mean, we've seen them drop those scores. Axel getting a 7 in his last heat as well. It's just pulling the trigger on the next wave that comes through, really, and just surfing with that momentum. I feel like sometimes it's so easy to sit and wait for nothing. There's no perfect waves out there today.
We've rarely seen anybody, perhaps apart from Mirai today, that starts off really late in a heat and still advance. All right, but Mirai did Mirai things and dodged a major bullet. She got through by 0.1.
Wow.
And she took 13 minutes or something to catch a wave. So it can be done, but Mirai's a bit of a magician.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't really want to be kind of taking the Mirai Akita tactics and thinking that's the game plan, because she got lucky.
Yeah, she did, and looks like Axel is going to go this wave. He's up and riding on his first one in this quarterfinal. Nice first turn. Gets the speed, tags it once again. Axel needing to, finish this one off to make it easier.
Whoa.
Wow, that was a very strong end turn there for Axel Kuroda. He kicks out. Really loved how he attacked that wave just now.
Yeah, I can see it being probably right in there as maybe the third best score. I'd like to see the front angle, firstly, because it was a smaller wave and the judges have got to compare to squarely against what Vincent's already done. Against what Tancred put together on his first wave. It's probably somewhere in the middle. So this will give us a better idea. So the first move probably had some nerves attached to it. Now starts to wind up with a high-speed slap. Another one there. Plenty of momentum down the line to get to that point, which was the highlight of this wave. And I'm going to say, I reckon it locks in as probably the third best wave of the matchup.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I think so too. And Kobe Clements up and riding on his first wave. Gets a backhand carve to start. He's staying super low, but unfortunately has to kick out. So, wow, 6.5 minutes.
Caleb just lost priority, paddled onto a wave and then pulled back, but regains it. There's no one else out the back. Everyone's owed a wave. So, the other three are still paddling out and making position. So maybe it was just a little moment to investigate that wave and get himself back down to the pole, take off position. So Caleb, he'll need to do something. I'm pretty confident that Axel's ride looked really good. It's what the judges demand from these athletes.
Yeah.
And he did get 4 pretty good turns in, so he pulled the trigger at exactly the right time and he did what he had to do and added a bit of interest on that final manoeuvre.
Yeah, he definitely did exactly that. A 6.07 locks in at a 5.43. So just under the requirement, but he only needs a small score to get into second place. Is it the time now to just turn on one of these inside ones and get a backup of a 4 and apply pressure onto Caleb and Kobe, or does he go back out and wait for another wave to come through? I mean, 5.5 minutes to go. It seems like it's a bit of a battle for second right now.
Axel might pick up second priority. No, Kobe picks up second priority. So let's have a look at it again. This is the third best number. Some good high-speed surfing by Axel. Exactly what he had to do. I'm sure he was that nervous under the skin when he took off on this thing, but he disguised the nerves well. That was a sick finish. Well done. 5 minutes to work on a second wave now, Axel.
Yeah.
A quick shout out to a good mate, Gig Selliers over there in South Africa watching. Gig sat in on some of our events years ago, and good on your Gigs. He's a cool fella. Thanks for dropping us a line.
All right, here we go. Axel paddling onto this one. He is looking to get a backup, gets that first turn in, needs to complete this one if he can really run away with second place. Another nice connection there. Axel goes up and into that section. He's, wow, smooth surfing up and into it again and again for Axel Kuroda. He looks a little bit gassed out by that one, but maybe it's just the nerves leaving the mind.
Pressure valve has been released. Another great connection. Caleb Tancred has got a bit of work to do now because Axel Carota is coming in hot. This is such a good wave. And, you know, we thought he might have been experiencing nerves due to the fact that it took him so long to get started, but he's just nailed his first 2 opportunities. A second good score will drop. Even this end of this, another slope. And then he gets a tight little foam climb just for good measure. Boom, which was a big foam climb above the lip. Well done, Axel. 5 manoeuvre wave. Very good.
Yeah, that was well served for Axel. That'll make it a bit more difficult for Caleb and Kobe. Caleb using his priority on this one. It's a good-looking wave mark.
So let's have a look at him now. Takes the high line early. He'll be setting up and hoping for a steep section. We know he's got a top turn to dive for. He just needs a bowl, and he will take it head on. So the thing starts to stand up now. He's got to get this next turn right. Nice big up and over. Plenty of flow. Down to the end bowl. Wow. Tagged it really well. Look at him. All right, he gives himself a little fist pump. And why wouldn't you? Because he sat there for a long time for that. And everybody in this heat is showing how composed they are under pressure.
I don't think I've ever seen Caleb claim a wave. I don't think I have. I love it. I love seeing the passion and the fire. I just wasn't expecting that from him. And he's usually quite a, you know, cool, calm and collected, humble guy. Not that claiming's not humble, but yeah, I love it. I think it's great. I love seeing the passion from the surfers. So that last wave of Axel's a 5.23. Caleb needs a 6.49 on this wave, gets that first float. He's up there for a little while.
Still nothing brutal to this point, right?
Yeah.
Just got to remember that.
Gets another backhand carve. And this is where we see him really start to open up. That was a good turn there. And then tags it. That was a really nice end section. You can see that he likes it. I mean, we'll see. He's checking the watch. He's got about 2 minutes to go. And this last score for Caleb Tancred is going to be very important for a semi-final berth. And Kobe Clements, he's got that 2.37 and a 0.63. Hasn't really done too much in this heat just yet. He needs an 8.29, which we've seen him get. A 6.83, though, locks in for Caleb Tancred. He goes up into second place. Axel down into third, looking for that 5.58. Kobe now chasing an 8.63 with just under 2 minutes to go.
Wow, what a big move by Caleb. You could see why he gave the fist pump. He knew everything connected. He got better as the wave went. Another one of those surfers this week that the judges have really enjoyed throwing scores at because, you know, he surfs with a lot of speed and momentum. And as that wave neared the end, he just powered out of his second last move and just flew into that big end blast. And hence a little fist pump. And it just looked so good. So he strung it together really well. 6.83 is up there in Winter Vincent sort of territory. And second best wave of the heat. Right on cue for Caleb. The requirements are there on your screen now. So mid-5 for Axel is probably the biggest threat. And Kobe Clements is probably going to have to do a backflip or something to get an 8.63 in these conditions.
Yeah, there's maybe been some words said just there. It looks like everyone's like, I'm just going to hang back and you do your thing. So 45 seconds to go. Axel looking for a 5.58 to get into second place. Looks like there's some bumps coming through. Kobe holds the first priority, though. He needs an 8.63 to get up into second. And it just doesn't seem like it's a big score, an 8.63 for Kobe. We've seen him get it. I mean, I know it's a large requirement, but with surfing we've seen from all these surfers, it wouldn't surprise me if he gets a good wave, if he gets it when he gets to his feet.
He needs an A grade wave. You can't fluff around on a B grade or an even A minus sort of wave. He needs the right wave, and his time now with 10 seconds to go cannot hold back one bit.
Yeah, has to go this one for Kobe Clements. Another backhand carve. He really needs to go vertical here. Gets a good connection, but he gets around it, actually. And looks like Axel out the back as well. Kobe finishes that one off. Axel on one also. I wonder if he gets up before the hooter goes. And Axel's gaining some speed. Wow, he's got a good-looking wave. Goes big, but doesn't get the completion, unfortunately. Didn't need a big score either. Only a 5.58.
So what do we do? Do we hang in here and wait for this? Kobe needs an 8.63. I sensed it was a little short of the mark. There was probably just a little bit of downtime on his first couple of moves. He did go big at the end.
Locks in at a 5.5. It's not the score.
Okay, so it's all official. Winter and Caleb move through to the next round. We've got a special guest coming up for quarterfinal 2.
There's one thing we all love to bits, it's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint, agave. Hey, that is incredible.
It's a really great wave to start things off. Managed to put a couple good turns in. I'm Daiwako in the booth with Matt Clift.
Yep, and we've got a special guest in with us, Mate Joy, because looking at the lineup here, Reef Hazelwood in red, right? And we have a couple of big hitters, Indonesians in Ketut Agus in blue, Mate Ariana Pajar in white, and Xavier Bryce, we just saw him in the Australian green. So firstly, welcome, Mate.
Hi, Mark. Hi, Daiwako.
Hey.
It's good to be back here in Krui again.
It sure is. And another reason we pulled you in is you've been a big part of the team the last couple of years, and you've were our beach announcer for a lot of years, so you know how to blah, blah.
Yes.
And you know the insights as to these two. You know what's going on within Team Indonesia. So why don't you talk us through Mate's wave here?
Yeah, this is Pajar. I think this is the first wave of him. Quite a little bit too deep, I think, from him, but just trying to get feel of the nerves, energy.
Tell us a little bit about Mate. He had a pretty good outing here last year. I think he got second in the Pro Juniors. Would that be correct?
Yeah, that's correct. When was that Bronson won that?
Bronson won it. Him and Weston. Yeah.
Yeah, he got second on that one, but I don't know. At the same time, he happy, but
wants to win. Yeah,
wants to win because Bronson, like he has like those how you say I want to beat Bronson. Like
he's got a target on his back. Yeah,
it's like if you want to be the best, you have to beat Bronson or like
good
like
call. That. Here goes green now. So Xavier Bryce, the Aussie, chipping away. He opened up with a 5, 6, 7's a pretty good start. A lot of quality act right there. A little stumble. He recovers, and we got red out the back going nuts. Reef Hazelwood. So maybe we can stay with Reef here as well. So what did you like so much about what Reef's done?
Well, this perform from Reef from the start, from his wave. Actually, it's really pretty smooth, just linking everything, looking sharp, and
such good variety as well.
Yeah,
with that big finner he pulled off on a quality wave. Di, you saw what he did first day when he came to play and cruised his way through with an 8 and a higher 8. He's in good form, yeah.
Right, he's just like you said, he's in a good form. He did a lot of damage at the back. He's a bouncer replay, but after first quick snap off the top, gets a float, run a section, a little bit of downtime here, but still, wow, that's wave just stand up for him. Gets a solid vertical turns in. Gets the fin out to finish off. This is a great wave for Reef. Yeah, he does everything pretty much.
This wave had so many good sections. Let's be honest. He picked up an absolute A+ wave in these conditions. That big finner, Mate, how sick was that?
Yeah, I think I need to learn one of his move. But yeah.
All right.
Still waiting for Red's first wave.
All right. So you're part of Team Indonesia. Tell us who else is involved in Team Indo.
Yeah, there's two coach, which is Dylan Amar and Arya Subjakto. Actually, we came as a team since last time in Taiwan. We did that together. And
who were the athletes involved in this?
There was me, Dani, Fajar, Kailani was here, Taina, and also Dea.
Yeah.
So we got 6 of us, and yeah, I think it is gonna be it's really good team. Yes, it's my first time in the Indonesian team.
Okay, so what do you guys? How often do you train, and do you get together regularly in Bali and do training stuff, or what do you do?
Yeah, I think there's like all that we do back in Bali, just like wake up in morning, we do couple mobility and surf. After that, we go train and then
Back to the
rest.
gym, you mean,
Yeah,
or okay, all right.
back to the gym and then rest for the day, and then we can do another surf session. So pretty much one day we do 2 sessions of surfing and then 1 session of gym.
Wow.
So
That's a huge 1 day
yeah,
routine.
and we do that for almost 5 days, and then on the weekend we fully rest. So,
All right. Time to turn it up a little bit on the weekend and enjoy your days off. But that's a good program, and we're just watching scores filter through here. And geez, Reef Hazelwood back in the eights where he was the other day, guys. Have a go at that. An 8.50, probably the best wave I've seen come through this morning.
Yeah,
with
that's good.
with just A grade surfing. Those two big sections along the middle of that wave. And he blasted the first one and then did a gigantic finner on the second
Right.
section. That's super critical, right?
In a way, that wave was super good. And this is
yeah, this is Made Pajar.
Go for it, buddy.
All the way from Serangan. He's been practicing a lot all the way at Ulus. Almost like he go out there by himself. Nobody knows, and he just put too much pressure on his layback.
Oh, he's Hazelwood, man of the moment. So everything Reef does is just so well measured. You know, he's been doing contest surfing for a long time. I first saw him as a pro junior, and then as he went through the levels of events, he just kept catching my eye, and he's had tastes of CT action, and he's been highest level. He's won big events before, you know, at the second tier in challenger sort of events and that sort of stuff. So he knows what to do with the rashi on. And when you see him surf, he's just so composed. He doesn't make it, he makes it look easy, but he always gets the job done.
Yeah,
definitely. He looks composed every time he surfs. He barely makes mistakes in a heat. 8.50. The last wave from red comes in 3.03.
All right, replay again. So, yep, this is just a little low number, but he was just investigating, trying to get the lead and put some sort of second number together to potentially go to first. It didn't work this time. Or is this his 8.5?
Yes.
This is boom.
How's that?
And this finner. Wow.
Just juristed. Super sick surfing from Reef. This is what 8.5 looks like.
Yeah, the wave had 8 points written all over it. And he extracted 8.5 out of it. Geez, Reef Hazelwood. That's the sort of surfing that's going to take, I reckon, to win here today. And displaying that, he knows what Winter just did in that last heat. So he probably would be well inspired by that and really stepping it up here. So, Marta, you had a really good result last year at NIAS, yeah?
Yeah, that's correct.
What was it, a quarter or thereabouts?
Yeah, I think it was a quarter, yeah.
All right. So
if I'm not wrong.
How much are you looking forward to our next stop?
I don't know. I'm just like trying to keep composed, like try not to think much what happened coming to NIAS. Just trying to be present. If like big wave came, I'll be ready.
Go. Here goes your buddy.
Yeah, it's Fajar Ariana looking good on the first section. Carve into second one.
Now,
looks like the wave.
Speaking of Team Indo, what's happened to Katur Gus in this heat?
Yeah, he's been waiting for like
about 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's about 10 minutes. I think one of our coach Stella probably Fajar was trying to go a little bit busy on first minute, and then Katur trying to get
the best wave,
best wave. So
Reef stole that program off Katur. That was a blistering ride for Reef. So Katur, how you know him really well. Would he be getting stressed at this stage, or was he pretty cool under pressure?
Hopefully, but it was last of my heat when I was against him. He was kind of like we both was kind of like frustrated because there's no wave and like slow heat as well. But all I see from Katur now is just trying to relax and compose, trying to not think about the other competitors, and yeah, he also got the priority. So
yeah, and so you got he's waited this long. He can't
Yeah.
pull the trigger on a crappy wave, right? He's got to probably just ride with it now and stick with the theory that he gets the next best one should it come through. He's just got to hope it sort of starts sooner rather than later, just to release a little bit of pressure. Right now, the Australian is in the lead with almost 12 points as a total. Hazelwood's had the hugest highlight moment of probably just about any men's heat this morning. His backup is pretty low. Pajar's chipped away at a couple of rides that haven't amounted to a whole lot. So Katut is still within striking range of second. He's going to have to do it in a couple of numbers. 11.53 is what it's going to take to get rid of Reef. All right, so I imagine you might have a few of the boys back in Barleytown tuning in. Would you like to say good day to any of your friends and team down there at Padma Way?
I would say tetap semangat, dukung terus tim Indonesia di event Krui dan Nias. Mudah-mudahan salah satu tim Indonesia atau server dari Indonesia bisa menang.
So I reckon let's do that in Indonesian next wave, first wave of Katut Agustus, because there'll be a lot of Indos watching. We've got a Japanese interpreter here, so why not throw a bit of the local Bahasa out there when Katut stands up on his first wave? Deal?
Deal. I think that's going to be probably great as well.
Something that was great. Someone turned 21 yesterday. Happy
Oops.
birthday!
Happy birthday! Thank you, Mark.
He goes. Pajar, take us through this one.
Yeah, this is Pajar. Satu floater yang sangat bagus. Looking to the airs. Oh, fortunately, just maybe a little bit too late on that section.
But watching him surf throughout events last year, he seems to have just about every move in the book. He's got a huge bag of tricks. He's always fast. He's just so much to like about his overall act. We haven't seen the best of it in this heat, but I really reckon he's one to watch in the future. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. So, well, time looking 12 minutes and 20 seconds. Katut still without any score.
And I noticed every time Indonesians surf, the whole team gets down there and gets around them. So is that part of the deal? Or you guys just all want to do it, or is it just like we're a team, let's all go? Is that how that works?
I think as a traditionally, since Rio, Katut, and One was joining the team, so that's basically what they were doing.
All right.
Whoever like represent Indonesia, so we have to get around and support them.
All right. Well, speaking of support and getting around, crew, we're going to hear from Winter Vincent, winner of the last heat, with True Starling. Go for it.
Thank you guys so much. Winter, you have made it through another heat. You absolutely blitzed that one into the semifinals.
Yeah, thanks, True. Pretty stoked.
It's going to be a big day of surfing. You'll be surfing 3 heats, or hopefully 3 heats. It just seems like you've got this winning formula down pat.
Yeah, I love Krui. First year I came here, it was my first QS I did. That was 2 years ago. Second time got quarters, so yeah, just hoping to better that.
And your board's looking really smooth under your feet. Talk me through what you're riding.
Yeah, I've got a Magic 6.0, driver 3.0 from Lost Surfboards. And actually, I got my first 2 waves, and then I swapped to another board, a 6.1, out there, and just to save that board. It was the same board I got second on World Pro Juniors, and yeah, just want to save that one.
Yeah, we kind of saw you head over to the caddies. I was like, what's going on there? So I'm good to get that insight. We'll keep it short and sweet. You've got a big day, so I'm sure you want to have a bit of a rest. Anything you'd like to say to a fan back at home?
Yeah, thanks everyone for watching, and yeah, a few more heats.
All right, we'll send it back to you guys. Thanks, Winter.
And meanwhile, Pajar's going about his business again. A much better connection. He always likes to spice things up and add little tail drifts and fins out and a little air opportunity whenever it presents. He's, as we were saying earlier, he can do so much with the surfboard under him, right? That's pretty slick.
Gets a pretty good finish and gets a rotation in the middle stage. It was a great wave from Mariana.
Yeah, that's pretty good way to start to just fix some score. Well, he basically just had a 3.5 and a 2.5, and this is a replay of it.
Take us through it, mate. No, what did you like most?
Yeah, this is first turn from Fajar. Just like a setup turn. Second one, and this is it.
Wow.
A little bit tail blow from Fajar. He kind of thinking back in Serangan left. He kind of lost that wave pretty much. Just been talking all day. So just continue all the way to the inside and the finishing black.
And just a really good dose of variety in that wave. As normal, everything's done at a fast speed because he's one of those dudes, a bit like Megatron, a bit like Garut, that just has speed to burn, right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so waiting on that number, he needed an 8 to go into second. I'm not sure that'll happen, but the requirement will come right down. Easily his best score, right? So
Definitely.
It'll be a big number. It'll be right up there with some of the best, one of the best scores of this heat, right? It won't be Reef's 8.5, but I reckon it really challenges what Xavier's done. So it'll be up there with a big score, maybe the second best of the heat. But it will make that 8.04 disappear, and there'll be a fresh number needed, which will be much more manageable. And with 8.40 on the clock, he's really done what he needed to do and stay in touch with the top two.
You know, he sticks to his plan, just staying busy. That's exactly what he's doing, and get on the smaller size, make most of it, get the bro tail and spin around. That's a great, variation of maneuvers. Really like the finish too. So definitely it's going to be his best score and get rid of comes in 5.20.
Yeah, that was a good start from
So the requirement now is just over 6 points. So he's given himself a much better shot at advancing. The real worry, though, is that Hazelwood's sitting on a 3.03. That's going to vanish, trust me, before the end of this heat. And Xavier Bryce, he's done a pretty good job, but numbers that aren't blockbuster, although he's in the lead, he's got second priority. Katura Gus, here he goes. He's got to do something shortly, and he's got to just start to click into gear because he's starting to drop off the pace.
Being really patient, waiting for the one for almost like 18 minutes in.
Yep, I don't think I've seen a slower start to a heat all day than this one. So maximum amounts of pressure building under the blue rash vest. The head coach down there, would that be Aria?
Yeah.
All right. So
Aria and Dylan.
So what would Aria be saying now? Does he hold it cool, or you reckon he'd be getting a bit annoyed? What would he be thinking?
I think like Dylan and Aria are gonna be a little bit annoying because Kutut just been holding priority so long and just like trying to not catch like a smaller one just to like just like warming up his feet or something, like trying to get score on the board. And now we got like 6 minutes and 45 seconds left. He's still holding the first priority.
All right, and these Asian region events, mate, we've been doing it for quite a while, going to these two venues and a lot of other spots over the years as well. But it's a good thing for the Balinese, Indonesians in general, but to have these other surfers come into your region and compete against the top Aussies and that, it's got to be pretty inspiring, although it makes the draw so much harder.
Well, basically, it just keep us as a Asia region just like want to improve our surfing pretty much. Like if you guys want to go to the higher level, let's say a Challenger Series, like now we can see Rio Waida in the city and Bronson Mady goes to the Challenger Series. So I think that's pretty much what we trying to look for. If you want to be the best, just like go out to the QS and just beat them.
Yeah, you've got to beat everyone eventually, right? So at least having the red hot Australians come and join and the Kiwis and that, it does give you a look at where the benchmark perhaps is and what it's going to take to get there. Because when you see guys like Reef and Winter Pularashi on and Xavier and a couple of the other big players, you just see how well they compete. Not just how well they surf, but just how they keep stringing it together heat after heat. It's no fluke that these guys always end up at the top end of events.
Yes. So
5 minutes, surely Katut has to do something. Can you send him some mojo, mate? A bit of magic, and send your boy a wave. You got any contacts out there?
Well, I think I just used my lucky charm yesterday.
You better give your lucky charm a polish. You're the birthday boy. You've just turned 21. If anybody can muster up a way for your buddy, surely it's you. It looks like he might have found something. He's
Right.
starting to paddle with a bit more intent.
Few lines on the horizon. Definitely, he's looking for one wave.
Maybe give us a bit of bahasa on this one for Paja. Go for it.
Ini adalah ombak ke paling Fajar Ariana masih mencoba speed 1 air reverse sayang sekali. As you guys can see, look at Dylan just like trying. He could just do a couple turn before he tried to do that air reverse.
But he's such a high percentage rate normally at his airs. You can see why he's got a bit of a license to tee off and do this sort of move, because generally he's about a 95% strike rate kind of guy.
Yeah.
It was a smaller size waves, but he knew that he gotta go for it, and he did, and nearly put it off.
Looking at his other good wave, the 5-2, he did some really flashy surfing. He did a little air reverse. It wasn't super high, but it was a small wave. So the judges probably went, all right, hang on. Let's not get too excited. But they kept it at a 5-2. But he's going to have to, go better than that, at least a point better to muster up this 6-3-4. Katura Gus.
Wow, it's just unfortunate for Katur. 3 minutes 30 seconds remaining. There's pretty much no wave coming through for the last 15 minutes or so. So
Pajar's just
gotta wait.
Pajar's been sniffing around on the inside. Reef Hazelwood will be dirty if he can't drop this 3 as well. So this is the heat leader. He did the work early in the matchup. He's only caught 2 waves.
Yep.
This is a 5-6-7, I believe. Couple good turns, couple solid turns in, and this gotta be a 6-1-7. Nice floater section, and gets a solid turns in with a lot of sprays. A little bit of stumble there, but recover it perfectly, and it gets a finish. Oh,
doesn't get
really.
Finished. But either way, he's got the lead. Right. That's what's important with just 2:40 on the clock. Second priority, Reef Hazelwood will be keen as mustard to drop this 3:03. Pajar throwing the board again, and another error. So pressure is mounting. You can see Team Indo, at least the fella in white's trying a little bit of everything, but we know he's got a killer air game, but it's just not clicking for him at the moment. So Reef Hazelwood just squarely looked at where white was, because he knows he's coming third. So he's the biggest threat that could get Reef out. So Reef just kind of stays close to him. If he doesn't better his 3:03, his next immediate thought is just hold off Ariana from getting away.
Yeah, that's correct.
All right, so what's coming up in the future for you, Marte? How does the rest of this year look? What's on the plans?
That's pretty much that we're going to do after Krui, Nias. We're back to Bali, and then on August, we're going to do the Asian game with the Indo team. Probably in India.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right.
I think, if I'm not wrong. And then after that, there's another comp in Korea, wave pool. So pretty much, hopefully, all the Indo team coming up there. And then I think ISA, the El Salvador.
All right.
So,
all right. Okay, you're involved in that. So you've got a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, that's correct.
Unreal.
I've been improving a lot since last year.
All right.
Thanks to you, Mark.
Oh no, look, you're just not much to do with me. It's more to do with Team Indo and PSOI and the members you've got around you. It's also a lot to do with someone like Bronson winning a World Junior title, dragging Team Indo along in his slipstream and making everyone believe it can be done. Rio's done it. Bronson's doing it. Yep. So there's no other reason why any other Indos can't do it either, because I see some of the best surfing I see all year when I have my time in Indonesia.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Just like Rajo Barrel.
Oh, look, there's so many. There's so many. I could name 20 names that would all be in the conversation worth mentioning, but it's too long a list to go there. But yeah, of course, I love Ra. Hope you're listening, guys. He goes, your boy. What about a bit of Bahasa? Well, hang on, maybe Katut. Go for it.
Yeah, this is Katut. Last second. Just looking foam climb. Looking the section. Do a couple reverse. Can't full up. because it was only like 10 seconds.
Had to ride a wave.
Yeah.
So at least he did that. He'll be on the sidelines. It looks like Marde's going to dip out as well. The two Aussies, it wasn't, the biggest highlight of the heat was Reef Hazelwood, was just outstanding. But Marde, I'm going to shake your hand and say, listen, thanks for joining us in here.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Dewako.
I better go down and have a chat with Xavier Bryce, and we'll throw to Anatomy back shortly.
Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone off his, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Krui Pro Finals Day. We are now into men's quarterfinal heat number 3. We have Roy Kanazawa in red, Macklin Flynn in blue, Riky Masuda in white, Jay Brown in green. I'm Daiwako here in the booth with Giada.
Hey, Dai.
Hey, you're back.
I'm back. Quarterfinal heat 3. Pretty crazy. We will be doing one more quarterfinals and then we're straight into semis already.
So a few more heats and we get to see champions for both men and women. QS 6000.
Yep, you're right. It's been a long week here. We have many heats surfed. And this is finals day at the Krui Pro QS 6000. So we have Roy Kanazawa, Macklin Flynn, Riky Masuda, Jay Brown. Each one of these surfers wants to be in that semifinals. They want to get those points.
Definitely big difference. If you go into the semifinals, you get a lot of points from that. And that's exactly what they want. And probably double the prize money.
Exactly.
That's a important factor for all the surfers.
Huge. I mean, they need funding to get here. So, not only the points, but the prize money too.
Definitely. They are all wanting to be in the semifinals. Krui Pro QS 6000クォーターファイナルヒートナンバー3が行われています。このヒートには2名の日本人選手がクレジットされています。This is Jay Brown on the first wave. It's on the smaller size waves, but little bit of a stumble there. Unfortunately, couldn't really get a turns in. But it's still couple minutes in. There's plenty of times, 22 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this heat. Looks like Red is having a look at this one. 金沢選手1本目のライディングになります。ミディアムセット。一発、ここはチェックターン。そして2発目大きなターンを入れていきます。ここが抜けられたらさらにスコアを重ねられましたが、ここでプルアウト、一発大きなターンの演技となりました。このクォーターファイナルが終わると、次は各ディビジョンのセミファイナルへと進んでいきます。本日ファイナルズデーを迎えているクルイプロ。So first wave for green comes in 2.50 and this is wave number 2 for Jay Brown on a smaller size waves. Nice hit and try to connect to the inside. Here it comes. Wave sends up for him and solid turn and nice wrapping cutbacks. So a few solid turns done at the back. You know, Jay's just been trying to stay busy because the last heat was really slow. Dude just got a one wave in probably last 20 seconds.
Yeah, so we're seeing it slow down a little bit. We have seen a decrease in size compared to yesterday. Yesterday was kind of firing out here. It's definitely cleaned up a lot though. It's not so bumpy and lumpy like it was this morning. This is Roy Kanazawa, good looking wave right here. I love those two turns. Jay Brown out the back really pushes the tail on that first turn. Busts the fins out on that second one. Really nicely done here by Jay Brown. He's been on fire all week.
Right.
And this is exactly why. Lots of work done in this smaller to medium-sized wave. There we have the caddies clapping out the back. He was stoked on that one.
So 350 for the first of Roy Kanazawa. そして増田選手1本目のライディング。これはインサイドの波ですが、いい波になってくるのか、少し早かったようです。ここはキックアウト。Unfortunate for Riky. But here is Sapphire Blue up and riding. This is a good looking wave. Nice off the top and big, solid finishing turn. It's going to be probably the best heat score in this heat.
That was a really good wave from Macklin Flynn. Loved how he just followed the lip line, kind of airdrop down. Here we go. First turn, really nice. This one. Boom.
Wow. Airdrop. Yeah, it was a huge. It was on one of the set and gets a big turns in, get the big, finishing turn. So it's going to be a healthy number for Surfing Blue. McLean flying.
Yep, and we're still waiting for some scores to come through before we kind of see the leaderboard change up a little bit. So Macklin will definitely be getting the better wave of this heat for now. And it is Jay Brown currently in first. Speaking of, that is Jay Brown on your screen, goofy footer from Australia. Big first turn. Sets it up for this second one. So much spray out the back. This drone angle just showing how much power goes into each turn. Loving how Jay Brown has been surfing all week. He's looking a little unstoppable right now. I've seen a couple of his heats, and he's not a name that you would really see so much in these events at the back end of the contest. But I'm excited to see him.
I think he's in a good rhythm in the ocean, actually. Start early, get, staying busy, get to score, and the last wave looked really amazing. Managed to put a couple turns in. While we have a break in action, we're going to go over to athlete area for the heat post interview. Go ahead, Mark.
All right, got the winner of the last heat here with me, Xavier Bryce. I'm going to shake your hand. A job well done. It wasn't the highest scoring heat, but you got your two nice and early. Was that the plan?
Yeah, I think I just kind of wanted to push up the top and get a quick one, and then kind of sit down the bottom and get another quick one. And thankfully I managed to do that, so I was pretty happy. Yeah.
All right, well, you finished here as a quarterfinalist last year, so you've got some fond memories of Ujong Bachor. So what's the plan for the rest of the day right now?
Just cruise, rest as much as I can. Just basically just reset and hope to do it again.
All right, so 20 years of age, no doubt you've got goals as to Challenger and beyond.
Yeah, 100%. Just try and make it to the top. Pretty much it.
All right, and your boys back at home in Sydney, Longreef, Matty Granger and the tribe. Would you like to say hi to all your boys you surf with?
Yeah, definitely. It's up the Longreef. They're my family, so yeah, big ups to them, sure.
Hey, all the best for the semi-finals. Well done, Xavier. Cheers, guys.
Thank you, Mark. And Xavier Bryce, he is now into semi-finals. That's a huge step up, a lot of points. And we have great scores locked in. The fast of Macklin comes in 7.33, that 3-turn combo. That is a healthy number. And the last of red comes in 5.5, but this is the first wave of blue. Big finishing turn comes in 7.33, and the last of Jay Brown's wave comes in 5.27. So a few good scores locked in already.
Yep, that's right. So Jay Brown 5-7, 4-3-3. Roy Kanazawa pretty close behind, but it is Macklin Flynn with that 7-3-3 who's going to be having that little bit more boost of confidence when he catches his second wave. Only needs a 1-6-7 to go into second. Macklin, this will be a pretty big result for him already.
Right.
Quarterfinals in a QS 6000 is no small job. If he gets into that semis, he's gonna be pretty stoked.
Definitely, he's gonna be stoked. There's no doubt that he's gonna be in first place or second place in any minutes because only needing 1.67 pretty much job done when he takes away. But it's Riky Masuda is in fourth position. 増田来輝選手はファーストプライオリティを持っていますが、現在第4位のポジション。逆転にしてのスコアは 8.50 ですが、まだ1本のみのライディング。金沢選手は 5.50、そして 3.50 をスコアして、現在2位のポジションですが、3位の選手 1.67 で2位にジャンプアップしてくるので、彼としては 4.10 以上を出して1位にジャンプアップしたいところ。
All right, so I know you've seen Roy Kanazawa and Riky Masuda compete a lot,
Right.
especially in Japan and the Asian region. Can you tell us, is this already a really great result for them usually, or are they going to be hungry for more?
Definitely they're going to be hungry for more, but also this is a really great result for them. They probably getting great points, even they get knocked out in this round, but definitely they are hungry for more winning.
Would this one of their best results ever?
I'm not too sure, but probably is for Riky. I've seen Roy is making a couple heats and having a great result. Probably he has made to round of 16 or quarters. I'm not too sure if I'm not wrong. But definitely is a good result for Riky Masuda.
Yeah, Roy Kanazawa has been on fire all week. He
Right.
has incredible style, strong surfing. So it's going to be exciting for us to watch him again. And there's a little bit of a break here in the action. I want to give a huge thank you to some of our sponsors and some of the people who made it possible for us to be here again this year in Krui in the 2025 QS 6000. So thank you so much to Kemenpora, the Indonesian Sports and Youth Minister. Thank you to WSL and PSOE, as well as the province of Lampung and the region of Pesisir Barat. And thank you to the ASC as well. So without these guys, we wouldn't have been able to come this year and given these surfers the opportunity to, showcase their surfing in a world-class wave like Ujung Bocor. So much time and dedication and effort goes into these events, as well as the athletes, like the preparation building up to it. So from nutrition to psychologists to physical training to hours in the water, it's really impressive, and a lot of them put so much dedication and effort into it.
Definitely. And this place is such an amazing place to surf in a competition. And probably, we want to show that this contest was on or not. But definitely all the competitors, were willing to surf here, wanting to be here and showcasing their performances on the world-class wave here. In the peeling great left break here. So good to be back, definitely.
And all these surfers are incredible. They're all very talented. They they know how to get those big scores. So at the end of the day, it comes down to details, who was a little more prepared for the conditions, who was a little bit more stronger mentally, who didn't break under pressure. So it's just at the end of the day, those little details that really gets you through those heats, especially from the quarterfinals on forward.
So whoever doesn't make mistake will go through to the semifinals pretty much.
Yeah, or the minimal mistake possible, because at the end the talent's there. Everyone's got talent, and everyone surfs good in good waves. So it's just the preparation behind it. So these are the best scores for green. He's sitting on a 5.27 and the 4.33. We just saw those replays on screen. So Jay Brown, a name we've been seeing really win heats this year and looking strong and confident. He's heading straight to Bali after this, so he must be pretty excited about that as well.
増田選手、2本目のライディング、1発、2発と大きなターンを入れてきます。ここもう1発入るか。ここはしっかりと入れられましたが、少し遅れてしまったようです。ですが、これは彼のベストスコアになってくるでしょう。現在第4位のポジション。8.50 が必要ですが、どうでしょうか。いい波に乗ってきました。残り時間がもう間もなく10分です。Well, that last wave from Riky was good wave, good first down, a little bit hung up, but still managed to put second solid turns in. Unfortunately, it comes unstuck on the third one, but pretty good, wave from Riky.
Yeah, nice wave from Riky. Got a little bit stuck on the top on that
Right.
first turn. Had to double pump to get back down the face of the wave. But this is Roy right now.
金沢選手、こちらで 3.50 を超えていきたいが、これはいい点数になってきそうです。2発目、3発目、大きなターンを入れてきました。Definitely solid turns done by Roy Kanazawa. This is Jay Brown looking for wave to better 4.33, but unfortunately comes unstuck on the last section. It looks like Macklin having a look at this one. This is his second wave on the set again. Nice checking turn. It gets vertical, fins out. Unfortunately, hang up, stuck on the top. Probably I would say Roy's wave will be a better number out of 4 wave. That was a great combination from Roy.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Macklin. That was looking like it was going to be a really good score. Probably the biggest wave out of that set. So now we're waiting for scores to come through for 3 surfers in green, red, and blue. We're seeing a little bit of a paddle battle going on.
This is a very crucial moment for those surfers, whoever gets first priority, because the ocean sometimes goes really quiet for quite a long time. So having a first priority is a good position. But this is a replay of last of Roy. Love the second turn. And straight into the third. Even bigger turn. So this is going to be really healthy number for Roy. 6.83. 金沢選手、最後の波で 6.83 をスコアし、1位へジャンプアップ。
All right, so Jay Brown taking a look at that one, wasn't convinced. Macklin, just floats that section, unfortunately comes down. He has the highest wave of the heat right now. He just needs to back it up.
Right.
Just do 2 turns.
Yeah, requirement is very small, 2.27. So pretty much he's on his second wave. I got a feeling that he's done that job. He will get the requirement, but definitely that wasn't what he was expecting for. So there's still 7 minutes and 25 seconds remaining, and we're still waiting for the second wave for Macklin comes in 2.03. Wow, it was not enough.
Here he goes again. He knows he needs a tiny score to get into second place. 2 good turns, and he keeps falling off on that second one. Maybe he's showing a bit signs of nerves there. This is now Roy Kanazawa. Good looking set. And rides out of it. That, everybody, is Roy Kanazawa.
金沢選手、4本目のライディング、これもいいライディングになりました。セットの波にアプローチし、1発大きなターン、そして2発目も厳しいところにしっかりと当て、スプレーを飛ばしてきました。さあ、リプレイを見ていきましょう。縦、スープへのアプローチ、ここからです。ラストセクションもしっかりと縦、当てて、真下に落ちていきました。これもいいスコアになっていきそうです。
I think that was best way of the heat.
Definitely, yeah. Definitely was a best wave and best maneuvers in this heat. So, looks like he's going to improve his situation, extending his will be extending his lead with that ride, but we are still waiting for the last of Roy as well as Macklin's last wave. But yeah, just like you said, Macklin having a little bit of mistakes, couple of mistakes where he was on the way to the good score.
Yeah, he was on the way to a pretty decent backup, and he just keeps falling off on that second turn. So I think just trying to rush it too much, and like he's like, I need a small score, like just get it done. So he needs to maybe just take a step back, slow down, and just trust his surfing a little bit more. But Roy Kanazawa, I'm pretty excited to see that score. Wasted no time in between those turns, both of them upside down. He finished pretty critically, so I think personally that's going to be the best wave of the heat. Could better 733 or pretty close to it.
817.
There we go. 817 for Roy Kanazawa. He is looking pretty unstoppable in this heat.
Well, he's been surfing great for in last couple of rounds, but especially today. He had a surf this morning and it looked amazing, and now quarterfinals looks like he's on the way to semifinals.
Yep, so Roy has his 1 foot already in that semifinals. He's going to be begging for the time to just stop right now, whereas Macklin and Riky are just going to be begging for more time and just a couple more sets to come through. So this is now on your screen, Riky Masuda.
増田選手、この波で 5.83 で2位へのポジションになります。ただ 5.83 以上をスコアしていきたいところですが、これはクイックに3ターンしっかりとメイクしてきました。これは彼の中ではベストスコアになってくるんではないでしょうか。残り時間4分になるところ。That's a great surfing from Riky Masuda.His requirement was 5.83 and he did put 3 turns in. Really loved the first turn. And then he gets a second turn here. Tight section, but managed to put another one in.
Yeah, so looking like Riky finally finding his rhythm a little bit in this heat. He took his time with 3.5 left. So he's going to be wanting to get back out there soon and catch another wave to back that up. So right now it is kind of looking like all eyes on Macklin Flynn. Will he get that 227 and get into an advancing position? That is a pretty tiny score.
増田選手、最後のライディングで 5.10 をマークしてきます。Well, this is a reply of Roy Kanazawa's, I believe it's 817.
I think this is the 817.
Yeah. This is the 817. A lot bigger size waves. Gets a big turns in. 金沢選手の 6.83 と 8.17 のリプレイになります。残り時間2分40秒。現在、金沢選手第1のポジション。
Ooh, so 2.5 left. Jay Brown does have priority over Macklin Flynn, and it's looking like Macklin caught a wave while we were there. So good first turn, sets it up nicely, goes for the second one. He holds it to and falls again on that third one, looking like he got a little late to the section. I mean, that has to be the 227. The first 2 turns were nice. They were good.
He kind of surfed safe.
Yeah.
But that's exactly what he needs to do because he needs to ride out of all the turns. But last wave for Macklin comes in 3.27 now into second place.
All right, so Macklin moved to second. Now it's up to Jay Brown. A 5.34 is the requirement. That's what he needs to get himself into the semifinals of this QS 6000. This is finals day. We will be heading straight to the heat 4 of this quarterfinal, where we will be seeing Jarvis Earl, Xavier Huxtable, Lennox Smith, and Dylan Wilcoxon.
増田選手、残り時間1分30秒切ったところで 5.51 が必要。5.51 以上スコアすると2のポジションへ上がってきます。Macklin is up and riding, trying to improve his situation, but doesn't like look of it. kicks out quickly, so down to minute mark now. Jay Brown has first priority, needing 5.34. Riky Masuda needing 5.51. Is there going to be another wave for them? A few lines on the horizon.
Last 40 seconds. Jay Brown, first priority. There he goes. This is his last chance now. 5.34 is his requirement. Nice first float. Pushes the tail on that second one. Really good third turn. Needs to finish this wave strongly. 5.34 is his requirement. Wraps it around again. Gets a little bit stuck on that last one. He's looking at the back and going to be hoping to finish this one off. I don't think it's going to give him any more to work with on the inside. He keeps looking over his shoulder, seeing if there's any more sets coming through. We're going to count this heat down. Roy Kanazawa, the current heat leader, coming in on a bit of a victory lap.
Right. So it's all about Jay's last wave. Is it gonna be 5.34 that he was requiring?
I think it's gonna be. I don't know.
Really close because he's done a lot of work at the back and really pushing the rail and throwing a tons of spray. So he did what he could do on the wave.
Yeah. So Jay has a 5.27. We'll go quickly back to that. This is Roy Kanazawa now. He's the current heat leader. This is his last wave. And it's looking like Macklin Flynn got a wave too. So
wow.
Roy just on fire. Putting some rounds in before his next heat. Really, really nicely done from Roy Kanazawa. Just a bit of a victory lap here. And so it's Macklin Flynn and Jay Brown now. Seeing what they're going to do. So Jay Brown has a 5.27. The judges are going to be opening up that replay and comparing it to his last ride. Was it better than his 5.27? I'm not too sure.
Definitely it's gonna be close, but we haven't seen last wave from Macklin, so we're not too sure what he did. And his backup is only 3.27, but few scores locked in for Jay Brown. 4.83, not enough. So it looks like Roy and Macklin going to the semifinals, and we are going to the quarterfinal heat number 4 after the break.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son. This ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Krui Pro QS 6000. We are up to the last heat of the quarterfinals in the men's division. I'm Jad Legati, and I'm going to welcome back Drew Starling.
Thank you, Giada. Yeah, it's been a big day already. We are almost there. We have the last quarterfinals out there, as you said, and then the women's semis are hitting the water next. This is Xavier Huxtable, though, straight up and into this first wave. Xavier had a great heat, first heat in the morning, tags it once again, floats that section. Xavier looking really strong to finish that one off. That's a great way to kick off a quarterfinal. And that last heat looked pretty good as well. Macklin Flynn And Roy Kanazawa moving on through.
Yeah, so Roy looking pretty unstoppable. He got an 8 and that last wave a 7. And Macklin Flynn a 7.33 and was just struggling to get that back up. He caught like 4 or 5 waves and just couldn't complete them, but he got lucky and he managed to get into that second spot and move into the semis. So this heat, I'm pretty excited. Dylan Wilcoxon just turned 16 last month. So young gun, and he's here with the whole Mentoi crew. Got a message from Ray that they're all excited to be watching him compete. And this is a bit of a replay while we were on the break away from Lennox.
Yeah, wow. It looks like that was just a 2.83 for Lennox's first wave scores for this one. Still to lock in. Drops in just now. It's a 5.33 for Xavier. Gets some really solid turns done on this one. And a very strong finish as well for Xavier Huxtable.
Whoa.
Similar surfing to what we saw from him this morning. He's just looking pretty consistent right now.
All right, this is a smiling assassin, Jarvis Earl. Good first turn. Sets it up for the second one, hoping to get something a little more powerful here on the inside. There we go. And he's going to finish this one off. Huge fin bust there to finish that wave. He was liking it.
Yeah, fair enough. I liked it too, Jarvis. That was really strong surfing. He's a previous winner here. He didn't really put a foot wrong. He surfed a little bit earlier today as well, winning that heat too. So exciting for Jarvis to be in the quarterfinals. Let's take a look. This is a front on angle. Huge carve to start this one off. He's just looks so in flow out there. That was a nice tap as he just is racing down the line. Leans into his rail once again, and then this is where he goes big. Huge turn from Jarvis Earl. Looks even better from the front on angle, and a bit of a, he's like, yeah, you know what? I'm just going to leave that one there. Thank you.
All right. And while there's a bit of a break here in action, we're going to head over to Dai Wako with Roy Kanazawa.
さあ見事準決勝へと駒を進めました金沢ロイ選手。ヒートを見ているともう完全に波と合っているというかリズムがバッチリなように感じたんですが、もう波は見えてるんですか？
はい、なんか見えてましたね。はい、
素晴らしいライディング、もう乗るごとに点数重ねていたと思います。ヒートのこのプランとしては何かあったんですか？
はい、最初にまずよく言えば6点出すような感じで言ってたんで、5点、6点と乗れてよかったです。
So he's pretty much he knows where to sit, what kind of wave he needs to catch. That's exactly what he did. もう、このリザルトがご自身の最高だというふうに、おっしゃっていたんですが、今のお気持ち的にはいかがですか？
行けるところまで行きたいですね。それだけです。
もうすぐヒートだと思うので、最後にメッセージだけ残して頑張ってください。
次は頑張ります。
次も頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。
Thanks, Dai, and thank you, Roy Kanazawa. Into the semi-finals. 15.6 heat total, and wow, 7.0 for Jarvis Earl's first wave. He's starting off well in this quarterfinal. Let's take another look at it, Giada. What do you like about this one?
All right, so there's actually nothing I don't like about this wave. He just gave so much variety. He really didn't have any fat section or any section where he was really like slowing down. But obviously that last turn was my favorite. I mean, it doesn't really get much better than that when there's a section going at you.
Yeah.
And he just finished it off so strong. So Jarvis is looking like he's in great form. A surfer that almost every year makes it to finals day here. And it's really rare to see him put a foot wrong in a heat. It looks like he was just born to do this.
Yeah, I agree. And speaking, Dane Henry was in here a little bit earlier with the Jarvis, Macklin, Marlin, and Yuji Mori heat. And he was saying, Jarvis is such an icon in the QSs. He never really makes too many mistakes, and he hasn't quite had that breakthrough performance yet in the Challenger Series. It feels like it's coming this year, and he was like, he's just such an amazing competitor. As you said before, he's a smiling assassin, and it's exciting to see him here because we know that he's a finals day competitor, and I hope that he can really bring that into the Challenger Series because it feels like he's, ready for the CT. He's just looking really, really sharp. It's him and Reef Hazelwood have been two standouts for me in the men, and also Winter.
Yeah.
Oh, so many.
There are many standouts, but there can only be one winner. In saying that, though, Jarvis Earl is so young. He has just so much time left, and I just can't imagine what he's going to look like in 5-6 years. If his competition surfing's like this now, he's going to be deadly and definitely world title contendant.
Yeah, agreed. And he's looking to go back-to-back here at the Krui Pro, winning in 2024. We had to relocate over to Krui left, but right now he is here and he's enjoying these beautiful waves at Ujon Butchor. And this is Xavier Huxtable having a look. He's have that 5.33 already. Straight up into that first section on his backhand. He had a good heat, but it is Lennox Smith with the priority over Xav. He picks up this one a little bit wider. Nice first turn for Lennox. Driving through another one. He also had a really sharp heat a little bit earlier as well in the day. Waiting for this one to stand up. Just a series of backhand carves. Needs to go big. That's a little bit better. Throwing some spray. That's a good connection from Lennox. Tags it once again. This wave is starting to open up and he's getting a fair bit of work done right now. Belts it once again. Gets a 2-for-1 combo to finish for Lennox Smith. Just going through the motions on that one.
That was interesting wave. I think both surfers are going to get their top two scores on that wave, both Xavier and Lennox, but really good read from Lennox Smith. He saw the potential and did a lot of really good quality turns down the line. So I'm excited to see that score. It's going to be interesting to see. I've seen a lot of the higher scores today have been just 2 big turns, whereas that one had quite a few more than usual. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Lennox, he had such a great heat earlier today. This is just a really stacked quarterfinal. Wow. They're all stacked. I mean, that last one was an exciting one as well. But, having the previous winner in your heat is pretty huge, it feels like. And where this last score of Xav locks in at a 3.27, it's this one of Lennox Smith that is going to have to lock in pretty soon. His best wave so far is a 2.83. It's a long wave, Giada.
Yeah, you're right. This is definitely a bit of a leg burner here for Lennox Smith. Here's when it starts to really get interesting. These turns are looking so sharp. He is looking fast as well. So Lennox Smith going to town on this one and finished it off pretty strong. That's going to be a good backup for him. The last of Xavier Huxtable, a 3.27. And it's Dylan Wilcoxon yet to find his rhythm here. He's definitely the youngest one of the group, but he is an incredible surfer, really, really talented. Some of the clips he drops from Mentawai are pretty insane. I don't know if you've seen some of his bow riding is beyond his years, really. A really talented young man, and he has a big, big future, especially here in Indonesia. He's one of the up-and-coming surfers. So I'm excited to see him kind of bust out those big moves here in this heat.
Yeah, and he's got a younger brother as well who's in the event too, Jaden.
Yeah, Jaden.
It's super cool to have, the brother combo in the event. I'm sure they were feeling just as nervous for each other as they were for themselves.
And they actually drove here from Padang.
Wow.
So it's for those of you who don't know, it's a really long drive. And I think they're planning to drive from here to Nias as well. So it's, I think, a 2 or 3 day drive.
That is big commitment.
Yeah, and they travel as a family. All of the Kandui Resort family are here. They have their filmer with them. Ray, Dylan's dad, Jaden, the brother. They have Alif, their really good friend, as well as Alan, their younger sister. So a pretty big crew down here with them.
Yeah, wow, that is a massive crew. And this last wave of Lennox Smith, oh my goodness, locks in at a 6. So second best wave of the heat. Xavier Huxtable has that 5-3-3. Jarvis Earl sitting in a pretty good spot with that 7. And everyone, it's pretty close right now between first, second, and third. Dylan Wilcoxon yet to take off on a decent wave. With priority, this is Xavier Huxtable. Nice first turn. He is looking for a 3-5-1 to go up into first place. He's such an experienced competitor. Another nice backhand snap. He's waiting to get a little bit more vert, which he does. Out the back, Jarvis Earl goes big, gets a rotation and the completion as Xav is finishing his one off as well. What an exchange from that heat.
Yep, this heat is absolutely insane. I love that drone angle when you can see both surfers at the same time, and Jarvis Earl taking to the air. He's going to be backing up that 7 really nicely.
Yeah, wow, that's crazy.
So this is the last of Xavier. Really, really nice first turn. Gets around that second section. He is such a powerful surfer. Another guy that we constantly see in finals day as well. Super deadly. I remember he got the perfect heat in Nias. So that's definitely putting some weight on his name when you see him in your heat. Finishing it off really nicely. But I'm excited to see Jarvis's replay.
Yeah, that is going to be pretty psycho for Jarvis. Lennox having a look at this one. This is live action. He's already got a 6. Only has to better a 2.83. Good looking wall. Oh, goes big, but unfortunately just flies away from him. Dylan up and into this one.
Dylan getting his heat started. Didn't like the look of that one. Just pulls off. So yet to really get a score on the board, and especially hearing some of the scores that are being dropped right now, it's not going to be easy.
No, I agree. It's not. And with Jarvis just doing Jarvis things, it is pretty crazy. He's up and into another one. Jarvis gaining some speed. What's he got? Nice big hit there for Jarvis Earl, throwing heaps of spray, but doesn't like the look of the rest of that wave. He pulls through the back. It's his second last score of Jarvis's. It's going to be pretty huge, I think. Wow.
What a heat.
Yeah, literally. We still have scores for Xav to lock in as well. He got a pretty good looking wave. This is a really, really tough heat. Oh my goodness.
Yep, it was tough on paper and showing exactly why now. It's we've got just under 11 minutes, so plenty of time for each of these surfers to get another chance. Jarvis Earl's last wave, an 8.33 goes straight into first. Wow, that is an incredible start for Jarvis Earl. Here we go. Replay from the beach angle. You can just see him eye down the section, sets it up, takes to the air, and smoothly rides out of it. What a wave.
He makes that look so effortless for Jarvis. Lennox Smith, this is live action. He gets out of that one as well. So he was only looking to better a 2.83, but it's that 8.33 of Jarvis Earl that's sitting pretty. It's not really much else you can say about that one. That was pretty insane. And, we're used to seeing that from Jarvis, those big lofty airs. So really impressive, and hopefully sets a tone for the semifinals, because we've seen that happen a few times in these heats. A few people take to the sky.
Yep, and as we get into these last few heats of this event, everyone just starts pulling out their A game. Really good first turn here from Lennox Smith. Solid set wave. Gets those 2 turns, but not too much after that. So, wow, it is now Jarvis Earl, the man of the hour.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, he's the one to beat right now. He just has been the most consistent, dropping at least one excellent score in every heat. An 8.33 in this one. That last wave of Xavier Huxtable, a 5.87. Xav goes up into second place. Lennox only chasing a 5.2 now. He has a score to lock in as well. Dylan Wilcoxon is actually sitting in a combination situation of 11.2 to jump up into second. But you break that up into 2 scores, and that's like a two sixes pretty much.
Yep, and Dill, he's super young. He has the energy to get those 2 waves really quick. He could even catch 3 by the looks of it. But looking like maybe the nerves starting just to get to him when people just sit there and don't really get some scores on the board when everyone else is catching like six or five waves in a heat. It could be a sign of some nerves.
Yeah, which is never nice to feel, especially as a younger competitor with these experienced opponents as well. So hopefully Dylan can he doesn't really have anything to lose right now. He can just go for it, go big, and hopefully pull through as well. That last wave of Lennox, a 4.23, he was actually chasing a 5.2, so not the score he was looking for with about 8 minutes to go. And it is Jarvis out in front with an 8.33 and a 7. Xav sitting in second place. He, as I mentioned before, he was in the very first heat of the morning. The conditions have changed a little bit throughout the day, but he's still looking really strong.
Yeah, so could give Xavier that upper hand. He's been out here before. Like you said, the conditions has changed so much, especially from yesterday. We were seeing those perfect Ujung Bochur lefts just peel through the reef, but today it's looking a little more grindy. Still good, but there's a bump on the face of the wave. The wind's not perfect, so it just maybe gives him that upper hand that he's had that extra heat.
Yeah, I agree. It's pretty crazy, like seeing all of these surfers in the draw and how far they're going and how they attack each heat differently, and it's so exciting to see. I was actually talking to Maddie Reef's wife just before, and I was like, hey, do you get nervous like for heats? And she goes, yeah, I get so nervous. And I think Reef's previous heat was a bit of a tight one, and she was like, I get nervous even just for the girls. Like she's like, this is a whole new world and I just can't escape it. And in the sense of feeling the anxiety, just wanting it, and you can see I'm sure that the Kanduri crew are feeling the same for Dylan Wilcoxon. They know what he's capable of and they know what he can do. It's just he needs to pull the trigger at some point soon, because 6.5 minutes to go and 2 pretty much throwaway scores is probably not what he was hoping to do in this quarterfinal.
Yep, that's right. He really needs to start finding the rhythm in this heat. And yeah, the team is for sure down there sending him all the best energy. This is a replay right now on your screen of Jarvis Earl's. I think this was his 7.
Yeah. This is, his 7.0, that first wave. An insane. That last turn was huge. And then the 8.33, this lofty air. I mean, seriously, he just makes it look so easy. Gets pretty tail high as well and just finds an easy completion, gets a rotation. Super clean, really crisp, and no doubt about that being an excellent score.
Yep, so Xavier under priority getting this one. He wants to get rid of that 5.33. Gets a little bit stuck on the top on that first turn, but manages to just surf out of it smoothly. We'll see if this wave offers a little bit more on the inside. He is going to have to finish it. Oh, that was a pretty good wave. That was a nice turn from Xavier Huxtable. I'm not sure if it's going to be the 5.33. I'd love to see the beach ankle. The drone can sometimes be a little elusive. Like, you can't really tell.
Yeah. Especially with those sections that look super critical and you're like, whoa. And then you kind of like, oh, maybe actually, or... it's good to look at it from that front angle. The judges see it from there as well. And this is it right here. Gets that first turn in and does fumble a little bit for Xav. It locks in at 4.6, so doesn't go into his top 2, but definitely well worth giving it a go and seeing what he can do. This last turn was pretty big. That was a very meaty section, and Dylan Wilcoxon, quick float to start this wave off. He's looking for a combination of 11.2. He'll break that on this wave. Oh, but unfortunately just goes down. Does he get nervous?
All right, so Dylan is very young, and I don't think he has had as many competitions as the other 3 surfers in this heat. So I do believe that maybe, it could be a sign of nerves, and he just needs to get a lot more contests under his belt, surf more heats, and just get used to being under pressure. I think he's so used to just going to surf in the Mentawais with no one around and perfect waves that it's so different to be in those 25 minutes needing scores. But he's so young. He has so much time left, and I'm sure slowly he'll just improve each time. I mean, he's already improved so much from last year. His contest surfing is really getting there. Once he starts bringing his free surfing into it, he's going to be pretty unstoppable.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he has such an amazing style, and we saw him in the Pro Junior. He was looking really strong, and he's put some great heats together already. To be in the quarterfinals is a huge achievement for Dylan. Unfortunately, he goes down. It's a 2.2. He does break combination, which is always nice. Hopefully he gets a few more waves, but this guy right here, Lennox Smith, goes down. He was looking for a 5.2 with just under 3 minutes to go. I'm not sure if that'll be the score.
Yeah. All right. So Jarvis in first with priority. 2 minutes 40 on the clock, and I think I can say he's looking like he's definitely going to be in the semifinals. He's looking to win again the Krui Pro QS 6000. Last year won in the last minute. So he's going to be hoping for a bit more of a solid finish this year.
Yeah, for sure. I think he wants to just solidify that win nice and early, like he's done in this quarterfinal. He does have a semifinal though to beat. I mean, he'll be facing Roy Kanazawa and Macklin Flynn, but it's whether Xavier Huxtable, Lennox Smith, or Dylan Wilcoxon join him in that second semi-final. And wow, you can see Xavier and Lennox are basically sitting on top of each other right now. Xavier is just very close. He's got the priority over Lennox. But they're in third and fourth priority right now, and Xavier is not giving Lennox room to move, which you have to do in these really close moments.
Yeah, I mean, Lennox is only looking for a 5.2, and he can definitely do it on an average wave. So Xavier knows that. He's staying close. He's building pressure. He's just, trying to put some nerves into Lennox Smith. So smart move from Xavier. But with a minute 20, unfortunately, Dylan couldn't really find any rhythm in this heat. But I'm sure we're going to see him in Nias. He does really well there. He's going to be hoping for some big barrels because that's where he surfs best.
Yeah, I'm excited to see him over in Nias. He's really blown me away in this event, so I have no doubt that he's going to light it up on his forehand out at Nias. And yeah, with pretty much 50 seconds to go, Lennox Smith is the threat for second place right now, needing a 5.2, but does not have that priority. And he's going to try and sell Xavier into a wave here potentially, and looks like Lennox... Oh, he's going to go this one. Zave's going to let him have it with 30 seconds to go.
Ooh, all right. So, yeah. Won't be getting that 5.20 on that wave. It is Dylan now. Xavier knows he needs a big score. A 9 is what Dylan is looking for. So he has to go really big. Liking that he finally getting some turns in. He's eyeing down this section on the inside.
Oh my goodness.
Is he going to take for the air?
Please. This would be pretty crazy, but looks like he's feeling a bit defeated. Arms down a little bit. Lennox gets up though. Right before the hooter goes, he needs a 5.2. He's racing down the line. Dylan goes crazy. Lennox hasn't really done a turn yet on this wave. Just a one turn, but a bit of a throwaway there.
All right. So it's definitely looking like it's going to be Jarvis Earl and Xavier Huxtable going into the semifinal of the QS here in Krui. With that, we're going to head over to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in the next heat.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
It is finals day here at the 2025 Krui Pro, and we've had some incredible heats so far, and we are coming down to the pointy end of the draw. Women's semi-finals, heat number 1. Out there in the red is Leilani McGonagle. In the blue, Yang Suchi. In the white, Rita Suzuki. And in the green, Mirai Akita. Wow, we have 2 previous winners in this heat. This is going to be tough. Yang Suchi has been absolutely ripping, as well as Rita Suzuki. I'm True Styling. Joined in the booth to call me through the action of this one is Mark Clift.
It's another matchup of the 2 former champs. Mirai and Leilani had a hit out together yesterday. Leilani surfed a great heat, but Mirai got the chocolates in that matchup. So they're duking it out again to become our first finalists at this year's Krui Pro. Leilani is in red. Mirai is in green. Rita Suzuki, good job last heat to book herself a spot in the all-important semi-finals. And Yang Suchi, flying the Chinese banner, is doing it really well. She's been devastating. The judges loving everything she's doing. So they'll definitely be watching intently. Anyway, here we go. So this is the young Mirai. Straight into it.
Yeah, previous winner here of last year. She also took out the Pro Juniors this year and last year. She's back-to-back Pro Junior winner. That wave, a little bit lackluster there. Leilani McGonagle drives through that first turn. This is a smaller wave, hoping that it builds. Looks like it might just do that. She's patient as she once again drives through another hard carve, gets a better-looking snap, a little bit hung up, but she's going to roll with it, not really messing with the flow of this wave, and tags it once again to get a completion.
All right, we're off and racing. The 2 winners are on the scoreboard, previous winners. So let's see what the judges thought of that exchange. Obviously, getting down to this nitty-gritty end, the judges are demanding, excellent surfing on the best waves to throw some big numbers. But Leilani's been looking suitably strong. Every time she can bury a rail, she really, just shows her experience. A winner back in 2019. Chipping away. Her magic sea ice craft is looking really good under her feet. Putting the swallowtail to good use. Body language, she looks well into that ride. She likes it.
Yeah, that was a good first wave for Leilani. And this is Yang Suchi. She had a look, didn't like that one. She hasn't really made too many mistakes in her heats. She's been just going for every section that she's had. It's been such a pleasure to watch her surf so far. Hoping she makes it into the finals because she's been such a threat in this draw, as well as Rita Suzuki. This is going to be a tough heat to get through for sure.
Yep, and I would suggest about the only thing to take away out of this morning was Yang Suchi. Probably the wave choice was just a little off point. Still getting big numbers on one-turn waves, caught a couple of washy waves, but if she could just tidy that up a bit, she's got 7s and 8s written all over what she can do. So she just needs the clean surface. Numbers are in early. What are they?
Yeah, it's a 5 for first of Leilani McGonagle. Mirai Akita's first wave was a 3. So not too big of a score for Mirai, and even to Leilani's standard, just a mid-range, or she gets a flat 5, so a mid-range score. And I feel like, we'll see these scores be upgraded towards the end of the heat with the level and quality of the surfers that we have here in this first semi-final is pretty crazy. This next one looks really stacked as well. Previous winner also in it, Anon Matsuoka. She took this event out in 2023. Safi Vetti, Charlie Stokes, and Ziggy McKenzie as well. So that's going to be a crazy heat.
And I think Ziggy owns the second largest number on the women's side of the draw, 917, I believe it was the other day.
Yeah, 917. I don't know if you saw that, Mark, but it was crazy.
I saw Kira Buckpitt's 927 in a heat, which is very flashy. 933 was it? All right, there we go. So a couple of rides on the women's side of the draw in the 9-point range. Very good. Here is Rita Suzuki. So I've seen some pretty long inside tracks in the recent heats. I was outside watching Xavier and Jarvis that last heat, and a couple of times when they drop into this bowl here, sometimes it's connecting so well down through the little paddle out keyhole. That one there for Rita, a little bit of hard work. She seemed to be chasing that wave a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit out of time on that wave. But, these things happen. Looks like Leilani is going to pick this one off a little bit wider. She's racing down the line. trying to get around this section, which looks like she will. Nice first opening carve for Lei. She's got a good section here and absolutely belts it.
Wow.
Releases the fins as well. That's a pretty stock standard turn for Lei, growing up at a left point at Pavones. Driving through another carve. She's found a really good inside track, but she kicks out of that one.
Well, great recovery out of that slash with the semi-little layback thrown in. Good core strength.
Yeah.
Just stood straight back up and didn't languish on the little layback moment too long, just showing the judges that she had it together. So plenty of speed. Took a little while to get to the first turn, but since then she made it count. She really rotates well across the shoulders. That little moment there, this recovery was just instant. So not much downtime. Good work. And then the inside track here just offering us something else she can bury a rail into. So Leilani been collecting points all the way down this ride. Wave starts to get a little bigger, but she's done with it. Out she goes. Good work.
Yeah, that was a well-surfed wave for Leilani. Scores to lock in for her second wave and also for first of Rita Suzuki. And from that last heat, Jarvis Earl, once again, was looking on point. We might have a chat to him. We'll just stick with this. This is live action. Mirai Aikida 2024, reigning champion of this event. Big first turn for Mirai. Gets a second one in there as well. That's a pretty good-looking wave for the young Japanese surfer. Third connection is looking really strong. Gets a little bit hung up there, but the damage was done for Mirai, and that's going to be a good score as well. Don't go anywhere because we're going to come back with the action after this quick interview with Jarvis Earl.
All right, I'm here with Jarvis. You are looking unstoppable again. Do you ever get nervous for a heat?
Yeah, I definitely get nervous for sure, but when the waves are so fun like this, you kind of just got to enjoy it with a few other people out. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the next heat. Like, conditions are still fun and like it's heaps driftable out there.
All right, so give us a little bit of insight. What do you tell yourself to keep yourself calm?
I don't really know. I kind of just focus on my breathing, and whenever I like notice myself getting nervous, and then like think about what I need to do to my next move in the heat, and then that kind of gets me back on track. But yeah, that usually works for me.
All right, so you're going home after this before Balido. What are your days going to look like before you go to the Challenger Series?
I'm home for like 5 or 6 days. I'm just gonna go home, unpack the boards, chill with a couple mates for a few days, do a bit of training. But yeah, not too much to be honest. And then I'll be straight over there on a big flight. Yeah.
True. All right. Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back at home?
Yeah, thanks to anyone who's watching at home, probably mum and dad, my sister and brother, and yeah, anyone in Cronulla who's watching. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you guys in the booth.
Well, the smiling assassin that is Jarvis Earl. He's the defending champ. He's looking right on point as well. Every heat, everything just seems to be clicking. He's not struggling at all. Getting heat win after heat win and just seems to be in cruise mode and on a direct collision pass with another grand final, and potentially, if he could hold it all together, another title back-to-back would be awesome.
Yeah, that would be really nice. I mean, Jarvis got a 7 and an 8.33 on his first 2 waves.
Stop it. I saw him. Yeah. Just the speed he surfs with and the extension he gets out of his moves. You know, I was watching that heat live, and when you see it live, you can just pick up that the cues that are better than most people is just the way he carries that speed through moves, the ease of which he gets to the next section.
Yeah.
It doesn't look hard at all. He makes it look easier than it is, and that's just the quality coming out of Jarvis. And there's been a lot of hype on that young man for a long time to potentially get up there and fill a bit of the void left at the highest end with the Aussie numbers.
Yeah, well, big numbers as well. This one for Leilani McGonagle locked in at the best wave of the heat so far. It's a 7.83. Big hard carve. It's his second turn where a bulk of the scores came from, Mark.
It was. I just like the way she didn't languish on that little error for too long and just got straight up, just showing the judges, hey, kind of wasn't a mistake. I just, just had a little moment. I'm back and I'm looking strong. And that rail work she does is just, it's really consistent. It's really strong, a lot of spray and just really good rotation through all the moves. So it's no surprise that she's in the lead. So she's at this stage starting to extract a little bit of revenge over Mirai in their last matchup. But Mirai's right there with a 7 as well.
Yeah, it's really close between Lei and Mirai right now. This was her last one. Talk me through it, Mark. It was a good one.
Yep, great first turn. All right, really leans over the bottom turn. We saw her do so many backhand last year to win this division and also the juniors over there at Krui left. So her backhand and particularly this move, it's just on lock. She seems to be able to pull it out, at random, and she does it whenever she wants, as many times as she can, and the judges always throw pretty big numbers at it because it's sticking pretty close to the criteria.
Yeah, it is for sure. It's applying a bit of pressure onto Rita Suzuki and Yang Suchi. Rita looking for a 6.98, Yang Suchi chasing that 7.3. We've seen big scores lock in for both of these women, and once again, we're in the semifinals, and I just feel like it's never safe. You're never safe whether you're in first or second in this event because the quality of the women, especially these 8 women that are left, is so high. And it's just, it's a pleasure to watch them surf and to see that, like Yang Suchi, she is just fearless.
She's so good.
She goes for it no matter what, and that's just the best thing that it's refreshing to see. I haven't seen too much of her competing. Of course, she made a heat in Chopu, getting third in the first event, the QS 3000 in Phillip Island. It's just, for someone who's been surfing for not a very long time, it's, she's making her mark.
And look,
for sure.
if it doesn't happen this year for a young Suchi, 16 years of age, she keeps coming back to these events. She's got about another 4 years or so, maybe 5 years in the juniors, pro junior side of this event, and just a hell of a long time left to really, perhaps at one point win here at Krui or Nias and really put some huge runs on the board and get to that challenger level and beyond. Because I think if she can just hold it together and keep improving, I reckon there's potentially in the future a spot for her on now the women's tour at the highest level that's just been expanded a little.
Yeah, definitely. It's exciting to see. Hopefully some new names on the championship tour. We are going to take a quick break and look back at the highlights from day 7, which was yesterday. It was a huge day of surfing. Enjoy. We'll be right back after this.
Today's going to be a huge day. We're going to come back and clean up the back end of the round of 64, so that includes 9 heats. We're then doing the ladies round of 32, that's 8 heats. Back to the men's round of 32, 8 heats, a massive day.
Woken up to pumping conditions, which is good. It was a little bit small and slow yesterday, but it's pretty much like perfect size for this wave right now, so it's going to be such a sick day. And been here for like 8 days, haven't surfed a heat, so pretty keen to put the rashi on and get out there.
There you go, you just heard it, the waves are smoking. Huge day here at the Krui Pro, so thanks for tuning in, let's go get it.
A day full of heartbreaks and emotional losses, and even more incredible wins was yesterday.
We lost a lot of people, didn't we? We
Yeah.
dropped close to 50 men. We dropped 16 ladies. So you can see the anguish in some of those clips. There were some moments there that were so close. And the start of the season, everybody wants to get off to a ripping start. These 6,000 events are a big, big deal. And everybody's come here clearly to collect points and leave the Asian Tour after NIAS with the job done and something they're happy with. But not everybody can fill their pockets full of points, and that was proven yesterday. The best of the best have moved through into finals day, and we've got 8 ladies left. We've got 2 past winners that are already holding down qualification positions here with at least one really good number each. And it's left a couple of other crew just languishing a little. So young Suchi in the blue with first priority paddles onto this wave. Let's see what the Chinese campaigner can put together. We've been saying all week how much we love her act. You've just got to do it on the right waves. And her wave choice this morning was just a little off skew. And, you know, we know she's better than this, but she's not getting the better waves.
Yeah, that was it's such a you can't be making those mistakes in this pointy end of the draw, those medium or those kind of wobbly waves. It's really going to cost you. And Leilani and Mirai right now have been on the best waves so far in this heat. That was a good one for Suchi, but I just think
not enough.
Yeah, it's just not enough. She needs to be on a little bit more of an open wall. You could see she was behind a little bit that whole time. So hopefully she can find one that she can really just get a bit of breathing room on.
Yeah, look at how she did. Today being finals day, we didn't really see her string anything together on quality waves this morning. She's into the semi. The other 2 with a bit more experience are just stringing together a better semi-final.
Yep.
Young Suchi, I believe she's still got a big career. She's probably got to just learn on the fly here from all these events. Win, lose or draw, you've always got to take some positives through to the next event. Stick it in your armory, better yourself as you go, because at 16, there's room for improvement. And if she digs deep and has honest debriefs with the team at the end of the heats that she mightn't get through, why not? Where did we go wrong? What did the better girls do better? And just use those little points of difference to make yourself better each time. But I can't wait to see what she does on our next stop.
I was just thinking this.
Yeah.
NIAS, 21st to the 26th of June. That's going to be exciting. She, if she's unleashing like this on her back end, I can't wait to see her ice some big barrels, some big caves, and hopefully do some huge
Because
fun.
we know she's a charger, right?
Yeah, she's fearless.
Bring it on.
Yeah, seriously, a 3.53 for that last wave of Suchi. She needs a 6.48 to go up into first. Rita looking for a 6.98 right now. 6.5 minutes to go. It is Mirai with the first priority, chasing a 5.84. So even then, first place isn't really safe just yet.
Yeah, and I'm sure Mirai, being the heavy hitter and, you know, demands the best out of herself, she won't be happy to move through to the final with a second. She wants to win every heat. She's got a serious contender in this lady right next to her. This is Leilani McGonagle, winner in 2019. Has a completely different style to what Mirai does. She's a goofy footer. B, she just does different turns. She does nice full rotation moves, really opens up the shoulders and happy to wind the board all the way back to the pocket and moves a lot of water when she does it because she's a different build to young Mirai and surfs in a different manner.
Yeah, Leilani is ripped. She is so strong. She has not an ounce of fat on her. She trains hard. She surfs all the time. So, yeah, she's, you know, as we mentioned, she's a Challenger Series surfer. So she's really putting the rest of the women in the draw through their paces for this event.
And you can see how many of the Challenger Series crew are still in the draw, just gaining that extra experience at the next level. And I believe this is where young Suchi will get to and beyond. She's quality. She's China's big hope at this stage. She's got one of these waves that's bending away from her, so it's hard to find a lip, but she does and hangs in there. Now it's just kind of going to burger out a bit.
Get off it, yeah. I think.
It's down right by caddy corner. Not a lot of joy goes on down there, especially when those waves bend outwards and they don't hug the reef.
Yeah, and you can see this. That's the next heat. Just patiently waiting is on screen. Ziggy McKenzie in the green, Safi Vetti in the blue, Charlie Stokes in the white, Anon Matsuoka. She's going to be in the red. I have an inkling that she's walked up the point and is paddling up the point trying to get that inside. She's a very fierce competitor for sure. And this last wave of Leilani goes into a top 2. It's a 5.2 for one turn, one big hit for Lei. Mirai chasing a 6.04 to go to first. Yang Suchi looking for a 6.48 and Rita Suzuki chasing that 6.98.
Yeah, look, I believe Suchi will drop her best number. But we're watching this last wave again of Leilani's. One big hit right there. Looking for something more down the line. It's sort of starting to just gain a lot of bump and no steepness down here out in the channel. She's realising she has a little squeeze at this inside track, but it ain't going to do it, so she has to get off. I think Yang Suchi will put her best number together, so her requirement will probably come down.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it just went up a little with that last wave of, she needs a mid-8. It's a big number.
Yeah.
Suzuki needs 9 points. Needs the best wave of the morning on the women's side of the draw to have any chance of becoming a finalist. Mirai and McGonagle doing it pretty well. Here's a Bonsoi replay of Mirai's.
Yeah, nice first turn for Mirai Akita. It's just the one turn. It's a 5.07. And, she extends her second place. Last of Yang Suchi is a 5.07. So it's her best number so far. She's now chasing a 7 to go up into second place. Gets that nice first turn in. Drives through another one. She hasn't really done anything special until this last moment here. Absolutely belts it there. And takes it through to caddy corner as well. It's a bit of a fat open ocean on that part there. But gets the job done. Gets her best score of the heat so far. And now she needs to get back out into the lineup with 2.5 minutes.
Yep, so she's been really asked the question now. A 7, has she got that in 2.5 minutes? First of all, got to get far enough out to the point to sort of gain some sort of priority, and that indicates that you are on the main peak. So she's still a long way out of picture. Got a fair paddle up to regroup after that last ride, but she finally got a decent wave and showed us that she's pretty happy to get up there and tag every lip that comes her way. Just hasn't, once again, just not the best waves. The big-time semi-final. You got to peak on finals day. She's done better surfing than that on the other days, but she's shown us enough to earn some fans throughout her campaign here at Krui. And I'm looking forward to seeing that young lady at Saraki Beach next week.
Yeah, me too. I'm excited to see her there as well. It starts in a couple of days. This is Leilani's best wave, a 7.83. It was a good one, Mark.
Yeah, really liked it. A good burst of speed. This is the wave where she does this turn and then really hits the next turn for a quick little layback moment in the wash, but wicked recovery. A good bit of body strength there to not languish too long in the white water. Gets around here. Good strong rail work again. There's that full rotation she's good at. So she really changes direction well with the board. That the judges, another cue they look at. They want to see top to bottom surfing, but when you do moves on the face, they also want to see that full direction change.
Yeah, Mirai, quick in and out of that one. Rita Suzuki also gets a really good turn in there. That's the best that we've seen from Rita this heat so far. She needs a 9.04. And with just under 1 minute to go, waiting for scores for Rita Suzuki and Mirai Akita, it is Leilani McGonagle and Yang Suchi out there with first and second priority. We got about 45 seconds to go. And wondering what Mirai did. She only needs a 6.04 to go to first. She's been looking really strong. It's Leilani. She's taking a look at this one. Flying down the line. Needs to better a 5.2. Strong first turn. Unfortunately, just a little bit too far on the back foot and goes down.
All right. Well, no biggie when you're already in the lead. And, you can only really be challenged by somebody boosting a really big number. In fact, you wouldn't even dip out if you were because you're in the lead, right? So Mirai's the one that could. But with 10 seconds remaining, it's probably all academic that it's going to be the two former winners making the grand final yet again and a shot at another title. It's congratulations to Leilani McGonagle and Mirai Akita, our first finalists at this year's Krui Pro. Their spots have been booked. We'll throw to a quick ad and get back to our second semi-final in just a moment.
Cow! Oh, mate, I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone offies, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Let's go.
Here we are, folks. Second semi-final, women's side of the draw. There's a lot of quality in this field. I'm going to let Di Wacko, welcome back to the booth, Di. Who have we got in this one, mate?
We have Ano Matsuoka in red, Safi Vedi in blue, Jolly Stokes in white, Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie in green. Great matchup.
Yeah, 4 big-time performers here over the last week. Love what they've all brought in their own style and way. And we've got another former winner lurking around in the red, hoping to join the other two past winners in the grand final. Charlie Stokes had a really good campaign here last year. I'm pretty certain it was a semi-final finish. It was either that or a final finish over there at Krui. I can't quite nail that stat, but it was she put up a huge campaign here last year for a really big result. So she'd like to go 1 or 2 spots better in this year's Krui Pro. Got to get to the grand final first, but at least she's got some early start in this semi.
Definitely, she's on the way to the semi with the riders. Great rider, actually. She managed to put 3 good turns in. Nice combination. Nice way to start this semi-final.
What did you like most about it?
Well, he just, kind of hard to surf on it because a lot of whitewash and a lot of current. But she managed to put 3-turn combo. So, well managed surfing.
Yep, I think the first couple of turns were maybe a little bit light on. Here's the number 467. So in the scheme of things, it's better than a nothing. All right. So she's finished a wave, paddling back out with a bit of confidence under the belt. You're not sitting there thinking about it too much like the other 3 are. And here goes blue. So a good opportunity now for the Kiwi Safi Vedi. Unfortunately, only gets 1 hit in, so wave choice not ideal for the New Zealand surfer there in blue.
1 turn, but I liked it. That's solid 1 turn. Gives you a good, good scores today. So,
and she had a great outing yesterday. She tagged the end section a couple of times, just brutally. Got a lot of her scores off those big end section belts because she's really strong. When she does a top to bottom turn, you can really feel the strength of her surfing. And Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie, she got a 9.17 yesterday. One of the only ladies to bust into the 9 range. I'm sure old man Jake is online watching. G'day, Jake. All right, very similar number. Another low 4 for Safi. Pity she didn't have a little bit more face to work with there because she did 1 turn as opposed to Charlie's 3. So the judges are sort of going, yep, more of that one, sister, and we'll push those numbers way north.
Both of the rides come from the 1 big turn. So if they manage to put 1 more turn in, it could be mid-5 or mid-6.
Yep.
Definitely.
Yep. Charlie did a bit more surfing on a wave. Safi did less of it and got a very similar number. So judges want to see that quality act. Safi definitely strong when she gets it right. There's our overhead view of our work day. All right, that's the athlete zone right there in the middle of the screen. This is Tanjung Setia. You can see the little village in the background. Like we said before, there's a lot of trees, a lot of coconut trees and a lot of foliage still on this point. It hasn't been kind of overtaken by cement like a lot of beaches you see around the popular Indo haunts.
Yeah, a lot of trees and a lot of coconuts around this area. Nice to have a walk, actually.
It is because just behind the road, which is maybe just 80 meters off the sand, it's just coconuts for as far as you can see.
松岡選手1本目のライディング、これは大きなセクションにヒットしてきましたが、残れませんでした。セミファイナルヒートナンバー2が始まっています。
All right, so didn't see the start of Anon's wave, so no comment on the whole ride. Rare that you see a fall. She really flushed the end hit. A little bit of a free fall move, drew the error. I'm sure she got some other surfing going on at the start of that wave. There, I mustn't have got too much. It's only a 2-3-3. Here is Safi.
Quick in and out.
Not much room to move there for Safi on that wave. So she identifying not worth hanging in there. She looked really good yesterday in the bigger swells because she had room to move, and that's when she really opened up.
So people started to come to this area, come together, because in about an hour or 2 hours, we're going to have a big presentation
We will. There'll be a lot of people getting around here. There'll be a lot of the government sponsors through via Kemenpora out of the province of Lampung. It's a big deal for them. It's a huge investment throwing events like this together. And it's time for Ziggy Aloha McKenzie to invest into this semi-final. She's got one pretty good turn in and a little chip turn, maybe a floater, maybe not. So it's looking similar to what some of the other rides that started this heat off looked like. One pretty good turn. You can see how spicy and sharp she is. Got a good burst of speed about it, but the wave just had other ideas and shut down on it.
Yeah, start of the ride looked really great with her big carb, but this is Jolly Stokes on a set. Nice quick turn, quick off the top. Is she going to come around the section? Yes, she is. Now, a little bit mistimed there, but still have opportunity to put one more turn in and get to finish.
All right. Well, the highlight started early on that wave and then really wrestled with that thing for a long time to find her next opportunity. Oh, look at this thing for Ziggy. Boom. Whoa.
Unfortunately, a little bit of stumble there.
All right. So, getting some runs on the board, but not really, connecting fully as good as we know she can. She's a huge hitter. She's really goes for it as well. I had the pleasure of seeing her surf down at Lakey last year, I think it was. Yeah, it was last year. And charged, went for it. Had a big bossy day for their first day and really took it on. So Jake was out there as well, the dad.
Right.
And that wave can pack a punch, and she didn't mind it one bit. All right, first wave of 3.67. The backup's a throwaway for Ziggy. As Charlie's got a good number to come that will put her into the lead. Anon has not done much by Anon standards. The good news is the clock's showing plenty of time remaining to get our other two finalists to join Leilani and Mirai. Already got those two former winners in the final. Anon could make it 3 out of 4 spots if she gets there. Odds past winners. All right, I think we'll just stay with this live action. There might be one more wave out the back. In fact, there's not. So we are going to try and hear from Leilani McGonagle, and we might as well do it right now. Let's have the post heat with Leilani and True.
Yay, thank you so much, guys. Lei, another heat win here at Krui. How are the conditions out there?
It's pretty similar to this morning. I felt like that was a little on the slower side for our heat, but it was definitely really fun. Still, when you got a good one, just hopefully I can get some bigger sets in my final.
That was your second heat of the day. You've got a final coming up pretty soon. How are the energy levels?
Yeah, I'm a little bit tired. I've been a bit under the weather, but feeling a lot better today and just ready to give it all I've got and, just maintain positive energy and have fun with my friends out there.
It's finals time for you, Lei. You've got such an amazing support team in your corner. What are some words of wisdom that Adam's been giving you?
Adam's just been telling me keep it simple and just go do your surfing. So I feel like it's been really fun and all the crew is there and the Hearst family has been so nice to let me stay with them and we have you hanging out with us, so it's been really fun, and I'm just feeling the good vibes, and hopefully we can just win one more.
Yeah, well, we're looking forward to seeing you in the final, Lei. Any last words before your final to any friends or fans at home?
Hola a todos, gracias por ver y pura vida, vamos por uno más.
Back to you guys.
Much True, and Leilani, I would suggest don't change anything. It's working right now.
Keep it simple. Just do your thing out there.
Yeah, wise words that a coach is giving her. Don't overthink it too much. It's working so far. Just got to string it together. 2 more good waves and could etch your name on the trophy again, really. So a 30-minute final will be coming her way shortly.
Definitely nice warm-up for next CS event coming up for her.
Scores starting to filter through. They're not big for Ziggy. It's just a 2.5. Locks in as a second number into second spot. So no real big highlight moments in this heat so far, apart from Stokesy. 2 waves with 3 moves each has been about the point of difference, which sees her in the lead. But it's kind of a shaky lead, given that Anon has priority. She's in red. seems to be a little swell line right behind this. Girls put their, no, they don't want a piece of it. There's Ziggy waving, wanting a bit of input into second. She needs a 5.27 to win. More importantly, we've got to get that 2-wave total up as high as possible because they're all looking like 1 scores when you see the total columns.
Right.
It could be one single
Right.
number, right? So none of them have really done their A-grade work just yet.
Yeah, but as the time goes by so quickly, 4, 6, 7, the Jolly Stokes has getting started to see like big score. I mean, it's going to be keeper in the end.
Could be. By the end of the semi,
Right.
it could be. She'll be hoping to, add 2 more fresh digits to that score line. But she's the only one that's found multiple moves twice.
Right.
And that's why she's in the lead. So I'm sure she would still be feeling a little nervous at that total.
Right. You don't really want to be sitting there with a pair of 4s in the semi-finals.
There's a lot of unfinished business in this semi. Charlie goes deepest. Got third priority. Anon's been holding a nerve for a little while. Hasn't opened up just yet. So we've got a set heading our way. It's going to be decision time now for a few of these ladies. No, nobody wants any piece of that first wave. Second wave starting to look cleaner. It's obviously got nothing off the screen here, so nobody bites into that one.
And there it goes. Ocean goes quiet for a moment. Wow, I know he's holding on to the first priority for quite a long time now. The time is ticking, but Ziggy, having a look at this one, it's a little bit smaller ones, but
no, probably would have been a waste of time catching something that small. You can see her now; she's still unclear of the whole situation. We're halfway through this semi-final. Blue wants some input as well. So Safi, good performances yesterday. Really, enjoyed that bigger surf and fitted into it well. In third, she needs basically to stand up and do a mini move, and she'll shuffle up into second. So Ziggy's spot there, the lady in green waving her arms, is a shaky second. There's not much difference, 0.07 between Ziggy and Safi.
Right, pretty much Jolly Stokes is only one has decent scores so far and decent ride. Well, good waves.
Yeah, well, waves that are better than the others. All the others is fighting one-turn waves, kind of. And, Safi's probably done the best turn. It was a one-turner for the 4.23. So nothing else has really clicked at this stage. They're having trouble hearing numbers here in this semi.
Jal is trying to wave, but everybody kind of like wanting to know the situation right now.
All right, well let's check out Charlie's best number. So she got 3 turns. This was her first ride.
Smaller size waves, but I think her wave selection was great. Got the finish, nothing major, but still, it's got 4, 6, 7 on that one.
That was pretty good. That was her best turn, I believe, on a bigger wave.
And she could come around section and gets another, not quite there, but right there, gets a finish.
All right, so this one was a 4.27.
So those waves weren't the good one out there, but still managed to put a couple tons in and then, scored 4.67, 4.27. So.
All right, Anon's looking like she spies something. She lets it go. Must be full of lumps and bumps down the line.
Yeah, there's a lot of bumps.
There is a second wave approaching.
Much cleaner looking.
And yet again, it's not offering anything to suggest anybody wants a piece of this. So we've seen that twice now. 2 semi-sets have turned into nothings.
So Anon has to, regroup. You don't really want to be sitting on the first priority.
She's looking to the beach, right? So she's maybe looking for some advice or just making sure her lineup is where it needs to be. It's rare that you see her under any sort of pressure. And right now, I reckon she's got to be feeling a bit of that. It's not a high-scoring semi-final, but she's done very little to book a spot in the final to this point. So it's rare that you see her this far behind, late in a semi. She's a bit of a front runner normally.
Probably she was looking for the, mid 5 or mid 6. but time is taking 9 minutes and 40 seconds to go. So probably needs to go for the smaller size waves to just get the score.
Does she do that? Does she have that? Is she still just going to stay staunch on getting a set, really teeing off? It's way easier to get a big number on a proper good wave than it is to scrap around on medium little ones or tiny waves. I think she demands excellence and demands excellent waves, so she might just hold firm here. Meanwhile, Ziggy picks something up and goes down. I don't think that'll bother her total. So super low totals in the left-hand column on the combined 2 rides. This way, this semi just has not had the waves that the last heat had.
Right.
Not yet.
Ziggy is in second place with a mid-3 and mid-2, so she really wants to get rid of those 2.50 because Safi only needs 1.94 to go into second.
Yep.
The Anon needs only 3.84. So it's a very close heat in between green, blue, and red.
I guess it just comes down to you've got to try and be patient here because it's not like anyone else is riding waves and getting further ahead. Right. It's a bit of a stalemate. No one's doing anything. So the situation, although it's kind of super close and might be feeling like it's a bit brutal, it's super wide open. All the numbers are really low. We've said that before, and it's true. So it's a little bit of a didn't live up to the heights of that last semi. They haven't had the opportunities. Generally, it means there's probably a set or two to finish off these last 8 minutes. The Ocean hasn't stayed, really quiet for too long. So come on, Yui. We need some worthy finalists. Let's surf this thing out.
Yeah, definitely there's going to be a moment that wave comes in a few minutes.
Yeah, and that's what I think is what Anon's thinking. She's going to might as well just hold firm.
Right.
I'm up for the next good wave. With 8 minutes, there's got to be one banger, at least one banger coming through. She could surf that into an 8 and go straight to first.
Right. But
Ziggy's trying a different tactic because she's in fourth priority.
Yeah, so
she's looking at everything that moves. The others aren't moving.
Definitely, she's only one playing different games out there, just trying to get as many as she could. Try to get rid of the 2.5 to put more pressure on blue and red. But time is really ticking. It goes by so quickly. 7 minutes to go in this heat. Wow.
All right, let's just throw. We'll just see if anybody shows interest in this little swell line. The ladies are paddling a little bit right now. There might be something coming through, so we'll just hang on.
Well, Anon,
they're putting in some big strokes. I think there might be some joy coming. It's about time. The Ocean has been super quiet. And they're all kind of looking at this thing. It's definitely got their attention. Might not be the best wave, but it's a wave, right? So Ziggy's on the inside. She decides to pull the trigger. Fourth priority, you might as well investigate. So she's powering around. She gets a first turn in, looks pretty good. She hits this and makes it. There goes the 2-3. Oh, 2-3 could still have gone missing. You know, she might have improved on that. Needed to hold on there. She would have got another mid-range sort of number and consolidated a bit. But with 6 minutes to go, I think we're just going to throw and have a quick little look at some highlights from day 2.
Selamat pagi and good morning everyone. This is day 2 of Krui Pro 2025. We're going to start for semi-final Pro Junior of Men Division, quarterfinal division, and also we're going to start for Open Division 2. And don't forget to watch you live on YouTube, WSL and ASC. Thank you.
All right, so back to the live action. It is Charlie Stokes dropping into wave number 3. We also owed a number by Anon. Didn't see what happened. Checking out the highlights reel from way back on what day was that? That was Wednesday. That was Wednesday when the Pro Juniors was still smashing it big time out in front. Looking really good. But Charlie is doing some pretty good work on this wave.
Trying to improve her score, get rid of the 4-7, extending her lead, but looks like Anon had a
she's done something.
finally wave,
right.
utilizing the first priority, but this is a replay of last of Anon。松岡選手、2本目のライディング、重要な波になってきます。フローター、そしてそこから少しチェックターンを入れて、すかさずフィニッシュターンを決めてきます。
All right. Well, she strung
Right.
it together. Okay. Took her a long time. She's having another hunt on the inside. We're down to 3. She goes into second.
Wow.
5-5 by Anon. Just right when she needed a wave there. She dug deep. Former winner. Plenty of experience under the Anon Matsuoka skin. And she held firm. Got the right sort of wave. Put 3 tidy moves for the wave of the heat. Was languishing in 4th by a fair way behind, and just like that, she's into a qualifying spot. But we know Ziggy and Safi, they've got 1st and 2nd priority. They're sitting out there. Although they're 3rd and 4th, their requirements are pretty low.
You know, Anon did a really great job to stay composed for like waiting for the wave for like 15 minutes and put it together, get the score. Now she's in the 2nd, but still not in the great position right now.
All right, so even Safi, who's in 4th, her requirement is less than Ziggy's. So she is the one that could, especially with priority, she would be the one that Anon would consider. Well, they're both big threats still.
Right, still.
Anon's sitting off them, hoping for another wave and upgrade a 2-3-3, which she could do quite easily.
Definitely, Anon is looking for a wave to get rid of the 2-3-3, but look like
she's found one.
松岡選手、この波で 2.33 以上スコアしていきたい。小さい波ですが、しっかり一発入れてメイクしてきて前に出てきます。そしてもう一発ターンを入れて、ここはしっかりとメイクした2ターンコンボを見せてきました。残り時間1分30秒。It was on a smaller size wave, but still managed to put 2 turns in.
Anon's come to life.
Great combo.
She's starting to read the play a lot better now, and she's in the hunt. You could see her straight away what she wanted to do by sitting off the ladies. She just wanted to go get rid of my 2-3-3 at all costs. Do not carry that through. We're down to about a minute. We're looking at it again from the judge's view. So it was 2 pretty reasonable hits. Did a good job to land this turn here because it bottomed out heavily on us. So it was a nice adjustment to land flush and ride out and get to that 2nd hit.
Definitely she's done the job to get rid of this backup score 2-3-3 with that ride. We are still waiting for the last of red. But
it won't be a big number, but I think it does improve. So this is Ziggy now. Small little squeaky wave right on the reef. Does find one section, but she's got not much room to work with. She's trying everything, Ziggy. She's a fierce competitor herself. Needs a 4-1-7. With the score coming through for Anon's a little better than she needed. So these requirements are going to blow up. So Safi as well, just again,
unfortunately,
can't find any clean green face.
Kind of hang up on the top. But looks like 4.03 comes in for Anon's last wave.
Yep. So a couple of hits there. Most of those points off the first hit, you would imagine. And it's going to be Charlie Stokes and Anon Matsuoka have booked themselves into the grand final against Leilani and Mirai. So the final is set. I'm going to throw to a break and we're going to go down and have a chat with Charlie, and we'll get back to the men's action shortly.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son. This ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I called. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
Welcome back straight into the live action. This is surfing green, Reef Hazelwood. Great first turn and into the second turn. Looks like this wave sends up for him and gets a rotation. This is a great way to start this heat. Semi-final, heat number 1. Here he is. Another action. Caleb up and riding on this one. Gets tight 2 actions in and try to connect to the inside, but quickly kicks out. I'm Daiwako in the booth with Giada. Quickly into the live actions. That was a great ride from probably, Reef. He got a better number out of those 2 waves.
Yeah, so great start for Reef and Caleb. This is semifinal heat 1 of the men's side of the QS. Here are a couple of replays. So this is Reef Hazelwood on your screen in the green. Nice first check turn. Gets around that second section. And here's where it really, really gets nice. Love that from Reef, giving the variety, freshening it up, giving something different. And right behind him was Caleb Tancred. A nice first check turn. I really love the speed he had throughout those turns. Was really nicely done from Caleb. So I think Reef will probably get the better of that exchange, but it's a great start from both surfers, as I saw it was a little bit slow in that last semifinal.
Definitely, it was a really slow heat, especially for Ano Matsuoka. She was waiting for the set almost the last 5 minutes to go. Well, she's got a great set, and now she's moving on to the final. Looks like Caleb up and riding again on a smaller size waves. Nice off the top and gets second turn in. Nice projection. Wow, that was really unfortunate. It comes unstuck for Caleb. A few scores locked in. 3.50 for first wave for Caleb.
That's Xavier Bryce on his backhand now. Good first opening turn. Sets it up for this second one. A bit of a check turn again and wants to shut this one strongly. Nice surfing there from Xavier Bryce. Boom. Really well done. Rise out of it nicely. So that will be White's first wave as well. And right behind him, Winter Vincent. So we've got a good heat in our hands.
Right. So we got everybody's first ride. To me, Xavier Bryce's first wave looked really great from the drone angle. And we are not too sure what Winter did at the back. But definitely there's going to be good scores to lock in. So first wave for Reef comes in 6.33. That is a very healthy number to start things off. This is sponsor replay. Reef's first wave. Nice first and 2 turns. Kind of check turn, but this turn, all the points come from pretty much this one solid turns here.
Yep, so still some scores to come through for blue, red, and white. Plenty of time. We're just about to reach the 20-minute mark. But yeah, wow, already in semifinals. Heat 1 coming up next in the second semifinal. We'll see Roy Kanazawa, Macklin Flynn, Jarvis Earl, and Xavier Huxtable. So it's really getting to the pointy end of this event, and some really, really important points and prize money, as we said, on the line now.
Right.
Everyone is looking for that Challenger Series qualification, and it's just incredible to be able to finish off with still great waves. It's not what we have been seeing, but I would take these waves for a day of competition, any day.
Definitely. Well, looks like Winter got another wave. It was a short wave, but managed to put 2-turn combo, and the last one was actually solid. It was on the smaller size waves, but still great wave from Winter.
Yep, so looking like blue and green. So it is Reef with priority. He's going to pull the trigger on this one. A pretty solid looking wave. Nice first turn. Really throws a lot of spray out the back. Sets it up for that second one. Pushes the tail. And boom, again, gets one
Wow.
more in. This is an incredible wave from Reef Hazelwood. A bit of a claim. Right behind him, Caleb Tancred. Nice backhand turn there. This wave standing up for him, floats that section. He's going to want to finish strong. He needs these points to get himself into that final.
Wow, this wave turned into a really great wave for him. Lots of wall to work on. Couple solid turns down out the back, and he gets a bonus. So that was a great ride from Reef and Caleb.
All right. And with that, while we wait for those scores to come through, we're going to head over to a quick post-heat interview.
Okay, winner of the last heat down here with me in the athlete zone. It is Charlie Stokes. Charlie, kind of a low-scoring semi-final. Do you think there's you still got plenty in the tank, I reckon?
Yeah, it was pretty slow that heat. None of the girls really got to show what they've got, but I'm a bit tired, but yeah, still definitely got a lot left in the tank, so hopefully can get a couple good ones in the final.
Third placing last year, so you go pretty well around here at Krui Town. You got two more, couple of spaces ahead of that to go here in this final?
Yeah, hopefully I can take the win, but yeah, we'll see what happens.
All right, so do you have a coach or someone in your corner that helps you with tactics or is going to help you with this grand final?
Well, I've got my two brothers down here. They help me a bit, but yeah, don't have a coach down here today, but yeah, my brothers help me.
Well, your brother got a runner-up here last year, so I'm sure he's got some wise words of wisdom. Before we go and surf your final, would you like to say anything to your supporters at home?
Yeah, hey everyone, thanks for watching and yeah, thanks for the support.
Good luck for the grand final. Go get him, Charlie. Cheers.
Thanks, Mark. Well, back to live action. Winter Vincent up and riding. Nice first turn and third turn. Gets to floats and come around the section. There's more wall to work on. So is he going to stay on the wave? And here he comes the last section to Taksin. And he kicks out here. That was a really great wave from Winter Vincent again. But few scores locked in. The fast of Xavier comes in 6.33. And this is Xavier Bryce up and riding again. Wow, lots of clean walls to work on and gets a finish. Well, how's the projection from the last time? That was a great surfing again from Xavier Bryce. It's going to be a great, healthy backup.
All right, so scores to come through for all four surfers in this heat. Some are even waiting for two scores. We're waiting for that last one of Reef Hazelwood. He did, those
Right.
couple turns, super fast, a lot of flow in between them. Here are the replays. So this is Xavier Bryce. Wow, two good turns. Didn't waste any time. This wave giving him so much to work with here. And that finishing was pretty insane. So Xavier going to be backing up that 6.33 really, really nicely. And so still waiting for scores for all four surfers in the water. There's going to be a big exchange because that was some incredible surfing that went down just now.
Pretty much everyone got a good waves in the last exchange. Probably it'll take a while to get all the scores to lock in. Judges going to take a good look at every single waves, watching replays.
Yeah, because this is just so important right now. We're in the semifinal, and they have to really, really get this right. So the last of Reef Hazelwood comes in at a 7.33, extends his lead. Now we're still waiting for Xavier Bryce's wave, Winter Vincent, and Caleb Tancred. So lots of waves and scores to come through. This is semifinal heat 1 of the QS here in the Krui Pro. Wow, we've had an incredible week of waves. This is finals day. We will be crowning 2 champions today. Everyone wants a piece of that final because once you're there, then you surf your 100%. There's only one winner, and all these surfers want that win.
Everyone hunts for the win. But in the semis, you really wanted to be in the top 2. You don't have to win this heat. If you're in the second place and you are advancing into the final, a few scores coming in for last of Caleb. 5.104 for Caleb's last wave. That puts him into the third place now, needing 3.74 to go into the second. And here's Caleb up and riding again. Smaller size waves, but beautiful surfing. And get the third turn in. This is going to be a really healthy number. Wow. But with a lot of sprays, he's unstoppable on this wave. And he's still going, navigating all the way to the inside, and he likes it.
Looking back at the judges, a bit of a staunch. He was like, flexing. He was like, yeah, I got this. He was feeling it. He clapped himself off that wave. That is going to be a great score for Caleb Tancred. He surfed that so well, really sharp. Look, it was a little bit, repetitive, but just so strong. His surfing was really sharp here, and he had so much top to bottom and didn't let the wave really affect him. There's a bit of foam on it, but he looks so stable.
This wave just offers so many opportunities for him, stands up for him, and he just didn't waste any of it. And he likes it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think you said it perfectly. The wave gave him so many opportunities, and he didn't miss any. So unfortunately, Reef just falling off on that turn. His caddy just holding his head like, no. But yeah, so many scores to come through. I've lost count. Xavier Bryce comes in at an 8.33. So he goes straight to first. This is a replay of our man in green. Nice second turn there, and unfortunately, in this turn, he falls off. Oh, sorry, no, he kept going all the way through. We missed a lot of that first part of the wave, so thank you for the Bonsai replay showing us that he got a lot of work done outside. Could possibly be getting rid of that 633.
So his requirement now is 734 to go into the first, and Caleb Tancred needing 856, but we are still waiting for the last of Caleb as well as Winter's last wave.
Oh, and it's looking like Winter's wave is a pretty good score as well, a 6.20. We're waiting for the last of Reef and Caleb, and hopefully we'll get a better idea of what's happening in this heat. So this is the 833 of Xavier Bryce.
Last time this was insane.
That was pretty crazy. You're right. Super difficult, and he managed to just hold through really well. 833 and a 6.33 to his name. He's looking like he's got a foot in the final, but I don't want to speak too soon, as all the other three surfers in this heat are incredible and deadly as well. So some big score requirements, but they've all got the skill to do it.
Definitely, although they have a big requirement, it's a big, decent score, but it's not for them. Just once they are on the right ones, then definitely they will get the requirements. So with 10 minutes and 30 seconds to go, there's plenty of time left. So we are not yet sure who's going to go into the final.
No, not yet. And we're still waiting for some scores to come through for both Caleb and Reef Hazelwood. So I'm seeing some scores come for Reef. The last one comes in at a 6.47. So Reef does extend his lead a little bit over the rest of the field. Now, the last of Caleb is going to be a pretty good score. I think it can be in the 6 and 7 range.
Right. With that 7, he'll be back in the game again. This is Xavier's 633 replay, I believe.
I think this is yeah, you're right. This is Xavier's 6.33. And I'm sure now this is the 8.33. Wow, this last turn that he's about to do was pretty insane. The time between his second last turn and that finishing one was so quick, and he managed to just get it done. So much speed came out of it. That was really impressive surfing from Xavier Bryce.
Definitely it was excellent ride. 8.33.
All right, a bit of a break in the action. We're still waiting for one more score of Caleb Tancred to
Right.
come in, and
Ooh,
it's looking like a good one.
Looks like a healthy number for Caleb's last wave. It's not gonna be a best score, but still super healthy number. 810. Now into third place, needing only 570 to go into the second.
Wow, look at the scores right now. We
Right.
have an 833, a 733, and an 81. That is, that's a good semifinal. And this is what it takes to be in the semis in a QS 6000. So this is what it takes, guys. And just taking a quick look at who's coming up. In semifinal heat 2, we're going to have Roy Kanazawa, Macklin Flynn, Jarvis Earl, and Xavier Huxtable. So another big heat in our hands.
Definitely we'll be seeing same surfing as we've seen in this heat number 1. But this is a insane heat. Even in the fourth place, Winter has 620 and 443, 10.63 in total, and then in fourth position. That's great heat so far. 7 minutes and 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, so Winter has a bit of work to do, but a 760, he has the surfing to get it. All he really needs to do is catch the right wave at this point.
You know, he's getting excellent and sevens easy in the last couple of rounds. So definitely this is not a huge requirement for Winter. Just a matter of picking the right ones in 7 minutes to go.
All right. There's a bit of a break. This is finals day, last day of the Krui Pro.
Right.
What have been some of your highlights throughout the week?
Well, I gotta say, Roy's getting into the semifinals. Only the Japanese surfer that it's, in the semifinals. And then, here's a replay of Reef's first wave. This is gonna be 733 actually. Lots of work done at the back, and it gets a finish. Yeah, we've seen that from Jurong Angle on live. That's great wave, but this is another great wave for him. 647. There's no rush in between turns. Wow, a lot of spray throwing. And gets a lot of work done. But unfortunately comes unstuck on that one, but still locks in 647 on that wave.
If he landed that last turn, he would have gone into the sevens range for sure. And that would have made life a little bit more difficult for Caleb in Winter. But just under 6 minutes, and it's looking like Caleb, taking a look at this one, he needs a 570. That is not a big requirement, especially with the surf he's been showcasing. Opens up this wave nicely, a bit of a tag there, tries to get around this section, but doesn't see any more potential. I think he made the right choice to get back out there and get a more scoring potential wave.
So now Reef up and riding. 734 is a requirement to go into first, but unfortunately comes unstuck. And we're reaching 5 minutes mark.
All right, so Roy Kanazawa in the semis is one of your highlights.
Yes, and he said it's his best result in his career. I mean, on the QS tour so far. So I'm happy for him, and it's my highlights of the day so far.
So have you and Roy spent a lot of time on surf trips together?
No, not really actually.
Oh, okay.
I've seen him at contests all the time, but I've seen his surfing on SNS, Instagrams, and all that. So I'm a big fan of his surfing. Powerful, precision is just on point. So I hope he's going with the flow in the next round coming up.
He's been in some impeccable form. His last heat, he was first from beginning to the end. He
Right.
got into the semis. He's been surfing really well. Roy Kanazawa, you're right. I've never seen him in the finals day yet. So this is a huge result for him.
Definitely.
You know, this is a QS 6000. Already in the semis, he's going to be bringing back to the Asian region some big points.
Right. And he seems like he knows where to sit, you know, what kind of wave he should get. So, yeah, he's ready for the heat number 2 of semifinals.
Someone who seems ready as well is Caleb. He's surfed
Yeah.
from heat 1 all the way to the semifinal.
That's true.
Is a lot of heats, and that's, you know, a long way to go. Kind of reminds me a little bit of people who lose in the first round of the ISA that have to go through their reprecharge rounds. And well, that's Caleb right now.
Pretty much he's the only one who's been surfing from day one.
Yeah,
right?
Caleb's been surfing
Yeah.
from day one, and just shows the determination and
Mm.
the grit that he has to make it back into this QS world. So this is already a great result for him for being the first event back.
Wow. Now Caleb is in 3rd place. So this is a 510 for Caleb Tancred in this heat. Great first stand, nice float to section, and come around and gets another one in. And he comes around again, just navigating this wave so well through to the inside. Gets bonus. And this is 810. That was a great looking wave actually. He wasn't wasting any of it. You know, this wave just offers so many opportunities for him and stands up. There's a lot of steep sections to hit, a lot of damage done at the back. So this is what 8.10 looks like. Wow.
Yeah, that was a really, really good wave from Caleb. Really top to bottom surfing,
Right.
non-stop, lots of speed. So well done there, Caleb Tancred. You're right, showing what you need to do to get an 810 here in a QS 6000 semi-final. You know, we've really gotten to the pointy end of this event. There we see the next heat paddling out. We already have our women's finalists. We are on the way to decide the men's. And it's going to be a great end here of the Krui Pro.
Yeah, with the 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. Caleb needing 570, Winter needing 760 to go into second. But time is ticking. A lot of pressures on pretty much every surfer. You know, Xavier Bryce is sitting comfortably in the first place with the first priority. So you got a feeling he is going to moving on to the final, but we are not too sure yet. There's still 40 seconds to go.
Yeah, so unfortunately, Winter Vincent not really finding the rhythm in this heat, not really finding what the waves he's been looking for, and he's had a great run this week. So it's a little unfortunate there for Winter. Incredible surfer, and it's looking like he's gonna take a look at this one. So he decides to go 760 is his requirement. He goes for the first turn, busts the fins out the back. Oh, and unfortunately just goes over and out on that one. So we're gonna be counting this one down. Looking like there's not too much happening out there. So I'm gonna give a big congratulations to Xavier Bryce and Reef Hazelwood going into the final here in the Krui Pro. With that, we're gonna head over to a quick break and see you guys in the semifinals heat 2.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm gonna start with couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
All right, welcome back to the Krui Pro. This is the QS 6000 right now in the water. Is the semifinal heat 2. That is a result of the semifinal heat 1. So it is Xavier Bryce and Reef Hazelwood going to the grand final. I'm Jara Legati. I want to welcome back True Starling into the booth.
Thank you, Giada. Yeah, I'm excited to be back for semi-final number 2. Roy Kanazawa, Macklin Flynn, Jarvis Earl and Xavier Huxtable. But that last heat, Caleb Tancred and Winter Vincent getting knocked out, it's a bit of an upset, but then you see who got first and second and it's like, wow, that was a really tough heat.
Yeah, it was. And it was actually, there were so many waves and so many opportunities. So it was a really great heat to watch. Everyone really fought till the end. But it was Xavier Bryce and Reef Hazelwood taking that one out. You know, Xavier Bryce, one of the youngest ones, besides Jarvis Earl. He's only 20 years old, I think, if I'm not wrong. And already in a final of a QS 6000. That's a huge result.
Yeah, Macklin Flynn's also one of those younger competitors as well. I think he's around that same age, which, you know, is pretty awesome to see the young guns coming through. And Xavier Bryce, that was a tough heat in that last one. And he just didn't leave anything out in the water. And reigning champion Jarvis Earl looking to book himself a spot in the final for the men's. Nice opening carve. You can see there's a bit of bump and chatter on the waves, but he just glides through it easily. Whoa, that was a good turn.
Yeah, Jarvis just looking unstoppable right now. And there's a lot of bump on this wave, but he's holding it through really nicely. So that's a great start for Jarvis, but we know what he can do, and he's going to be looking for some more.
Yeah, Roy Kanazawa in the semifinals, a highlight for Daiwako. I was hearing in that last heat and opens up on his backhand. He's an awesome surfer. Gets that rotation and holds onto it for Roy. Just expertly done. And, wow, he even gets this bonus section here to complete it. Wow, that was a very well surfed wave for Roy Kanazawa. I'm excited to see what the answer backs of Xavier Huxtable and Macklin Flynn will be like. Wow.
Wow, Roy Kanazawa looking pretty unstoppable right now. I think he's one of the guys that's been in the best form these past couple days. His quarterfinal as well, he absolutely tore it all apart just like this. So lots of flow, lots of speed in between turns. I actually really enjoyed this last turn as well. Took the tail all the way around and held through and rode out of it pretty nicely.
Yeah, that was crazy. I was like, oh no, he's kind of overcooked it, but he had it under control. He knew exactly what he was doing and gets that completion. So Roy locks in a score, and this is Xavier Huxtable. Top to bottom surfing for Xav. Another foam climb there out the back. Also looks like Macklin Flynn was on a wave. Xav kicks out, Macklin out behind him. It's a good looking wall. It's a little bit cleaner for the West Australian surfer. Gets another nice connection in there for Macklin Flynn, and he kicks out as well. So everyone has scores on the board for this final. Wow.
Yep. So everyone has a wave ridden. Hopefully it's going to be like the last one. There was non-stop waves. There was a point where we were waiting for, like, I think 2 scores for each surfer. It was just back to back. But yeah, so I think probably Roy getting the best of that exchange for now. I really enjoyed his wave and gave a lot of variety. So I think that's a great point for Roy.
Yeah, it's feel like it's going to be one of the best numbers of the heat so far. 467 locked in for Jarvis's first wave. Scores for Xav, Roy, and Macklin Flynn to lock in as well. Macklin, I saw him heading back over to his coach for the event, Adam Dufner, and I was like, give it to him. Just got to go for it. So, yeah, this is Jarvis up and out of that one. Doesn't like the look of it too much, and he's been the informed surfer of the event so far. Hopefully he can keep that momentum, because we saw Winter Vincent, who in my eyes was a finals appearance for sure, and he just got knocked out.
Yeah, pretty big upset there. He was looking in great form all week. This is Jarvis Earl again on a good looking wave. Gets some pretty critical turns in there. I love that last one. Again, pretty bumpy wave, but he's holding through really nicely.
How's a smile? You can see it from here.
And right behind him, Macklin Flynn on his backhand. Good turn there. Sets it up for this next section. Upside down again. Gets a little bit stuck on the top on that one, but still holds through. So Xavier right behind him as well. Good looking wave and floats that one. Unfortunately, isn't able to ride out. So we're going to be seeing a lot of scores come through.
Wow, this is crazy. So many waves. A quick in and out for Roy. We still have so many scores to lock in for Jarvis Earl, Roy Kanazawa, Macklin Flynn, and Xavier Huxtable. Everyone's catching heaps of waves. There's a flurry of action right now. Wow, so they're making their way back out into the lineup with 18 minutes to go. And yeah, it looks like Roy will regain first priority. His score's starting to look like a pretty good number. One more to lock in, and it's a 6.17 for Roy Kanazawa's first wave. Backs it up with just a 0.5 on that last one. Jarvis Earl has a score to lock in, so does Dave and Macklin. Wow. So many waves that have been ridden in this semi-final number 2, and it's nice to see a flurry of action for sure.
Yep, that's right. And so next up is the women's final.
I know.
And your girl Leilani is in it.
I know. Yeah, I'm nervous for her. I'm sure she'll be fine.
All right. Have you guys planned anything? Like what happens if she wins?
That's a really good question.
You don't have
we actually haven't planned anything.
What?
I know. Okay, I'm going to have to come up with some ideas and get back to you.
Epic women's final coming up next. Leilani McGonagle, Mirai Akira. Last year's winner, we have Jolly Stokes and Anon Matsuoka, also a winner here in the Krui Pro. So Leilani has won this event in the past. Mirai has won it last year, and Anon, I think the year before that. Jolly Stokes semis last year, so that's a huge final we have.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. I cannot believe it. I mean, the quality of female surfing right now is so high, and Roy Kanazawa, he is also surfing with so much potential to make an appearance in the finals. He's already locked in that 617, the best wave of the heat so far. Only needs a 4.6 to go up into first. Just doesn't get the completion, unfortunately, for Roy. But he's surfing so well, and we are going to head over to a post-heat interview. We saw Xavier Bryce take that last heat out. He's there with Daiwako. Oh, we might stick with this live action, actually. Jarvis Earl, the current heat leader. Nice connection there. Gets a fins out, stands tall. He's like, yeah, that's a better feeling turn there for Jarvis. Macklin behind him. Whoa.
Good looking wave from Macklin. Floats that second section. Wants to get rid of that. Wants to back up that 417, but he does already have a score on the way. So with that, as we wait for the scores to come through and there's a break in the action, we're going to go over to Daiwako with Xavier Bryce.
All right. You'll be surfing shortly, so it's going to be a quick one, but you look like having a great free surfing out there.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely cooking out there. Even though the wind's onto it, it's like made like a real nice coping. So, yeah, it's pretty slappable.
Definitely. You're now on to final, and probably a lot of people watching you on live from home. So, just quick message to them.
Yeah, just thanks everyone for tuning in. Can't wait to see you all when I get home.
All right, good luck in the final.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Cheers.
Thank you, Di and Xavier Bryce winning that first semi-final. Reef Hazelwood coming in second. Unfortunately, Caleb Tancred and Winter Vincent bowing out. These semi-finals could also be the finals. It's pretty insane, really, how stacked the men's draw is. I can't believe it. It's exciting to watch.
Yeah, and I'm excited for the 4-man final. I haven't seen that in a really long time. I mean, the juniors, but never in a QS. And I just feel like there's just so much more going on and a lot more waves ridden. So it's going to be really entertaining.
Yeah, I agree. There's going to be lots happening, and you can see that is a good overview of where some of the athletes are preparing. I can see Leilani there with Adam Dufner preparing for her final. And Mirai Akita, she is paddling out. I think that's Sumomo Sato as her board caddy. Sumomo, unfortunately, had a bit of an interference call in her heat, but she's an incredible surfer as well. And, it's going to be a big final, I think, with Charlie Stokes and Anon Matsuoka. But this last wave of Roy Kanazawa Giada. It's a smaller wave, but he gets a lot of work done.
Yep, you're right. And something I really like about Roy is that his style is so smooth. This wave kind of just doubling up here on the inside for him. And this is where most of the work got done. There, it gets a little more critical for him, pushes the tail on this last one as well. So it's a bit of a wave that kept on giving him more to work with. Lots of opportunity as well, and finished it off. But unfortunately, wasn't right out of that last one. I think it would have been a pretty good backup for his 617. So 3 surfers in this heat already have 6s to their name. It's a battle of the backup now.
Yeah, it really is, which is scary to think in a heat like this. This is Macklin Flynn's 613, I believe, and he did a really good job. This turn right here, bang, huge connection there, and gets a second one in as well. He does really well to hold on to this one. A 6.13, he's just looking collected out there, surfing beyond his years, and with 12 and a half minutes to go, he only needs a 413 to move up into second. Oh, sorry, he actually is in second. It's Roy Kanazawa that needs a 413 to go to second place.
Yep, so we're still waiting for a bunch of scores to come through. Now I'm seeing the second of Xavier Huxtable. It is going to be a 3.73 throw. So he goes to third, but still waiting for the last of Roy Kanazawa, a 4.13 to go to second. One more from Macklin Flynn as well. This is a replay of Jarvis Earl, a 7.50. Huge turn there. Jarvis is looking unstoppable right now.
Oh, isn't he? A 7.5 for Jarvis. He's back in action. He's looking like he's ready to go, and that's Charlie Stokes there. She is getting ready for her final. Wants to go one better this year and maybe even take the win. Zeb Stokes, her brother, is going to be her caddy. They've had a really great dynamic throughout this whole event. He's been caddying for her, and I know that Taj and Gia are watching as well in the athlete area, probably feeling the nerves a little bit as well.
I mean, in the final, she's the only one of the 4 girls who hasn't won a title here. So she's going to be wanting to really push her surfing this time and win her first Krui Pro trophy.
Yeah, it's a prestigious one for sure.
Yeah.
It's the first QS 6000 of the season. And then we're going to be heading over to NIAS. I mean, it would be a great, great amount of points to have in the back pocket for Jarly, seeing as she's going to unfortunately miss NIAS and head over to South Africa. Maybe we'll see her in Korea for that wave pool event, which is the next 6,000 in July. But yeah, Challenger Series is such a hard tour to crack and to be in that top requalification amount. So hopefully Jarly can do that. Otherwise, she's here and she's just getting more heats under her belt, which is exciting for us because she's been doing she's been doing some huge turns, getting massive scores and being so consistent.
Yep, that's right. Mirai Akita as well. She last year won both the Pro Junior and the Open Women's. This year she's already won the Pro Junior Women's, and she's going to be definitely looking for that Open Women's title to go back-to-back winner in both divisions. That's going to be the first in history.
Yeah, literally. That would be really cool to see that actually, to go back-to-back in the Pro Junior and in the QS. I mean, she's been a force to be reckoned with this whole event. Dropping 8s, dropping 9s. She's just looking so crazy. She got two waves in that Pro Junior final, right?
Yeah, she got 2 waves and won it. Showing that she works well under pressure. She knows what she has to do to win this event. She has a backside that can take anyone out of competition. So it's going to be great to watch Mirai Akita. She's got nerves of steel.
Oh, she certainly does. It's this is going to be a really good final. I feel like there's tension between all of them. Maybe they're trying to, I feel like Anon is wanting to get another win as well. Charlie is just like, hey, I'm here and I've been making heats and I want this win just as much as you guys do. And Lei, of course, winning here too. This is going to be psycho. And Roy Kanazawa on his backhand digs his nose out, gets a better connection there. He's got such a great backhand snap. He just throws a tail so easily. And Jarvis Earl was looking out the back. That wave doesn't do too much.
All right, so you've been watching all the heats. You've seen it all go down. You know this wave visually. Any words of wisdom that you gave to Leilani? I want to know what you said.
Hit the lip. I was like, can you please hit it, Lei? And I was like, and also get better waves. Because I feel like the waves that she was getting probably weren't the best ones. But and she was like, yeah, no, you're right. But yeah, to sum it up, I was like, just hit the lip. Go for it. Have fun. Yeah, I'm a little bit, I don't know. I don't know where she's at. I had to leave her before she got ready. So I know that she's pretty lethal as well. Once she gets her sights set on something, she's pretty unstoppable. But
did she enter her scary mode?
Well, I don't know. By the time I left there, we were both eating pancakes and giggling. So I don't know. But I hope so.
That doesn't sound too scary.
I know. Yeah, she kind of locks in just before she needs to be out there. And this is the 7-5 of Jarvis Earl. That second turn was huge. And then watch him go big there, just driving through. I mean, wow, he's just looking so on point. And yeah, Jarvis, he's having fun, enjoying his time. I mean, seriously, he is looking for that final berth with Xavier Bryce and Reef Hazelwood. That last turn on that wave was so psycho for Jarvis as well.
Wow, that was showing why he's a past winner here last year at the Krui Pro. Will not be joining us in Nias. He will be heading home for a week and then flying straight to the Challenger Series in Balito. A win here would boost his confidence so much, and he would enter the Challenger Series with a whole different type of energy.
Yeah, I agree. I think, especially going back-to-back champion undefeated is pretty insane. I think, well, he still needs to make the final. There's 6.5 minutes to go. He looks pretty good right now. But you just never know what's going to happen. And I think, you know, seeing Jarvis on the Challenger Series, he made a few heats in Newcastle. I know he's hoping to keep it going in South Africa. But Macklin Flynn, he needs a 5.05 right now to jump Roy Kanazawa. Roy's last wave was a 5. Macklin goes big, probably bigger than necessary.
Yeah, you're right. 5.05, not a huge requirement. This is now Jarvis Earl again. Big first turn, sets it up for that second one. And here a third, wraps it again. This is last year's winner here. Wants to get back into the final, wants that back-to-back win. What does he do here? He goes to the air. Jarvis.
Oh my God.
Getting rid of that 6-1 really soon.
Are you kidding? Jarvis is just, yeah, I don't even know. I have no words for that. The fact that he's just had so many waves and then every single time a good one comes through, he has that first priority. How does that even happen? He's just so in rhythm out there. This was such a sick wave. That first turn was lethal. And then driving through this one, look how fast he snaps it and then gets that third turn again. I mean, Jarvis is looking really strong. I feel like for me, him and Reef Hazelwood are the ones to beat in this final because Reef is also feels like he's got a really similar energy as well. Who knows what's going to happen? But yeah, that's going to overtake the 6.1. I agree.
I don't know. Xavier Bryce
really
took the win over Reef.
That is true.
So he's a bit of an underdog in this final.
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't have the big name like Reef and Xavier. So I don't know. I think he could really prove us wrong.
Yeah, bring it on. Let's go. But wow, a 9.0 for Jarvis Earl. That is absolutely insane. This wave was just honestly, we just have to appreciate the beauty of Jarvis's surfing because he surfs with so much speed and really no mistakes in this wave, driving through another searing carve, gets that chop hop. I mean, I don't even know what to think about that. A 9.0, excellent scores for Jarvis Earl. We're just going to leave that one there.
He's got the whole fill-in combo.
Wow.
That's crazy. And it just shows how mature his surfing is. You know, in the first few heats he's done, he really just keeps his cool. He surfs at 65, 70%. And as soon as he gets into the semis and finals, he just goes crazy.
Yeah.
It's insane how much control he has over his surfing.
Oh, yeah, I agree. He just... I don't know if I have a word for it. It's just seamless. It's powerful. He just... Yeah, that 9 was... up there with one of my favorite rides of the event for sure. He just looks hungry right now. And this guy right here, Xavier Huxtable, he's been a little bit quiet throughout this heat. He needs a 5.41. He's been looking in form throughout the whole event. That's a good turn there for Xav, probably with not as much power as he was hoping, and unfortunately comes unstuck. A 5.05 for Macklin Flynn. He doesn't need much. Gets that rotation.
That was a fun turn there from Macklin Flynn, 5.05. You're right, not a big requirement. So a couple scores to come through. It is, though, for now, Jarvis Earl and Roy Kanazawa with just 1 foot into that final. And I think I have a word for Jarvis Earl. In Indonesia, we say luar biasa. That's outside of normality.
Yes. That is, how do you say that?
Luar biasa.
Luar biasa.
Yeah.
Wow, that is yeah. That sums his surfing up pretty well, actually. And this last wave of Xavier Huxtable just lacked that little bit of punch that we're used to seeing from him.
Yeah, you're right. And it's rare to see him fall off on that turn. So Xavier Huxtable just needing to find a bit more rhythm there. Also, doesn't need a big score to get into second, of 5.41. This is Macklin Flynn, a 5.05. So Xavier's last score comes in at a 4.53. So goes into his top 2, but not enough to get into that second. Waiting for one more of Macklin. I'm not sure it's gonna be it, but yeah, we just saw that both Xavier and Macklin have the exact same score, 10.3 to their name.
That is that's so crazy. Macklin and Xav, they've been surfing so well this event. 5.41, you know, you'd have to think if Xav had have made that last turn, probably could have challenged for the score, at least had a big moment on there. It would have been the 5.4 that he was looking for. And for Macklin, that last one was a 3.37, so not the score he was looking for. He gets back out there in time. Roy Kanazawa, he is looking to better a 5 to make it through to the finals, but unfortunately goes down. And that might be a costly mistake with 50 seconds to go. Macklin gets second priority right now. He only needs a 5.05. This is going to be really, really tense moments for Roy Kanazawa, Macklin Flynn, and Xavier Huxtable.
Yeah, this is a pretty close heat for second. I mean, Jarvis taking this one out with 9 and a 7.5. He's comfortably in the lead. But you're right. Roy will be feeling the pressure. Macklin and Xavier wanting to get out there quickly to be able to really get that one chance. Jarvis taking a look at this one. A bit of a victory lap. He's going to be going into the final feeling really good with a 9 and a 7.5.
Yeah, definitely. That's a great heat total. And looks like Macklin Flynn gets up before the hooter goes. He needs a 5.05. Nice first turn. Gets the second one in here. Not a big score that he's looking for. Needs to make this end turn to make it count. He does get the completion, but is it the 5.05?
Oof.
Oh, wow. It's going to be really close.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty tight finish. I think if it's not the score, it's going to be just under, because that was a really, really well surfed wave from Macklin, but a bit of smaller wave, so I'm not too sure.
Yeah, it's a tough one for sure. I mean, it's definitely Jarvis Earl in the final with that 9 and a 7.5. But it is this last score of Macklin Flynn. It looks like it's going to come in just under the requirement. It's a 3.93, so it's Jarvis Earl and Roy Kanazawa moving on through to the men's finals with Xavier Bryce and Reef Hazelwood. Don't go anywhere. We have the women's final coming right up after this quick break. It's going to be a good one.
There's one thing we all love to bits. It's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice. Juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint. Agave. Hey, that is incredible.
Well, it is finals time here at the Krui Pro. We've had an incredible event so far, and we're starting off with the women's final. We've gone to 30-minute finals, and it's Mirai Aikida taking on Leilani McGonagle and on Matsuoka, and this woman right here, Charlie Stokes, gets a quick turn in there for Charlie. I'm True Starling, and to join me in the booth, take me through this heat is Mark Clift and Di Wacko. Guys, it's been a great event, and to finish off with such a stacked final is so exciting.
It sure is. We got 3 former finalists, right? We've got this lady here that won it first out of the current crop that's in this grand final. So back in 2019, good friends with you.
Yes.
Strong surfer, goofy footer. You goofies always stick the same together. So it's a worthy that she's in this again. And we also have Anon, who you got to be pretty happy that made the final. She's a former finalist, right?
And Mirai.
And Mirai.
And Mirai is last year's champion, trying to look for the back-to-back win as well. She's already done in junior division, so
it's crazy. Yeah, she's already surfed a final here.
Well, she's in 2 years. She's already won 3 of the 4 divisions available, and could make it 4 out of 4 if she really gets it together here. So, and I believe some ladies in that last heat had a bit of trouble hearing the beach announcers.
I think she might have been asking about a priority situation there. I could see her grabbing her rashi.
Well, she's got top priority, so.
Yeah, it just changed, I think.
Here goes your friend. Want to have a look at this for us?
It's a smaller wave for Leilani. But she still gets some good work done for Lei. It's a couple of carves. That's a nice connection there. But, yeah, it would have been nice to see her in a bigger wave. I mean, she gets a lot of work done anyway. And she'll kick out of that one. So just over 26 minutes to go. Lei gets her final underway, and it is Mirai. She's looked in a 2-3-3 for Charlie Stokes. Score to come through for Leilani. And Anon Matsuoka sits out there with first priority.
So you'd be thinking to win a final that is this stacked, you've probably got to be packing an 8 and maybe a 7, something like that, somewhere along the line. Out of 3 past winners, I hope Charlie, the Australian in this one, can get up and put a new name on the trophy. That'd be nice.
Yeah, that would be awesome to see Charlie from the Sunshine Coast of Queensland, and she's an exciting surfer to watch, and it's been really cool to see her just progress through these heats and really take it to all of her opponents.
What about you, Di? Who would you be hedging a bet on if you had to pick one surfer out of this crop?
It'll be awesome if Mirai takes a win, back-to-back win. That would be amazing. So, it's hard to say actually. There's 2 Japanese in the season.
He's sitting on the fence. He's sitting on the fence. Anyway, that's a good place to be. There are 2 Japanese surfers in this. So, the female side of the draw has been well contested by Team Japan. But they were everywhere. They made up a lot of the numbers in the back end of the draw. And sooner or later, I'm really tipping that Japan's going to have a full-time lady on the CT. It's a matter of sooner rather than later, I reckon. All right, so 5 there for Leilani's first ride, 3 from Mirai. Anon yet to pull the trigger on anything, and Charlie just investigating, having a look at this wave, third priority. I think when it comes to final time, you just got to wait for the best waves, right? Here we go.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's a really good point, Mark, and that is Lei. She goes up and over that section. Just a 1 turn there for or 2 turns there for Leilani. Anon.
松岡選手、1本目のライディング、ウィメンズファイナル始まっています。さあ、ここは2ターンしっかり入ってきて、ラストセクションもしっかりと力強い演技を見せてきました。Well, that was a well served from Anon Matsuoka. 3-turn combo.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get some replays on that in a moment. They all look pretty slick. They all look pretty confident, really tagging the lip and with a lot of intent and making it easily. So for me, I really liked it. She waited a long time for that wave, and I think it could be the better number so far, but I'm just well invested in what Anon does, because she doesn't buy into the theory that you've just got to keep riding waves. She's just then she waited, and she waited for a good one.
Yeah, let's take a look at this last replay of Leilani McGonagle's. What do you like about it, Mark?
Well, the first carve was pretty good. It's a stock standard maneuver. It was a pretty good finish as well. So I liked it. What did you like most about Anon's?
Oh, look at this first turn. That was so solid. Gets that second combination as well. Anon has been looking really, really solid throughout the whole event, and just really not taking a foot off the gas in this final. If anything, she's applying a little more pressure to it, and yeah, she's getting fired up.
All right, so we're still waiting on numbers. Leilani's is in a 5.9. All right, so went a little better than her last effort. Got 3 waves already. Pair of 5s. I think it's going to take a bit more than that to win this final. Anon, did she get 3 turns?
Like first one was like more check turn, setting up turn, and this is Charlie Stokes up and riding.
The Queenslander. Charlie not picking the ideal wave there. Super bumpy, a bit too fast. Limited scoring opportunities there for the Australian in white.
Well, it looks like healthy number for Anon Matsuoka locks in.
Yeah, it's going to be a good score.
池田選手の2本目のライディング、スープへのアプローチ、きれいに決めてきました。そして2発目、これも縦のアクション、きれいに決めてきます。去年このイベントで優勝を果たし、今年はジュニアのディビジョンですでに優勝しています。さあ、ここ、揃えられるか。こけてしまいましたが、いい波になってきています。
Yeah, so Mirai winded up really hard on that wave. Her last maneuver was looking so sharp, but she fell. So she'll get no credit for that. So it's probably going to be in the mid-range sort of score there. Mirai's dropping a 5.4. Could have easily gone into the 6s. That finish looked really strong, but just kind of overcooked it a little. And they're still thinking about Anon's. I think it's going to set the benchmark for the final so far, because she waited for a good wave that had kind of 3 decent sections, right? And the judges have been really buying into her act every time she stands up, because she does strong turns. She always attacks the lip. Charlie's just not picking the better waves at this stage. All right, so we're predicting it's taking a 7 and an 8 to win. Anon's dropped to 7. She's on track. She's on track.
Well, this is Charlie Stokes. She's looking to find a better wave, get a better connection, just that 1 turn. It's a bit of a bumpy wave, though, unfortunately for Charlie. And yeah, that 7 of Anon puts her in a really good position right now in this heat. Leilani McGonagle takes off on this one. Oh, just ditches her board. She didn't like the look of that wave, I think.
You know what? More importantly, Anon's got back out there and got top priority. She's already got the best score, and she's got the next bite of the next good one.
松岡選手、1本目のライディングで7点というグッドスコアをマークしてきました。これにより、3位のポジションですが、現在ファーストプライオリティを持っています。So this is what 7.0 looks like. Setting up turns, and I really love the second turn, projects so much speed and gets the finish there So this is
number.
what 7 looks
So
like.
in hindsight as well, it wasn't that much of a setup first turn. It was a legit move. So 3 good moves. So Charlie, waves are not giving us the same sections that Anon found. Hits a little bump there, gets 3 or 4 turns in. Still yet to really strike a major blow. So I think compared to Anon's, it's going to be well under in the scoreline just because it didn't have that big blockbuster moment, right? I like what she's doing, not finding enough clean face to really extract a big number off the judges. Not yet.
She did a lot of work and she did what she could do on that wave. Yeah. Wave just didn't, offer too much for her. So
well, she's already caught the most waves, but I think she needs to just settle on that one now and really got to find that clean water.
Right.
Being one of the taller ladies in this final, I think she needs a bit more room to move, and a cleaner face would make life a lot easier. So I think she probably just needs to settle a bit, listen to these numbers the judges are throwing at her, and read between that and go, oh, they're telling me something. I need a better wave to do better surfing. Yeah, they can't hear out there. They're struggling.
So they are trying to get information.
Oh, look, I did notice the wind picked up a fair bit just moments ago. It's out of the southerly direction now, like a trade sort of wind. So it changed directions maybe about an hour ago, and it strengthened. So maybe it's blowing the noise away a little bit.
Definitely has potential for that. We haven't really seen a situation like that throughout this event yet. So Charlie locks in her best number of this final so far. It's a 4.93 right now with 18 and a half minutes to go. Leilani McGonagle out in front with a pair of 5. She's got that 5.9 and a 5. Mirai Aikida, the reigning champion. She has a 5.4 and a 3, chasing a 5.51 to go to first. Charlie Stokes looking for a 5.97 to move up into that first position. And Anon looking for a 3.9. She's pretty deadly right now.
Oh, yeah. She'll want double that on her next wave. But here is the youngster. Oh!
池田選手、ここは少しレールが刺さってしまったか。That was really unfortunate for Mirai.
Yeah, but it was.
No takers on this one.
All right, so Anon is still prowling with top priority. She's got the biggest number. She knows how to win at high levels. She's looking at this wave. She's looking pretty invested, but she decides not what she needs. But here goes Red, your friend.
Yep, Leilani. Straight up into that first section. She's patient through this one. Gets another connection in there. She is looking to better a 5. Can she get around this one? She's trying to stay with it, but that wave unfortunately doesn't offer too much more, and Anon out the back.
松岡選手、2本目のライディング、サイドなる波にテイクオフしてきました。スープのセクションを大きく超えて、もう一発入るか。ここから抜けてきた先にセクションが待っていると、スコアを上げてきますが、ここでキックアウト。Well, that was...
I liked it. I don't know whether we saw... did we see all of it? I don't think we caught the absolute start of either.
We're not too sure what she did on the first spit, but that second turn was kind of huge.
Yes, big section.
Solid turn.
It's not easy. A section that big and to climb that high on the foam was just a credit to us. So let's see what Anon did early. All right, so a little bit of a setup. This section was gigantic with a huge hit. The judges have they've been rewarding big surfing all week, and I reckon that was big surfing. So I reckon stand by for another solid number on a larger wave. Anon knows the theory to win at high levels, and I reckon she's just stamped herself with that wave as right now a clear favourite. Right now.
Right.
With only 14 off the clock. Plenty of time to go, but at this point, I'm giving a double thumbs up.
Well, this is a look at Charlie Stokes' last wave. Nice first turn for Charlie. Just the one turn there. She hasn't quite found those waves that really open up for her. She's been getting like one good turn in there, but it's just that second turn she hasn't been able to find, unfortunately. But this last one of Anon's is probably going to be a really good score. That second or third turn was in a pretty critical section. And she really went for it. She's such a fearless competitor, a fearless surfer, really. And she's smiley, all smiles on land. But as soon as she gets out there, I've surfed a few heats with Anon. And it's full on for
She's
sure.
full on,
She-
Gave you nothing.
Oh no,
The dead eye death stare.
literally, and so much respect for her as a competitor as well. She's like, you know what, I'm gonna go out there and I'm not leaving anything in the tank, and if you have something to say about it, then let's just leave it out in the water because I'm gonna outsurf you, and that's what she does pretty much every
What
time.
I like best, that's a hard maneuver to pull off, right? To hit that much turbulence, to climb that high,
Right.
and to pull it off with that much confidence and no bobble. All right, and with a lot of speed as well. It's a tough move. So, congrats to add on. Maybe we can see that replay again.
Yeah, well, Leilani's last wave locked in at a 6.23, so it extends her lead. And Anon locks in a 5.13. She needs a 5.13 to go to first. And it is Jarly Stokes chasing a 7.2. Mirai Akita looking for a 6.73 to move up into first place with 14 and a half minutes to go.
Yeah, we're going to try and queue up another replay of that wave of Anons. The first,
松岡選手
second wave of green.
これはクイックにプラを落としていきます。Well, few scores looking for second wave of Ano Masoka.
All right, so this would be her first wave. All right, so this is the 7. So this is what's got her into a winning position. This is the highest scoring wave of the heat. She's got another number to drop. It's almost confirmed. It's in, and it's in at a 5-6. All right, basically one move. It was just a little setup move before it. So, straight to first place.
松岡選手、最後、2本目の波で 5.60 をマークし、第1位のポジションに、第3位の池田選手、7.20 が必要です。
Yeah, this is Leilani McGonagle up and riding. She just moved down into second. She's looking for a 6.38 to go to first. Bit of a wobbly start, but regroups. It's a smaller wave, it looks like, for Lei. And I don't know if this is going to be the 6. I mean, that was a good connection there. But I don't know if that's going to be the 6.38 she's looking for.
That was a great surfing from Leilani, but it was kind of smaller size wave that she was on, but this is 池田選手 7.20 が必要。これはインサイドまでしっかりとつなげてくるか、つなげてきそうです。ここもチェックターンを入れながらインサイドまで、ここで肩が張ってきたところに一発ターンを入れてきます。ここはキックアウト、3ターンをしっかり入れてきた演技になりました。
No real big moments there for Mirai on that wave. It was just a little choppy. There was no bowl really. And I believe Leilani's doing good surfing, but kind of on the wrong waves to win a final. You know, I can't discredit what she's doing. She's ripping and stringing it together quite well. But I think she also needs to be just a little bit more patient. We know she's got the goods. She just needs a cleaner canvas.
Yeah, like you said on this one, you know, Wave didn't really have the opportunities for Mirai to actually, you know, hit critical section. There's kind of like a photo wave, a lot of checking turns, but she did great though. But she still needs big score to go into the first, needing 7-0.
I feel like Mariah is one of those competitors, and Di, correct me if you think I'm wrong, but I feel like she's one of those competitors where she just can really change it with one wave, and she just can go, oh, you know what, it's all good, I'm regrouping and I'm going to get another wave. And she just finds those special moments in heats to really work in her favor, which is really exciting. And Jarly Stokes right now, it looks like she's doing just that. She's found a good size wave.
Wow.
Nice first turn for Jarly.
Give us
And,
more.
unfortunately, just a little bit too late to that section. That was a bit of a fumble there for Jarly Stokes.
Really good start on that wave, and I thought if there's more to this, the Aussie's back, but just the wave just let her down. Anon made a little blunder. She caught just a closeout jump straight off. She had second priority.
Well, now Anon has first priority
Now she has
again.
first priority. So
She's playing really great games in these finals.
Yeah, I agree, Di.
this was really good. This was Jarly's best turn so far, right? She was on her way because that was a good connection, and spray on a larger wave. Needed really to get a big projection thing or that section not to drop, and she would have been sweet. Dope. So Jarly, although she moves up into third, that last wave, where are we? What was it, a 4.9?
4.9 for just one big turn. So he could have made that last section could go into the mid 6-point range.
Yeah, literally. That would have really changed the moment there for Charlie. I mean, she moves up into third. She needs a 7.67 to go to first place. Mariah chasing a 7.2 to move up into first as well. And with 10 minutes to go, there's still so much time.
Right.
And this next heat, the final for the men, it's going to be the last heat of the event, which is kind of sad. And it's going to be Xavier Bryce taking on Reef Hazelwood, Jarvis Earl, and Roy Kanazawa. And this is a 7 for Anon Matsuoka. Love this first turn. She kind of just sets it up. And
this
then
might be the
that
5-6. That was the turn.
Oh, sorry, the
Yeah,
5-6,
yeah.
yes.
But that was such a good turn, right? Difficult, big section. Loved it. She'd be feeling pretty good after that connection, although it may not have drawn the biggest number. It would have felt good. She's already got the 7, so she's still in a very commanding position, although Leilani's only about half a point behind. I think Leilani's got plenty of room to improve just by finding a slightly better wave. We've loved her act to get to this point. I think she just needs to open up a bit more on a bigger wave, because I'm still going to hold by saying I think it's going to take an 8 somewhere in your scoreline as well to win. So I think we still haven't seen the best of this final. Not yet.
But definitely Anon is looking for the bigger size waves to get rid of the 5-6. Now she's holding on to the first priority, and definitely got a feeling that she's going to be holding on to that first priority until she sees the opportunity.
Yeah, she's pretty savvy. She's so in tune. She always works with some really knowledgeable locals as well. And, for Anon to just be fully aware of what's going on around her, and just the dedication that she has leading into every single event and every single heat is second to none, really. So there's no surprises that she's made it into this final once again here at Krui.
And leading. And Anne was the last one to get away because she didn't want to take a B grade, a substandard wave. All right, she held firm. Everyone else did stuff around her, and she's like, "Nah, haven't seen anything I like yet." Until she found that 7, and even the backup was pretty good because it had one really strong kind of bossy moment, a bit of a statement moment for Anon. All right, so we're set. All these numbers, you can see them. It's pretty close for third and fourth, really close for first and second. Requirements are quite obvious on the right side of the screen, so some really healthy numbers are needed by everybody to dislodge Anon out of the lead. The sky's darkening in the background. Stay away. Do not get any closer.
Just give us 38 more minutes, please. And we have a heat to get through. And
Surely.
Yeah, we'll get through it. We'll be fine.
Yeah.
Not even allowing it.
No. We've got that much policey down here. I'm sure they could do something about it anyway. Leilani, again, smaller wave. Good start to this one, though. Another decent second move. Down she goes. Ouch. It kind of hurts with a good start like that. If she could have capitalised and done that a couple more times down the line, could have been asking the questions off the judges.
She was kind of on the way to the good range score, definitely on the smaller side, but that first time was amazing.
Yeah, she's definitely got those turns down pat. That was huge. Gets the fins out. Oh my gosh. Lei, I'm not even joking. She makes like 85% of these turns. I think this was the same turn that actually cost her a quarterfinals berth in the Newcastle Challenger Series as well. So I know that that might sting her heart just a little bit. Locked in at a 3.57. So doesn't go into the top 2, but I really think that could have challenged for the 6.38 if she had made that second turn. But Anon, she's holding firm. She has the lead right now. Let's take a look at the best score of Anon Matsuoka. This is the 7. It's a really nice first turn, and I love how she just goes straight up over that section and then straight into this third turn. She's looking in form.
Yeah, didn't miss a beat right there. Took a while to get that wave. This is the backup number. So there wasn't much of a turn prior to the finishing section. That was just a lot of setup work just to put herself in a good position. Really took on a meaty section. I like the foam climb. That's a tough move. And I nailed that move. Had that wave offered more, she could have quite a large lead here in this final. So, I'm feeling that she's really well positioned here. She's had a couple of swings since for a couple of below 1 point rides. So she's probably gone, hang on, steady. Just get back to the theory of getting a really good wave. Don't break from your tactics. The finish line is only just over 5 minutes away.
Leilani tried to get away from the crowd to me, just pulling down the line a little bit more, creating a space between all other three surfers. But this is 池田選手 7.20 が必要です。一発大きなターン入れてきます。ここはこの先抜けていきたい。どうでしょう。ここを抜けてくると点数を広げていきますが、しっかりと乗り続けているが、ここでキックアウト。
Wow, she'll be bitterly disappointed. Here comes Anon just flying into the screen, but she's got the down carve a little wrong. I'm not sure what she did before it, but the Australian now in third. Charlie needs a big number, needs the wave of the final. She doesn't like what she sees either, so they're probably all realising, the numbers now. They would have heard the requirements, so they're like, okay, I need the right sort of wave. And if you don't feel your first turn, you might as well get off and allow yourself a bit of time to get back out there.
Yeah, now is the moments where it's you need to be on the best waves.
There's the gangsters. Lads are down there, a few bottles flying around.
The crew there,
Zave and
Zave,
JT
Jack
and
Thomas, Tully,
Tully.
Caleb, Harley Walters, Taj Simon and Kyan Falvey.
Surprise, surprise. They're all Aussies with the green bottles. Where's mine?
Right, but Leilani is in a good position right now, having the first priority, needing 638. But now he has the first. Wow, this is the last of green. さあ松岡選手、一発大きなターンを入れてから、ここでカービングターンをして、少しバランスを崩してしまった。
Well, she hit some bumps after that first turn, didn't she? Just got a bit blindsided with the weight on the wrong rail at the wrong time and couldn't ride out of a second move. Not sure what the rest of that wave looked like either way. Still holding around about a half a point lead over Leilani, who has priority. Surfer in red is still well positioned here. She's been ripping to get to this point.
3 minutes to go.
Been dropping 638s and above every heat. So we know she's got the goods.
Yeah, right now it's if the waves come through or not with 3 minutes to go. Charlie Stokes, we know she's been dropping sevens all event, as well. So I know that she's also capable of doing that. It's just finding the right wave and getting into that good form and that good timing from Charlie. It seems like she's just been a little bit off kilter in this heat, unfortunately. So with 2.5 minutes to go, it's really all about choosing the best waves.
Yep, and that's what Leilani's got to believe here now, because she's caught a lot of waves and she's done a lot of work to not really be getting the numbers she needs. So this is one of her rides. It's her best wave. All right, so this is the 623.
Yeah, good two-turner there for Lei, and that is her her 5.9 as well. Does a lot of turns on this one she gets out of that one, unfortunately, but yeah, holding that priority, needing a 638. Charlie gets second priority, so second best wave that comes through, Charlie's on it, and she's vying for a 767.
Yeah, she needs the biggest number. So it's really time for the Aussie to dig deep here. And Leilani, for me, I think I'd love to see her still get a shot at it, because I think some of the waves she's caught just haven't been, given her the opportunity to really open up. Anon's picked a couple of good waves to be leading. Charlie's done a lot of surfing as well for probably not the numbers we're used to seeing in her corner. Mirai's got one good score and needs about a 7-ish. And, gee, she would have been bitterly frustrated with that last wave because she wrestled the foam for maybe 80 metres and it just denied her an opportunity to get around and keep scoring. Good-looking wave for Leilani.
Yep, Lei up and into this one, chasing a 6.38. Nice first turn connection for Leilani. Drives through this carve. Needs to get vertical. She does there, and this wave hopefully offers another section here. Unfortunately not, so she kicks out.
All right, well, things
reef.
got pretty shallow right there. You watch, you'll probably stand up here. She's in shallow water. All right, love to see the judges' view of that wave. It's a little bit tricky to make a full comment from the drone view. She got plenty of work done. 30 seconds remaining.
Wow.
Is it going to be 6-3-8 for Leilani?
It might take a little while to get this number through because I'm sure the judges want to have a few looks at it. There may be a little discussion. Charlie now has got the P. She's only got 12 seconds. She may and has to go this last lump here for the Australian with 6 seconds to go. Gets to her feet. Needs the wave of the final to win. Just a semi cut back there, and the wave gets a little sleepy for Charlie. So body language is she doesn't like it. It's not going to happen for her. May still happen for Leilani.
Doesn't look like it. First indications of that score. It's a 4.4. So I'm
going to shake your hand, Daiwako, Team Japan.
Yeah, big congratulations to Anon Matsuoka for taking out the women's final here at the Krui Pro. She's the first woman to go get two event wins.
Yeah.
It's pretty insane.
Right in the drone. Look how cool it is. What a moment. Yes, the first multiple winner here at the Krui Pro and a worthy winner at that. So I can't wait to hear a speech this afternoon. Meanwhile, I think we will throw to a quick break and let's start. Look at her there. She's over there with Fetty.
All smiles for Anon.
There might be a few tears as well. So let's just throw to a quick break. We're back with the men's final in a moment.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, plenty of corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
The Krui men's final, the Krui Pro, the backdrop's gone black. There seems to be some hoojan approaching, but let's have a look at the final. It is 3 Australians. Xavier Bryce out of Longreef in Sydney in the red. It's Reef Hazelwood. He's in the blue. Jarvis Earl in the white, defending champion, and Roy Kanazawa representing Japan in the green. So it's all going on. And here we go. 30 minutes on the clock. The boys decided to take off deep and paddle down into position.
Wow. All right, guys. So I heard a lot, but I want to hear it from you guys. What went down in the women's final?
It was pretty good. Anon
Right.
just she was the last one to get away, but she held firm on her got to get the best wave tactic.
Yeah.
The others kind of scratched around and got some 3s and 4s, which mean nothing in a grand final, right? But Anon sat there, took a little while to get a wave, but then got a 7, which turned into the best number of the final. She backed it up with a wave that was kind of large. It wasn't long after that and got a really big foam climb on quite a bossy section. It was only a 5-6, but all the points were just from the foam climb, and it was 6. So that's what won it for her, basically.
Yep. And Anon has been a winner here in the past, showing exactly why. First woman to win twice in a row. So it's going to be an incredible final here with the men's. We have a couple names. Jarvis Earl as well, a past winner here in the Krui Pro. So it's going to be exciting.
This is Giada Lagarde, Mark Clift, and Daiwako helping talk us through the last heat of this year's Krui Pro. Big final, men's final, defending champs in it. We've just had Anon become a multiple winner for the first time ever. Jarvis Earl could be the second multiple winner here in the same year as Anon. So he did an amazing job last year around at the Krui left. He's been on point. He'd have to be starting, I imagine, as favourite. But another man I want to just throw some major kudos to is Xavier Bryce, sort of flying a little bit under the radar. He got a quarterfinal here, he told me last year. But out of all those names, I think he's the underdog. But a quiet achiever. He's been smashing his way through heats. He's there. He's a real threat. He is the surfer in red. He's up against the much experienced Reef Hazelwood, the defending champ, and your boy in Roy. Tell us a little bit about Roy.
Probably this is the best result for Roy Kanazawa in the final. Well, this is the champ of women's side QS 6000, Ano Matsuoka, just sharing the moment with
They're going
her
to try
friends.
and cheer her up. They are indeed.
So that's
Get off the reef would be wise words to start with.
I was about to say, like, girls, it's slippery.
All right, Xavier Bryce, the one we were just talking about. Not sure what happened at the start. The one turn I saw looked pretty good, but, the judges and with this field, it's going to take major connections all the way down the reef to win this. Reef
Wow.
Hazelwood.
Oh.
Hey, how's the variety Reef brings to this act?
Like he did the exact same maneuver in the semifinal that gets good turns. And I really love that turn.
Yeah, that's so true. I was going to say the same thing. He did bust out that same move
Right.
in the semis, but this one was looking much bigger and better. And that's exactly what you have to do if you want to be winning this final. So a bit of a float there and just whips the tail around. That is some incredible
Such a
surfing.
bossy section, and then spins the wheels again here in a minute. You watch this next little tweak.
Yeah, in the final, you have to go 100% this time.
That
You
was
don't want to go 80%.
That was a big statement, I reckon, from Reef. And there's Anon, all smiles, mate.
Oh, Ano Matsuoka.
So there's Shino Matsuda and Mirai Ikeda
Paparazzi.
and that's Minami no Naka just sharing the moment.
Wow. 3 big names. Ano Matsuoka, Shino Matsuda, and Mirai Ikeda. Incredible surfing from Anon all the way. She did a final in the Pro Junior Women's and now just took out the QS 6000. She won the one you really want to win,
Yeah, the first time made history, the big 6,000.
Right.
First time ever in Indonesia. She did it. She stuck to a game plan and was staunch with a wave choice, and I think that proved to be the difference at the end.
And probably she will be wearing the Bonsai leader jersey in the next competition. Yes, Pro.
That's
Have a look at the lounge jockeys in the athlete area. It's happy hour down there. That's for sure.
There we have it. All the boys checking out.
All the Aussies. Well, there's 3 Aussies in the final, right? So they're all down there. They've all got a tin or a bottle. They've probably got affairs for when the boys come in as well for this final. They're probably hoping one of them can win and they can then just, drown them in beer and maybe have a mouthful each. All right, so Jarvis hasn't caught a wave yet. We see him in white. Roy Kanazawa in the green. They're still thinking about Reef's number. It was a really strong second move, big air rev in a gutsy section of the wave.
Ooh.
He did it early. He did it out the back, and a 7.33 drops.
Super healthy number.
Thank you, judges. I loved it. I loved that number.
All right, so here's the replay of Reef 7.33. Good first turn, sets it up for this second one. Boom, all the way around, comes out of it super smoothly. Nice third turn there, and you're right, pushes the tail again on that last one. So beautifully done by Reef Hazelwood.
He just overpowered every section to a 7.33. He did not hold back one bit. He surfed that wave up from what it was. And just the degree of commitment on that second turn, where he did it, the speed of that air rev, he's on again.
And goes to the air, and
of course he does.
Right out of it.
Yo.
He did. Wow, another big maneuver from Reef. Kind of hang up on the top, though, but still, managed to put it off.
Just watch how high the tail gets here. He really threw it out there big time. Boom. That tail went forever. Huge reconnection, a little moment there, but he does complete it, so he's going to get credit off the judges. Maximum amount of risk, super high. I don't know whether I've seen a better air than that all week.
I have.
You did? Who did?
Jarvis Earl in his semifinal
I didn't
got
see it.
the 9. That was a crazy air.
All right, didn't see it.
So yeah, Reef Hazelwood, really high. Tail was all the way around, but the landing was maybe not as smooth as Jarvis's.
Right.
So it's going to be a good comparison for the judges. But really well done from Reef. Already getting 2 solid scores to start off this final. He's looking...
His intentions are clear on that.
Yeah.
He's going to boost at every opportunity, I reckon.
He's just going for it 100%.
It's so good to see this. Okay, here's your boy.
金沢選手1本目のライディングになります。まずはフローターでこのセクションを抜けていき、さあ2発目もしっかりと縦へのアクション。このセクションは抜けられず。
The defending champ bursts out with a big tail drift of his own, a second maneuver. All right, now lays a full wrap. Another fluffy section drops his way, cuts it just in front of Roy. Didn't lose one bit of momentum out of all of this. He now throws in and spins the wheels pretty hard on that end section.
What?
Look at the boys. Look at the team Australia. Yeah, lads.
That was some great surfing from Jarvis Earl.
And it's Xavier Bryce up and riding, goes to the air, but comes unstuck. But it definitely last of Jarvis' wave of amazing surf.
All right, so that is some great scores coming through. We're going to be seeing some crazy scores here. So this is a replay of Jarvis Earl. Here we go. First turn, huge, slides the tail out, big fan of spray out the back, sets up for this second one. You see him really eyeing this section down.
Right.
He wastes no opportunity in these turns. Almost runs over Roy there. Wraps it around again. He seems completely unfazed by it, and he finishes strong again. Wow.
There's like 3 big turns, fin busted. He did kind of like everything on one wave. It's gonna be a huge score for Jarvis, that's for sure.
Oof, yeah. I think best wave of the heat for now.
Right.
So Reef Hazelwood's air came in at a 517. So what we were earlier, he was super high, boosted incredibly well, but the landing wasn't as smooth as maybe compared to Jarvis's air in the semifinal. So the judges, kind of being like, now we could see better. We want to see better than that. Then Xavier Bryce, a 567 and a 093 to back it up. Roy Kanazawa, a 3 for his last one. We're waiting for the last of Jarvis Earl. The judges are going to be, having a good long think of it. I think that was one of the best waves I've seen surf today.
Right, definitely. Feels like he's in the great rhythm with the ocean since semifinals. He's getting those great waves and just he's tags it in a critical section of the wave, and he does everything. Fin busted, going to the air, and it comes in 867.
Oh, there we go. And that's how you want to start a final with an 867.
Wow.
I know. I was telling True earlier that he just has so much control over his surfing. First of all, that was pretty insane. This is textbook competition surfing right here. You start off huge, you get those second and third turns in, and finish off strong as well. So textbook competition surfing from Jarvis Earl right here.
And he doesn't rush anything in between turns. Even though you get caught a little bit, you just wait for the right time to generate the speed, comes around section. Just amazing surfing from Jarvis. 867.
Yeah, I was saying he has so much control of his surfing because in the first few rounds that he surfed, he was really at the 65-70% of his ability, and slowly as he went through the rounds, he started giving the judges a little bit more, and then as soon as he got to the semis, busted out with the 9 and the 7, and now again an 867.
金沢選手2本目のライディングになります。さあこれはフィンを抜いてきていいファーストターンになりました。ここのセクション抜けられると、ここは抜けられず、その残り時間17分を切るところです。
All right, Roy Kanazawa, best result. We don't know what he's going to do for the rest of the heat, but this is already his best result.
Definitely.
In a WSL event. He must be over the moon right now.
Yeah, probably he's just trying to do, 100% to going for this one. Little bit fins out. Just, kind of got caught behind a little bit. Couldn't come around the section. Yeah, this is a big result for him, definitely. Now he jumps into the first place in the Asian Tour with this result.
So Roy probably going to be heading into Nias with the Bonsoi yellow jersey. And, that's a bit of a great opportunity for the Asian surfers there. And he must be over the moon. Best QS result already. Doesn't matter even if he comes fourth in this heat. This right now is Xavier Bryce, another surfer that has been on fire all week. 3 really good turns. He unfortunately just falls off on that last one.
This is a brief, just trying to get away, a bit of the 517, but going to the air really high.
Oh,
wow, that was a huge air.
That was insane from Reef Hazelwood. Here we go. So he sets it up. One solid turn here. Then he's just eyeing that section down. He knows exactly what he's about to do. Huge section all the way. Holds that rail. Manages to stick through. Reef Hazelwood is getting rid of that 517 really soon.
That air is kind of like a trend because I've seen that on the CT at Krui Pro where Julian just pulled it off. And after the heat, probably everyone's trying to do that airborne hips times. And that was really high. And wow, that was super, super sick air from Reef.
Yeah, wow, that was
what have
incredible.
I missed?
You just missed.
No, don't tell me.
Reef's last wave, he took to the air, but incredible. I'm hoping we get another replay of our man. This is a replay of Red. So 3 really good, solid turns. A lot of whitewash on this wave. So he held his line really nicely. But it's the replay of Blue that we really want to see. There we have it.
We see that again, boys. Blue.
The last of Blue comes in at a 9.
Wow. All right. Okay.
There you go.
I missed this the first time around. All right. So he looked like he's winding up here. You can see he's invested. He's got the speed. Throws it down. Grabs the toe side rail there. Hangs on. Lands. Looks at his watch and gone, I think I'm the man. 9. Wow. So sick.
All right.
So that's his 3rd air in the final on 3 waves. How's his tactic? He's gone, I'm going to boost at every opportunity.
I mean, it's exactly what we were saying earlier. It's the final. You got to go big. And if you want to win, this is exactly the type of surfing you got to do. This is a QS 6000. One of the highest ranked QSs you could possibly win. So he's going for it all right now.
I love how, Reef and Jarvis playing different games. Jarvis is more like textbook perfect surfing, and Reef's more like modern
reckless.
Yeah,
air game, air game at every opportunity. But he's asking a real question now. Jarvis with the 867 can catch him. All right, we know he's got a good air game as well. His requirement by Jarvis standards is about a 70% ride. He's that good. Jarvis could get this 767 quite easily. The other 2 are fully comboed to win. So although Jarvis is 3rd, the 867 is going to stack up really well, and I think he's a serious threat to Hazelwood, who will really be wanting to improve on his 733.
I mean, you're right. If it was anyone else in a heat and he hears, you need a 767, I would be freaking out. But Jarvis Earl, that's like a 5 to him.
Right.
Like, he's like, all right, no worries, I got this. And he's only got 1 wave as well, an 867. So that is the 2nd highest wave of this heat. So it is kind of all eyes on Jarvis Earl with priority out the back. What's he going to do now?
He's going to tee off. He's got priority. He's got plenty of time, 12 minutes, so he won't pull the trigger on a B grade or a crappy, a scratchy wave. I think he knows, he's the defending champ. He knows how to win at this level. He loves the Krui Ujong Reef. He's been to Tanjung Setia a number of times. He's a big deal, and he's shooting for the stars in his career. So I think Jarvis was going to just sit there and dig deep into his pool of experience, his bag of tricks. His rail work's been just delightful the whole week. Every time he's hit the water, he's just dissected waves perfectly. And he's been asked that question now. Reef Hazelwood saying, right, you do it now if you can.
All right, Roy.
金沢選手、この波で 16.33 のコンボをまずは外していきたい。素晴らしい1発目のライディング、そして2発目。これは素晴らしいコンビネーションになりました。2発のターンでしたが、これはいいスコアになってきそうです。 So now Roy needs to break out of the combination situation, but this is very important wave from Jarvis.
Yeah, so let's have a look. He's winding up now, really starting to sink his teeth into some meaty work. Another section now, he bides his time. He gets to a fourth section. He throws the wheels out himself for a nice reverse. We know he's got the air game. He's looking for something else. He doesn't get another maneuver down the line. Lots of good work done on that wave, Giada. What do you reckon?
All right. I'd like to see the first part of the wave. He does a big gouge there, sets it up for this second one. You know, gets a little bit stuck off the top. This wave is not easy. There's a lot of whitewash on the face, but he's holding his line really nice.
Wow.
He throws to the air as well. You know, it's an incredible wave, but I don't know if it's a 767.
Definitely beautiful surfing from Jarvis, but yeah, I agree with you. I don't know if it's going to be enough for 767. Probably need a cleaner open face.
Roy's gone to second.
Yeah, more than that, I also think that Jarvis's wave was a little bit smaller maybe than the other waves ridden.
So we've got to think back to Reef 733, right? When he burst out and did that huge air rev in a meaty section, all right, as his second turn. Whereas Jarvis did his as his last turn way down the line on not a meaty section. It was a fluffy little ramp. It wasn't a full blown bowl like Reef did, and Reef did it as his second move out the back. Could have really messed up a really good wave if he blew it, so it was high risk.
Yeah, and let's not put this wave aside. I mean, Roy
6-1.
Kanazawa 6-1. That was some incredible surfing as well. His backside is so sharp.
The first one was amazing. Just little, get little stuck on the second one, but still the first one was super solid, super critical section to hit. Now he's in the second, but we're still waiting for the last of Jarvis Earl.
Yeah, there was, for sure the judges would have looked again at Reef 733 and they would have gone, okay, is this better than that? Is it not? How much better or how much under? I believe it'll come in under, just because of those points we just talked about. The judges have been loving Jarvis, all right? They've been loving Jarvis. And then was it maybe a moment where he got a little stuck on his first turn, but it's probably just because he tried to slide the tail a little bit and add a little bit of variety and a little tweak to his first move. So they're having a real think about it. Because we're down under 10 minutes. Jarvis will be super nervous to hear this number. Meanwhile, Reef's got priority. That's him in blue.
Yeah, definitely Reef is...
Scores are starting to drop. He needs a 767.
I think it's just under.
It's in the sevens, folks. It's in the sevens. It's going to be super close. Indications are it's under. Just.
7-7.
727. So it's 0.4 less than he needed. But I reckon fair enough for what Reef did on his first wave in hindsight. Reef did bossier surfing and better sections on his wave. No disrespect to Jarvis.
I just want to comment. Imagine Reef's heart right now. He knows Jarvis needs a 7, and the commentator wrote, "You 7, 2-7."
So close.
Oh, so that's an important point right now. Reef heard the last wave. He knows Jarvis was so close to getting it.
Here's the best score of Reef's coming up. So let's have another look at the 9. Smaller wave, boy, at the massivest air.
So this is looking like the 9, yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
How's the amount of distance he covered while he was in the air? Sweet landing. You could just about see him having a giggle on the replay. So that's the 9. He's backed it up really well. Jarvis Earl, though, is deadly, and he's still got 7 minutes to steal this thing off Reef. Roy and Xavier, well, the bad news is they need 16:33 to get there. So you got to be thinking it's at this stage it's a 2-horse race. There's 7 minutes to go. Let's be realistic. Unless miracles happen for Roy or Xavier, I think it's a 2-horse race. The Goofies are having a bit of a hit out here.
Yeah, so Roy and Xavier in a bit of a combo situation. So here we go. This is Jarvis.
Quick in and out.
Yeah, so quick in and out. He's a little bit deeper than the rest of the field. He does have fourth priority, so he's trying to create that opportunity for himself. He's such an amazing surfer that he could probably get this score on a wave that's not that great.
Yeah, he could. Yeah, he could. He could surf a 6 wave up and get the number. But I'm just wondering what Reef does here. He hasn't even looked and paying zero attention to white. He probably needs to either maybe go and take a wave off him, or he's immediately, there's a big air by Jarvis that doesn't factor in, but your boy, Roy.
金沢選手、この波で、まずはコンビネーションから抜けていきたいところ、しっかりとターンを重ねていきますが、ここでノーズが刺さってしまいました。
White's gonna get.
Here we go. Jarvis now looking down the line. He knows what he needs. He's going to go big on this one. Just pulls off. He didn't see the opportunity. So now all eyes on Reef Hazelwood with priority out the back.
A few lines on the horizon. And Reef has a fast priority now.
Yep. And I reckon he'll probably be paying a bit of a close attention to Jarvis only. The other two still comboed. I don't reckon Roy gets out of combo with his last wave. So the only person that can steal this off right now off Reef is Jarvis, the defending champ. Everybody's thrown in the aerial antics. Xavier just does a full helicopter right in front of the drone. So Reef will probably look over his shoulder and go, I've got 5 minutes to either fend off or play offensive and needing to upgrade a 7-3-3. It's quite a large number to upgrade. It may be easier to kind of keep Jarvis honest. Ouch, that hurt. Xavier going for it.
All right, under 5 minutes. This is the most critical part of this heat. It all goes down here. Reef has been very quiet. Jarvis just picked up second priority. He's going to try create some distance from himself and Reef, or try and sell Reef on a wave. But it's not going to be easy. Reef is looking like he's in really, really sharp form.
Yep, he's been around long enough to know what trying to improve a 7-3-3 looks like. So he won't buy into a dud wave. I think Jarvis Earl is going to be belting his head against the wall to sell Reef a dud. So Reef still holding firm out the back. He's only ridden 3 waves. He's throwing away a 5-1-7, sitting on a 9 and a 7-3-3. Someone's taken off. It is Reef. So he's on the offensive. A big powering move. 2 of them to get onto some clean green face. A third huge maneuver, spins the wheels again. Reef Hazelwood is pulling out all sorts of tricks to try and win the Krui Pro. He's doing it well.
Yeah.
さあ、金沢選手、この小さめの波にテイクオフしていきます。大きなスプレーを上げて、さあ、フローターでセクションを抜けてくる。さあ、これはここでプルアウトしていきます。残り時間3分30秒。
Well, Reef Hazelwood, 3 blasts. He got really good projection out of all these turns. How's that?
Full commitment, full power, smooth transition. I love this layback into the rotation right out of it. So clean.
He's looking unstoppable right now. We're just over 3 minutes left. I think he's going to be getting rid of that 7-3-3 after that last one. That was one of the biggest wave we've seen all heat.
Wow, just the different moves he puts together time and time again. It's that exciting to watch because you just don't know what he's going to do next.
So this is Xavier now taking a look at this one. Bit of a closeout. Unfortunately, still in combo situation. Both green and red.
As 6 Hazelwood. Wow. Whammo.
6-0.
1760 2-wave total. 2 minutes 40 for Jarvis Earl to go absolutely nuts. Jarvis got a lot of 9s out here on this reef last year.
He got a 9 in the semifinal.
Right. Yep. So it's time to dig into the deepest of his talent pool. Here's that wave again. Just the projection off each one of these moves to get to this point and then tweak it out while he's in the foam and ride out clean as you like. Thank you very much. 8.6. Thanks for the Bonsai replay.
All right. So Jarvis finding himself in a bit of a similar situation to last year's final.
He
Right,
was.
that's right.
Yep.
So there's still 2 minutes remaining to see, so there's plenty of time for Jarvis.
Yeah. I mean, it's Jarvis Earl, guys. He can do anything.
And he's got priority, so he can do anything, and he's going to have to, and it's going to have to happen in the next minute, 50 seconds. Reef will be sitting back there just chuffed with his work. He can't do much more than this. You know, he can only sit there now, and if he gets it, you've just got to admire that effort. But Reef would be feeling pretty comfy. 90 seconds.
I don't know. I see a set. I don't want to speak too soon.
90 seconds to go. So there's, I reckon, enough time for the few lines coming to the lineup.
Jarvis is moving. He spies something. There's a lump behind this, ladies and gentlemen. If you can hear us and you're not near your laptop or your phone, get to it right now, because I think there's going to be an opportunity for Jarvis. It's a minute on the clock.
Here we go. We're going to be...
It's not that lump.
Oh, it looked better
Yeah,
on
maybe.
screen than what it was.
You can see how much windier it is now. There's some dark clouds out there. It's about to go nuts with some rain and some wind, I reckon. And the wind has come in, possibly in Reef's favour, messing up the lineup a little bit here in the back end of the final. 40 seconds. Here goes Bryce, Xavier Bryce, who I've got to commend for his efforts at this event.
Yeah.
I reckon he's won a lot of fans. He's stamped his name as now a bigger deal than before he got here, because he's in a big-time final. He was a quarterfinalist here last year. He's a grand finalist this year, flying under the radar. I'm just going to give a little quiet clap there to Xavier, if you don't mind. Roy Kanazawa would be one of his better results for a while yet at a big event like this. The third.
Definitely, this is the biggest result for
All right.
Roy.
We're counting this one down.
Woohoo!
Last
Reef
heat
Hazelwood.
of the Krui Pro.
Oh, my God. I'm going to shake your hand, Giada, if you don't mind. You too, Wacko. This has been so much fun sitting in here with the team all week. There's Team Australia in there, ready to throw some bubbles at Reef Hazelwood. Right from the first move, the second move of his first wave, he went nuts. He really just sent that statement to everybody that I'm here, I'm the real deal, and I'm going to throw everything at this grand final. To take down someone like Jarvis Earl, who's still throwing high sixes and sevens, high eights and sevens. Here's the Reef Hazelwood moment with a huge air here, his 9-point ride. There it is. Cool as a cucumber. He did a lot of different airs, a lot of different turns in this grand final, and really showed us that, his talent pool is undeniable. Here's another one of his waves. I'm not sure which one this was. This was his last. This is the 8-6. Boom. And watch this last move, folks. Red hot form.
Oh.
Reef Hazelwood, I salute you. Well done, man, young man. I guess all there is now is to get the prezos done. There's a bit of hoojan, a bit of rain starting to hit the lineup. There's our winner, everybody. This year's Krui Pro champion is Reef Hazelwood.
Bit of a victory lap there.
Yep, and it's Reef and Anon. The Goofy Footers steal the chocolates here at the Krui Pro for this year, everybody. I think we've got a big presentation this afternoon. We're going to try and do a little photo opportunity outside now, media. So on behalf of Giada, Mark Clift, Wacko, and True Starling, thanks for joining in, everybody. It's a double thumbs up, everybody, from the Krui Pro. Blues best score again. Oh, yeah, here's us. All right. G, would you like to sign off?
Yep. Thank you, guys. It's been an incredible week here at the Krui Pro. We've had some crazy highlights. Reef Hazelwood and Anon Matsuoka taking the win here. So it's great to kind of see that. And we're going to head to a quick break now before we show our presentation. All right, so we're going to stick with us. And that is an incredible...
We're done, everybody. Thanks for being part of it.
See you guys next year, and see you guys at the presentation.
More importantly, we'll also see you at Krui next week. Stick around. See you, everybody. Thank you.
Nias.
It's been a long week. See you, Nias. Today's going to be a huge day. We're going to come back and clean up the back end of the round of 64, so that includes 9 heats. We're then doing the ladies' round of 32, that's 8 heats. Back to the men's round of 32, 8 heats, a massive day.
Woken up to pumping conditions, which is good. It was a little bit small and slow yesterday, but it's pretty much like perfect size this wave right now, so it's going to be such a sick day. And been here for like 8 days, haven't slept a heat, so pretty keen to put the rashy on and get out there.
There you go, you just heard it, the waves are smoking. Huge day here at the Krui Pro, so thanks for tuning in, let's go get it.